Hey, hello. Let me move my mic further away from my face, maybe. Who's even in here? Hey, I'm sorry we're starting late. You'd think this would be the easiest thing in the world to fucking set up, but sometimes when Tier Maker exists and there was something you wanted to do, but then it wouldn't cooperate and it wouldn't fucking save it. What am I trying to say? I don't know. Tier Maker is frustrating me. Everything is frustrating me today. Welcome to the stream. Hey, what's up to? I gotta look at everybody. Yeah, a real face cam, right? The actual reason, Comb, is that I didn't. I ran out of time. I was working on something else, and I did not think to make a face cam. Normally we do like a judge for tier list night, but I didn't think to do one. But this isn't a regular tier list night anyway. This is not part of the regular tier list night pantheon, which is why I've decided to call it, what did I even call it? Regular ranking evening or something. That stream title may not, that may get dummied out when we upload this to YouTube. That may not be what I end up going with. Again, I was in a rush. But let's say hi to everybody. What's up to Kingo, Pixie, Zabrag, Burridge, Isaac. We can almost hear you, Snack. Have you tried placing your mic in the adjacent room? Come and buddy bro. Does it sound okay? Does anything sound way too loud or way too quiet? I never know what to do with the fucking desktop audio for the music for these. So please let me know. I can turn it all down. I can change everything. It all bends to my beck and call. Music could be a smidge higher. Okay. I think I'm just going to change that in the OBS mixer then. But, hey, what's up, Rinslet? How about like that? Does that sound better? This song may also be quiet. Hi guys, waving with my little mouse. Hi, hello. Is that better? Or does it sound the same? Better? The same? Whoop, whoop, whoop. Good? Fine? It's probably fine. We can always change it if things get too quiet or too loud. Just let me know. Hey... I mentioned this on the very first tier list night ever, but I get more nervous for these than I get for any other fucking stream. I guess it's just because I'm like, you know, not playing a video game. It's just talking. And especially this one because the subject matter is so, like, tenuously interesting. You know, the subject matter is so, like, only sort of interesting. You know how Sizz sounded 2 weeks ago? I don't know how Sizz sounded 2 weeks ago, Isaac. See, I feel like this one is loud. Do you think this one's too loud? Also Raw, by the way. This came on. This shit fucking cranks. Raw song, Raw song. It's a little loud in my ears. Maybe, let's see. Moochie, moochie, moo, moochie, moo, moo, moochie, moochie, moo. I'm gonna turn it down. We're cranking it to the max. I'm gonna turn it way down for me, and then turn it up on the OBS. Does this sound fine? It's too loud in my earbuds. That's the problem. Or is that too quiet still? That's too loud? Okay. That. Does that sound still too loud? We had it good for you guys still? Okay. I made it too loud. How does it sound now? How about now? The only thing I did was turn it down. I think this song is just a louder song than that other song that was playing. Well, I think it should be good here. I think this should be fine. You know, we fucking will start screaming. Whenever I get into, like, really, like, talking about something, I get like a southern fucking prosecutor. Taking down those boys from my cousin Vinny. I get like that, guys. That's all right. Hey, let's get started. Hey, welcome. It's the Snack Attack 8 show, Snack Streams tier list. We're gonna do a tier list today. It's gonna be a tier list of all of the Snack Attack 8 streams. We have fucking done this once before. It was the final tier list of the very first ever funny tier list night. And it wasn't that good. We kind of just, it was the end of the night. We kind of just like totally blasted through it. Just because it was the end of the night. Like I just wanted something to close it out, and I was just like bomb, 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 bomb. It also only went to Persona 5 Royal at that time, or maybe Halo, I think. Or no, it went to TAC. TAC was the most recent one the last time we did this. And there has been a lot of peaks since, like almost all of the good playthroughs. So it just needed to be done again. Zebra has done this twice, I think. He did it once, and then he updated it. Sizz did this recently, which is what really inspired me to want to go back to it, because Sizz put a whole bunch of fucking big old load of effort into it. So I thought it would be fun to do. And I've got a couple things prepared here. The first thing, now I don't know if anybody noticed this or was just maybe being a little sly like I was being a little sly. But this is a playlist. This is the last 4 songs you heard in a row were all from stuff that we've done on stream. It was, what was it? The first one was Celeste, then it was Stardew Valley, and then we went to Pokemon Crystal, and this is Yoshi. Yeah, there's 171 songs. So we will absolutely not run this whole thing out. There's a ton of fucking music on this. The only thing I'm worried about with this playlist is that YouTube's playlist feature is terrible. It's truly especially at least desktop. It's truly awful. And as I've been like testing like how it would kind of work, it's been like sometimes it stops wanting to shuffle. It gets stuck on not shuffling. It's terrible. But again, we don't normally do this. I figured it would be fun for the special event to do this instead. And if it gets stuck, we'll just pop over and flip it back. Again, there's so many songs on here that we're not gonna get. We're not gonna run the risk of having to like repeat it or leave something out. Okay. All right. Now. I want to get moving on this because I started a little late, but there's one other thing that's going to be really important to this tier list ranking that I need to show you guys. So, when Sizz did this, at the very beginning when he did it, he kind of like, he put the streams that he did into like 3 categories. It was like, like early era, after he when he was streaming directly off of his PS4, and then like modern era. And I was like, I kind of wanted to do something like that too. But I was thinking about like what kind of spin we could put on it. And the spin I fucking decided on was to model it after literally my favorite form of fucking media and storytelling of all time. Shonen manga. So, to start here today, you guys, I'm gonna begin by revealing to you a helpful visual aid here. The Snumpo streams. Can I make this big enough so you can see it all? The Snumpo streams arranged by arc. These are the streams arranged by arc. As though it were a plot. As though it were a storyline for us to follow. So maybe we'll maybe we'll go through just to start here, kind of to clarify for you guys. Oh, also, I made a giant fucking mega Google Doc like Sis did also, that has, just for my own clarity, has it's organized by arc, and this is we do the same thing as Sis. I got all the stream titles in here, other than these 4, which I didn't upload to YouTube. And I don't know, it's all too much. We went way over the top, completely above and over the bar. But really, it's not even much more than Sis did. It's basically just copying what Sis did. He did this too. Okay, so gamers, there is a story woven here. A story of highs and lows, of hopes drafted and dreams dashed, and redemptions redeemed, and stupidity unchecked. There is a story here that I'm gonna go over with you guys here. The first, see, when we actually get to the real tier list, is this it? I guess it just looks small because I zoomed it out. When we get to the real tier list, I don't know how we're gonna really go through these. We might do it chronological, even though, like, because I think that would save a lot of the best for last anyway. And I think it might be easier. It would maybe help me kind of keep focused. I remember when Sis did it, I think he maybe started that way, but then he just started kind of throwing stuff around. We don't have to. But we'll go through the chronology here real quick. I'm gonna recap the tale for you guys. It started in fucking, well, it didn't start in 2018. It started in 2017. Even though there were more streams we did before this even that I didn't include on here because they're not part of the original canon, even though they are still good and you can still find some funny clips of those on Twitch. There's a funny clip of me and Chelsea91 and like a 16-year-old brudge on there from Banjo-Tooie. That's still there. You can find that too. But that's the dark shit. That shit is sealed. That's the arcane stuff. We don't talk about that. There's another cute clip of me and Kingo like becoming friends also that I really like. I go back and watch it sometimes. That old stuff. If you go look for Banjo-Tooie and like Mario RPG, you can find that. Basically what happened is we really started in 2009 as a YouTube Let's Player, which I still am. I haven't given up the title on that yet. Then we fucking started streaming in like 2012 or something, as just like a random thing. Like when you were on YouTube back then and that was your main thing, you would probably also stream every now and then. I never did Ustream, but I did very early Twitch. Then, yeah, we played some random games. I did it on and off here and there. I got really burnt out, like not wanting to do it anymore in 2014. And so I completely stopped doing it altogether just because I didn't really have my vibe yet. And I also invited a bunch of annoying people onto stream. And by that I mean like 1 or 2 annoying people, like to co-com with me, because that was sort of more of a thing you did back then. Nobody who's here, obviously, not Will. And it burnt me out on it. I just didn't want to do it anymore. I wanted to focus on YouTube, so I did that for a while. But then we came back in 2017 and started, and then we've been doing it regularly, almost totally regularly, since then. Other than like breaks out of necessity. Like I never wanted to go away ever again after that from this. After that it was good. So here's the arcs. I promise we'll get started on this soon. The Casino of Dreams arc. This encompasses everything from Stardew Valley to Pokemon Crystal Clear, obviously. This was when I lived So I lived in Las Vegas for this part. That's why it's called this. And also it's called Casino of Dreams because like this was us coming back and like our start of our dream of being a Steener. So Stardew Valley was the start. It went all the way through this. We got the layout around here. We started doing the face cams around here. All the way through until Okami was the last one that ended for this arc. And that like is almost a little bit part of this, but I consider it more as part of this. The Dark Winter. This is when your boy was going through it. This would have been... Well, so this was like summer 2017. This was summer, fall... These were like fall-ish 2018. This starts in fall 2018. Girlfriend broke up with me, who I was still living in a house with. This was when I was in my last house when I lived in Vegas. Still lived in the house together for like... Well, we had other roommates too. It wasn't that weird. It was a big house also. We still lived in the house together for like multiple months. I crashed my car. I had to fucking walk and Uber everywhere. Living in Vegas. Job sucked. No money. Bad time. The streams, they were all right. But what the fuck? Why? Play. Damn it. Okay, thank you. The streams were all right, but that was enough for me to like come up with the lore that this is the Dark Winter. That's what we call this arc. I crashed a car, Steiner. Yeah, nobody was injured, including me. It was fine. It wasn't though. It totaled my car, but it was okay. Nobody died or got hurt. Okay. So then, the Uncertain Age arc. This one has the fewest number of games in it, but that is because this is the one where I had to take the longest break. It was like multiple months while I was training for my new job. So this is spring 2019. Moved back to Virginia, came back home, wanted to kind of get a restart on things in my life. Got a new job, which again made this period of time stretch out for like super fucking long. And we played a lot of games in the morning. Bloodborne is the main character of the Uncertain Age. Oh, these are also color-coded. So this one is gold for the casino. This one is the bleak dark winter. This one, I was like, the most uncertain color on here is this fucking chartreuse. So this. The Gathering Storm is the next arc. This runs from, let's see, when does this one start? Well, Celeste sort of started early. This is like in summer, like most of the summer of 2020. Because again, there was a lot of time in here where I was off. That's why it's uncertain, the Uncertain Age. Gathering Storm. This is summer of 2020. We played a bunch of games. Weird Champ Friday started here. Steiner. Oh, I can't click on this because it's just saved. Weird Champ Friday started here with Paper Mario. What else? It's Gathering because like this was us coming back. You could feel the tides were gonna begin to change for some of this stuff. This arc has the least identity, I think. It's orange because it's the color closest to this next one, which is red for Persona 5 Royal. Video Game Boy Rises arc. This is where we hit our stride. This encompasses Persona, which started in October 2020 famously, and every Weird Champ Friday playthrough we did during that, except maybe Skyward Sword started a little bit before Persona ended, but it was really close. The Virtual Insanity arc is named such because of the complete and utter breakdown of both reality and language that happened during this arc. This is where game become real, and also where man become dumb. This one goes from like late 2021 through to late-ish 2022, right? Yeah, and then yeah. And then this last arc, which is the arc we're currently in, which is the flop era, which may eventually later down the line, be split. This is like, it should be flop era, like with a dash. Because I know some of these are flop era, at least through to here. The ecos are definitely, and TAC maybe too, like these are definitely flop era, but I don't know about necessarily P5S onward. That could end up becoming its own arc later on down the road when I never do this again. I'm not doing this again. So the flop era is the longest arc, but also a lot of these games in here are short, and this is the current arc. This marks, again, in my actual life, not a ton happened between like this one and this one, except COVID happened in here, and in here. COVID started like here and went through till fucking here, basically. But this marks end of 2022 it's like fall 2022 through to current. It's they're all really about a year. I think they are almost all about a year's span of time, except maybe these early ones. Even though a lot, like, again, some of these are short and some of these are long. These 2 games took for fucking ever. And so did this one. Okay. But we're still in the flop era. The flop era marked by, obviously, when I decided it was the flop era, like Zebra said, which is Danganronpa. Oh, I need to... Oh, do I? Oh, I do. Okay, never mind. And I think these have sort of a similar energy. I think there's been a, like, you know, I think it's a story. It's like, you know, it's a story. It's a concept album. Okay, but we're familiar with the arcs. That's all I ask. Because I may not even talk about this again, but I just thought it was really funny to turn them into arcs. So I did such. Also, this is also marked by the snack in his new apartment era, which started around here, but you know, the life, 6 years in the life of a Steener, you guys. Really, not very much has happened. All right, now we're gonna do the real thing. Okay, I think we might. Well, what do we think? Like, what do you guys think I should do? Do we want to start? Do we want to just do it in order? Or do we want to jump around? I think at least to begin, it might be most effective to do it in order. Just because a lot of this earlier stuff is maybe shorter to discuss and possibly a little bit less. I mean, not even possibly. Almost entirely less good. Can you hear the music, by the way? Also, can you hear that it's tag? I put tag songs in this. There are some grenades in this playlist. I remember when we were on this level, we were going. That's why I put it in there. I tried to pick the most iconic things from each one for the music. The only music that's not on here is Resident Evil 7, which does have music, but it doesn't even really, like, there is not, I wouldn't even say this about Resident Evil 8. It's not just because it's a first-person, like, shooter. Like, this game, this is the only game on here that I couldn't even think of a song from. Resident Evil 8, I can tell you about that fucking cool, like, lullaby song that plays at the end, at least. But this one I didn't remember any music from, so I didn't put any music in from this one. And then I didn't put any music in from Danganronpa because I didn't want that in my recommendeds. We are about to start playing the sequel to that, next week, or 2 weeks from now. So I didn't want to do that. But other than that, there's at least a song from every game, and some of them are knives. Okay, so let's get started. We're really we started like 10 minutes late, so we're really not even a half hour into this yet. It's not gonna be that long. Come on. Oh. I went to Chipotle today, you guys, and they were out of cheese. How do you run out of cheese? And the girl gave me, I think it was her first day, the girl gave me way too much lettuce. She made me a salad. Okay. Alright, let's start. Let's begin. So, like I was saying, in 2017, we came back to doing streaming, because I thought it would be funny. I wanted to play this game, Stardew Valley. I think Tamal bought me this. Because he bought almost all of our friends this game when it was out. Tamal was the, like, he was the patron saint of Stardew Valley, and he got it for everybody. I don't remember if he got it for me or not. But when I started playing it, a bunch of people wanted to play it also, from what I remember. And then I think Tamal jumped on it. But I wanted to come back to streaming, but I didn't want to commit, like, too hard to it. So I wanted something that could be totally, like, open. And I think I wanted to just play, like, a Harvest Moon-like. And I knew this was good, but I hadn't played it. So that was why we picked it. Some of the most memorable things, I think, from Stardew Valley are that I mean, we still do this. I still don't even have like a starting screen or like a loading screen or anything like that. One of the most memorable things I think from Stardew is bird noises, which is like, we used to leave this shit on for a long time. It would basically just be like, I would let people show up and I would put the stream on the title screen, which just is like some ambient bird noises. And so that was sort of like the first bit ever, was bird noises. Well, we used to let it sit on there for like 10 minutes. Like longer even than when Will wants to force us all to listen to some FF14 song. Like it was like, I swear sometimes it was like 15 minutes of bird noises before I was ready to come on and talk. It was egregious. It was extensive. Otherwise though, you know, it's hard for me to rank this because we played this for a long time. Again, I don't have the titles for this one because I didn't start uploading them until Mischief Makers. And we, you know, it was mostly just like me, Sizz, Kingo, Will, I think was there. I think he said that. Just kind of hanging out, shooting the breeze, and doing some funny stuff. We married Emily, which is kind of the like quirky. She's sort of the mad quirky. She's kind of the pixie dream girl of the game. She was cute. I like her. And then it turns out that there's a character, Clint, in the game who is in love with Emily, which is one, you know, the girl that we married. And so that we cucked Clint was like a big deal. Like we thought that was really funny. His face is really funny. We used Clint as the face cam for this, for Doki Doki Literature Club, and the guy in that playthrough looked like Clint. That was the lore. Yeah, there was a statue we got called Pinky Lemon, which I just found repulsive, so that was a funny bit. This is where the Joja Cola comes from. I almost thought to collect all of the face cams from across the years, because I think I have almost all of them still saved on my computer, and do like a ranking of that sometime. We could always do that later, but I don't think we'll have time for it today. But the Joja Cola, which is, you know, Joja Mart, is the supermarket in Stardew Valley. That's where that comes from. Clint was holding a Joja Cola in the face cam we used for Doki Doki, and then that became a meme, and we've done it all the way up until Fire Emblem was the last JoJo one. So really long-running bits came out of Stardew Valley, but I was really bad at this game. It was rather directionless. The same problem I have with this is the problem I have with a lot of these early streams, is that in those early days I did a morning stream, and even though I like regularly get up at 10 p.m. or like 10 a.m., you know, 10:30 now, and I'm fine, back then, I don't know, I think my body was not like fully developed yet still, which that's a real thing. But I just like needed way more sleep, and even 10 or 11 a.m. I was fucking I sound so worn out when you go back and watch those morning streams, and this one was totally it. Totally one of those. So, I mean, we had some good times with it. It's iconic because it was really sort of the first one of the new, like, canon. And I think for that, and I think for the fact that it does have a lot of kind of staying power. Like, it's definitely referenced still more than a lot of these other things. I think I'm going to put that maybe, like, B, but it'll be bottom. Like, very, very bottom of B. And then if B is too big or maybe C is too small, we can move it to the top of C. But I think it's sort of a Romance Dawn-esque kind of, like... even though it was long. Like, we played this for multiple months. I did all of the community center stuff. We played, I think, a couple years, like 1 or 2 years. At least over a year of this we played. In-game, obviously. It was a long time. I think we went 2 years in the game. Because we had a kid, we had like a nice farm, even though I didn't know how to plant trees or build anything or, keep my animals alive. But yeah, I think this is a B. I think this is gonna be a B. Yeah. Oh, yo, Gozer Tales. Or Goose. I keep reading that as Gozer, like from Ghostbusters. Goose, right? Thanks for showing up. I am taking care of myself. I ate a bunch of salads this weekend, as well as a bunch of blueberries, and I got Chipotle with no cheese and too much lettuce. Okay. All right. Resident Evil 4. So this one, this was so long ago that I don't even remember 100% exactly when we did this. I know it was in the evenings, and I think we had completely finished playing Stardew by this point. I wasn't even like on the two-a-days until like these, like it was just this, maybe once a week, but then we might have moved it to 2. But it became the 2 days a week schedule, which we've always stuck to still, started around here. Yo.
That's right, boys.
Hey.
Mondo.
Jay Jammer, thank you for the resub. Big appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so yeah, I mean, it like this one I think was the first one we ever did in the evenings, and the evening streams of these were always better than the morning ones, including RE4, I think. Now, listen, a lot of fucking people in this friend, like Steiner overall friend group have streamed this game now. I streamed it, Sizz streamed it, Will recently streamed it this year. Popular game to stream. But I think it's a lot of because it's just like well, I mean, Will I know wanted to play it for the first time, but it's just like a funny game, entertaining on a gameplay level, entertaining on a story level. It is definitely not like a dry action first-person shooter kind of thing. It has camp and it has stank, and it's also a classic. Obviously, everybody knows the game. It's a modern classic. This stream, I remember there being a lot of bits. I mean, there were bits all through this. With this stuff, even though I think some of these are not so good, or not so entertaining, the thing you gotta remember is like, you know, I had already done internet content like for years before this. So it wasn't I think even in our I think that absolutely time has progressed and like we've gotten way better at doing this, but I knew how to get up and talk and like keep talking, you know, always for the entire everything on this list. So, you know, even these older ones, there were bits in, oh man, here it is. This is one of the knives, by the way. In Resident Evil 4 specifically, we had a lot of, I think Sizz made a lot of clips of this one because he likes the game, obviously. But there were a lot of funny things that happened with Ashley, which is, you know, as always, I killed her a lot. She got dunked by one of the El Gigantes, which was funny. We found Ringo Starr with a gun. There's one part where I couldn't stop laughing over this smiling Ganado, who like, this was in like an island section towards the end. I was using the mine thrower. I zoomed in on this Ganado that was just like, he looked like he was having the time of his life. And it really made me laugh. And then, yeah, Kingo brought up Hack, which was the name we gave, which is a One Piece podcast reference. But the name we gave to the helicopter pilot, whose name is Mike, because he's like, he shows up for like a whole 1 hour, 30 minutes of the game, and Leon falls in love with him. And so he became Leon's best friend. He was Hack. Yeah, I think this one is also a B above Stardew Valley. Again, like you'd think a lot of these early ones are C's, and I guarantee you they are. I guarantee you a lot of these early ones are C's. But these two, at least, I don't think are. I think these are a little bit better. This will probably still be pretty low B, though. Other than that, though, it's a good game. It was the first time I think I had come back to it in a long time. The first time I played Resident Evil 4 was on the Wii version. And then I played this one on the Steam port. And yeah, that's it. Really, it was just like a fun playthrough. Sizz showed me some things. I remember he showed me the secret wolf fight, which you can get if you like go down like a little path off the lake after you get in the boat. I don't know. I like it. At the time, I really felt like this was the first like whole like kind of real story game front to back playthrough we did, and it made me feel like it was gonna be something somewhat at least resembling entertaining. Okay, Zelda. A Link to the Past. This is the first, early into the streaming. Again, I was still doing YouTube at this point, and I was kind of using streaming more as an excuse to play games that I never beat or that I wanted to finish. You know, and to a degree, I still do this, and I think a lot of people do. It's just like streaming is just a good way to beat games. So A Link to the Past, I don't even remember if I ever beat this before. I think maybe I had once. Obviously, it's a game I was familiar with, but not to the point where I really remembered it. And I never considered it like a favorite Zelda. Like I always kind of felt like there was something about it I didn't really like. So I decided I wanted to replay it on stream to kind of reassess it. And again, there are a couple other games on here similar to that. And did I like it? Yeah, I did. It's a great game. I still don't think it's one of my favorite Zeldas, but there's a lot of Zeldas, and this one is really good. The only bits from this, there's one big thing that I remember from this. This is another morning one, so I always sounded like I had a head cold, and I was, you know, just tired and whiny. But there was a really funny sequence where there's a part where you have to go to this, in the Dark World, you go to the bomb dealer, get a bomb, and then take it from his house to the Golden Pyramid, and then blow up this wall. And it was a classic, like, you know, a classic hitting every branch on the way down kind of thing, where first I went into the bomb house, and the bomb dealer did this little, like he did this. It still makes me laugh to think about it. I went into the bomb house and the bomb dealer did this little like thing, and then I walked out, and then I got caught up on how funny I thought that interaction was. But then when we got the bomb, I walked it all the way to the pyramid, and I jumped down off the ledge, which the bomb can't do, and then it exploded up on top where not by the wall, and I had to go back and do the whole thing again. So it was just like a very silly little sequence that I think was fun. There's clips of that too. The other thing I remember, I think I told a funny story about my mom and some cookies on this stream. Again, just remember it because there was a clip of it. But that's it, really. Other than that, I think it's a pretty unmemorable playthrough of a good game. And I came away from the game liking it more, and so that's nice, but I'm definitely going to put it in C tier. Okay. We're still not on saved titles, by the way, either. But we will very briefly review these because I think some of them are pretty funny once we get through it. Okay. This one, Doki Doki Literature Club. This was I think this is the most of the times playthrough on this channel. I think this one is absolutely 100% of its era. It's not timeless, and you can't watch it anymore because it's not on anything, so it's lost to time as well. I don't remember anything we did on this. The game is good for a blind, like a first time stream, and I think it succeeded in being an entertaining thing like that. And again, similar to Stardew, I think this got a couple people, because I think we did 2 nights of this, and I think this maybe got 1 or 2 people to check out the game also in between the nights. I remember where we stopped on this game, which is a crazy part of the game. I won't say anything about it. I think, if you don't know what happened after what happens in this game, I think you could still go play it. It's pretty interesting. It's an interesting little sort of horror video game commentary kind of thing. Commentary on video games via like creepypasta-esque anime horror. It's a pretty good game. But yeah, the playthrough itself, other than like we mentioned before, we used Clint as the face cam, and also that his name was Seymour, which this was right around the height of steamed hams memes blowing up. We named him Seymour. And that was really it. We loved Natsuki up until a point, obviously, and then we loved Monica. And I stand by that. Oh no, I was looking at, her name is Sayori, right? Natsuki's this one. I like Natsuki. I think people don't like her, I think, maybe. I think she's good. But I'm pretty overall neutral on this game. It didn't really stick with me past when we played it on stream. Other than that, I still think it's a good one. But the stream itself, I'm gonna put it. Do we maybe want to give it over Zelda for the shock factor? It's definitely a C, I think, as a playthrough. I don't think the game, you know, like, this could be just because it's not saved and I have no way to look back on it. But I think if this game came out today, and we decided to do the same exact thing today, I think that we could do a better job at this. But I also don't know if I would do a stream like this today. It was like, again, it was very weirdly of the era. I don't know if I would do like a viral game reaction kind of thing these days anyway. I might just play it on my own. But I guess we don't, you know, has anything else even come out like that since? That wasn't fucking Undertale, which came out before. Maybe we'll do something like that again sometime. I don't know if I want this one above Zelda or not. I think I'm going to put it below. It's not the ultimate most low one. Definitely not the bottom, but I think it's definitely somewhere in the meat of the C tier. Guys, I love this song. This one makes me tear up a little bit. All right. Mischief Makers. Yeah. Okay, so this feels like a big shift. A lot, like, again, it's all been kind of working up here. But this is a good. One, just like what kind of game this is so my kind of game. If you don't know, it's like a really weird 2D platformer with a weird control scheme and weird characters and weird missions, and it's on the N64, so it has that extra layer of like deliciously sprinkled dust and crust all over it. We played this on weird. Yeah. If this came out now, this would absolutely be a Weird Champ Friday playthrough. I would pop it on there as soon as possible. I would love it to come out on the NSO as well. We might, if it ever does. I would say it's one of the games on here that is the most likely that we might revisit it. But I don't know, because I also the other part about this is that this is the first game of these streams, like of this canon, that makes a case for Mount Hardmore. Which Sizz recently, I think, said like that Wario, when we were talking about Wario, I think Sizz described it as being Mount Hardmore. And I don't know exactly which games would go. Are you playing Halo? No, you're not. Okay. I know this is a quiet song, so I just worried it was. I thought it was playing. This is the first one that makes a case for being on Mount Hardmore. Because we played this. I mean, this is a pretty short game, but we played it for, let's see. I guess this is 6 weeks, so that's not that long. Wario went way longer. And the streams in this era were about 3 hours, too. They've always, other than when Sunday got long with Persona, they have almost always been that length. But yeah, so Mischief Makers, I think maybe, yeah, looking back at the titles for some of these earlier ones, or maybe an easier way. I never should have fucking done this. We should have just used goddamn video game, whatever it's called. It'll load eventually, I guess. The internet is not that good in this house. I'm sorry. It was fine up until now. All right. Mischief Makers. Okay, so here's what the stream titles we got. There's really not that many good ones in here. Mischief Managed, obviously, a Harry Potter reference. So that's cool, you know, that's awesome. Hey, Donnie, thank you for the follow. Big appreciate it. We're doing something stupid here, but welcome to the show. Mischief Production at an all-time high. That one's kind of funny. Lost my thumb for gold gems. This is kind of leads into what I was talking about possibly Mount Hardmore. In Mischief Makers, I guess it's just not gonna fucking. Let me reset this. Refresh. The song is good. I don't want to skip it. Steiner, Windows 8. There we go. Steiner. Ha ba ba ba. Hey boo boo. I hate YouTube. All right, whatever. It'll come back eventually. Windows 8. Here we go. All right, I think I need to probably reshuffle this. Maybe I'll turn it off and then back on again. Okay, that is just my internet connection here in this house. Sometimes it's weird. The song is sick though. Okay, so the gold gems. So in each level of Mischief Makers, there is a second challenge that you can do. And some of them are really difficult. Some of them are very hidden. There are some late game boss fights that are really fucking cool, but also you have to then beat them without taking damage for the gold gems. At least I think there's a couple like that. The one I always remember is there's a mission that's like track and field day, where you have to outrun these other little guys on like an obstacle course kind of thing. And that one took that's where losing my thumb for gold gems came from, because I had to mash the right D-pad direction to keep running. And so on the N64 controller, which is definitely the only way to play this game kind of, on the N64 controller, that shit hurt my fingies. But yeah, nothing really super standout there. What do we think about Mischief Makers? The face cam was really funny on this one. It was just Hillary Banks from Fresh Prince. Just because, I don't know, she was fashion. She looks like a Mischief Maker to me. And then we named our file Hillary Bank because there wasn't enough letters to put the S on it. We named our file Hillary Bank. Marina's great. The characters in this are good. I just really like this game. This is a good game. Yeah, the Mega Man X level. Why did you ban me? I only had a video request. I don't know. I don't even know who you are, guy. Thank you for the follow, I guess. But don't be cringe. I don't remember why I fucking banned you. I don't even know who you are. Oh, shit! All right. I think this one is... makes a case possibly for A. But if so, it's going to be really low A, and I think I'm going to keep it at the top of B for now. Yeah, he appeared, Donatello. Can you imagine him like, Donatello, like flying down out of the light and not stabbing Aerith because his weapon is a pole? All right. Oh, was a clip even spam? I missed this. I don't have the chat up all the time because I'm looking back and forth at this. I guess maybe you banned him beforehand. All right. Yeah, but that's what he sounds like. Donatello. That's go watch the old movie. In the live action Turtles movie, he sounds like that. They all sound like that. Go watch it. All right. Chrono Trigger. This is definitely the best one, I think, of these so far. There's a couple in here that are like pretty early. Bloodborne is another one. There's a couple in here that are pretty early that feel like they have the DNA of like later stuff, almost like this, or there's a couple that feel like they've got that DNA, I think. They got that dog in them. I came in. And this is the first one that feels like it has the dog in it. Let's look at the streams. At the titles. We got Let's Do the Time Warp again, Rocky Horror. This is a Family Guy. Not where are we? When are we? Unless, like, that might be a reference to something else. But I think I specifically remember them saying this on Family Guy. I have highlighted some of the ones that are culturally relevant or that I just think are funny. This one, please, Mr. Trigger is my father. This joke came from Kingo, who had this bit that I thought was really funny back around this time, where he referred to Chrono, the main character. He referred to him as like his first name is Chrono and his last name is Trigger. His full name is Chrono Trigger. So that we started calling Chrono's mom, who's in the game, Mrs. Trigger. And then I came up with, I thought this was a funny title. Makes more sense than the Android arc. This would have also been a bit we had around that same time about me not understanding the different timelines. How there's possibly 4 timelines in the DBZ Cell Saga. But that's what that is. Pojo Trigger was our guy on this, so it was Frogs out for Pojo. This one reads so much like a fucking, like, Let's Play video where I didn't do anything. And then 15 coins for Lavos. This is a reference to one of the Puddle Plains HD playthroughs we did of Mario Party 2, where it was like a joke we made in like I remember this being the last stream of that. Yeah, Pojo Trigger is still my name on PSN. And I don't even know why, because we played this on the Wii Virtual Console. But I think it was probably because we played Okami right next, or maybe at the same time, like these started together. And this we played on PlayStation. But yeah, still Pojo Trigger on there. The names, so one of the things that I think, like, we didn't necessarily make characters out of the characters that were drastically different in this. But I think renaming them, I mean, this was not the first playthrough that someone in this group did where they renamed all the characters in an RPG where you can do that. Because I know Odin likes to do that, and he always has. But the names, I think, were pretty iconic. They were Pojo for Chrono, named after Pojo's magazine, I think, probably. Guzma for Luca. I think just made that one up on the spot. That was kind of a phone-in. Heinz was the best one for Marl. I still think about Marl. When I see the character, I still think that her name is Heinz. Like, when I think about that character, I think Heinz is the name that pops into my head. Frog was Froggo. This was not too much later than when Bobo acquired Froggo. I think it was maybe like a year or so after. So Frog was Froggo. Robo was Rolf, which I don't remember even why we named him that, but it's a funny name. Ayla was Moo, like Homer's Moo when he becomes king-sized Homer. And then the last party member was #Drac. So Chrono Trigger has 5, the really short character caps. There's 5 characters for each name. So we had to get kind of creative and get around some stuff. #Drac is what we decided for that one. And then we named the epic, or the epoch, however you pronounce that word, the Sunny, I think, which, that's so cute. And not the last time a vessel was named the Sunny on this stream. Yeah, Heinz did a signature jump. So similarly to Zelda, this one, I had never finished this game on my own. And I liked it. I understood it was a quality game. But something about it I always bounced off, like, right at a certain point. So I really wanted to go back and play this, and of the games where that was the big experiment to, like, reassess them, this is the game I came away liking the most, because I absolutely fucking loved it. Doing this stream, like, kind of made me fall back in love for the first time with Chrono Trigger, and I still rate it super highly as one of my favorite RPGs now. And the stream was part of that. It wasn't always great, I don't think. There was a lot of time where we, like, didn't understand how to do a side quest or didn't get a puzzle or something like that. But the game's not that long and it's not super difficult, and it was just usually like a fun time to go through. So I can feel compelled to put this in A, I think. But, like, again, once we fill the rest of this stuff in, this will be like almost the very bottom of A. It's like pretty close to around here too. I'm gonna put it low, like rather low A though, I think. Just based on vibes mostly. Okay. Okami. Let's go over the titles first for this one. Cause I think there are a lot of really funny ones in here. The Ancient Japanese Legend of Updog, I think that's hilarious. The Dog Days Are Still Going, which is a play on, like the dog days are over. The Tale of Princess Daguya. This turning Tale into Tail because it was about a dog. That is chef's kiss. And also, Kaguya is a character in this game.
And I think this was either the session we did that or it was the session after. Well done, Snack. The sea was angry that day, my friend. This is for a Seinfeld line. Toby Memorial Stream. If you've played Okami, you probably remember Toby. He's like a piece of paper that appears for like an hour of the game and leaves an emotional impression. This is... We're in the Great White North, right? Up above the states. This is a reference to... I don't even remember what that fucking song is called. Out for a Rip. It's like this Canadian rap song that me and K-Man and Pixie... The people that were at the Con Bravo where we that became a meme, obviously remember. Yeah, this would have been like that summer. Like this was summer 2018. We would have come right off that. So obviously that's here. Star Wolf, that one's kind of nice. This is an Arrested Development reference. They don't allow you to have beads in here. So I think there's a lot of good titles in this. And the reason why I went to stream titles first is because there's nothing else that happened really in Okami. Easily the worst of the streams on here so far. I don't know what it is about Okami, but even when Zebra played it, which was a much funnier and better playthrough than this, obviously, even then he was like, this is like the weak link of the Sundays. No, I like the game. I think it's a solid game. It's a very competent Zelda-like that has obviously its own very like nice soundtrack and beautiful art style. There's a lot to like about Okami. But about the stream itself, it was definitely one of the weaker ones. It was another morning one. We platinumed the game, and that means we did a lot of random stuff, including fishing constantly, all of the boss refights, which there's like 12 in this game of fighting the same boss over and over again. There's a lot of content, and we did all of it, or almost all of it, and yeah. I mean, it's a good game, but this was another one I had played before, bounced off of, didn't really, vibe with it that much. Wanted to come back and give it another chance for the stream, and we finally did beat it, and it was a good game, but the stream was not that good, even though Kami loves it. The only other thing I want to mention about Okami, though, which is adds an interesting element to it, I think, is that of all of these 40-some, I think there's 42 on here, 42 games on this list, the only ones that have made my eyeballs produce tears, that have made me tear up, are the end of Persona 5 Royal with On, and this. And I don't think I voiced it on stream, because I think I was a little too private maybe at that point. I don't know if I would have brought it up. I think I just kind of kept it quiet, kept it a little cool. At the end of Okami, there is this absolutely beautiful song that plays before the final like cutscene starts. The song's on here, and there's a character who does like a really like emotional like sweet thing. And that got me. It almost like it gets me a little bit right now even thinking about it, which is funny because like nothing else in the game really gets me like that. But that last stream of Okami was good. The rest of it wasn't that good though. I remember Sizz like was there and he was like he wanted to see the ending, but I think he had to go to work or something. But that's that one. Okay, this is the only ROM hack we've done ever. Yo, also raw though. Raw hack. This is the only ROM hack we've ever done on this stream. Pokemon Crystal Clear. This is a great ROM hack, which just basically takes Johto and opens up the region so you can pretty much go wherever you want and you can fight the gym leaders in whatever order. And unlike the official Pokemon open world game that was released last year, in this one the gym leaders scale and have different teams depending on how many badges you have and all this kind of stuff, so you can play it in whatever order you want. You can basically use any Pokemon you want as long as it's in Gen 2. And it's great. It's a great game. You can probably still get this. I don't know, Shock Slayer. But so we did it as a challenge run. This was the Destiny Challenge. Basically what we did is at the very beginning of the game we rolled our team, random rolled our teammates, and then every time we went to fight a gym leader, we randomed which gym leader we were gonna fight. I remember we fought Claire first, famously. I don't remember who was last, except that like Blaine was rather late, I think. But we fought Claire first, which was interesting. The team was, and I remember all the nicknames too. We had, our starter was Elekid. We randomed the starter also. Our starter was Elekid, who you can only get to Electabuzz in that game, obviously, but that was Plugaboo. Then we caught Vespa, who was a Beedrill. Crunchler, who was super cool, and he was Eradicate. We random rolled Beedrill and Eradicate for our 6 team members. So Plugaboo, Vespa, Vespa, Crunchler. Then it was Gucci Poochie. One of the earliest Will edits was putting nice sneakers and like a chain and like glasses on Houndour. Was Gucci Poochie. We had Hot Take, who was a Magmar, and then we had Hajumpo, who was Hitmontop. And that one was cool because I had always actually wanted to use him. And those were our 6. They took on the world. Crunchler was so badass. He knew Blizzard. He got the final blow against Red's Charizard, which is the final battle of the game. Vespa sucked dick for the entire playthrough up until the very last stream where we taught her Hyper Beam, and I did a bunch of grinding. And then she was badass. Vespa was sick. Never, don't let anyone tell you otherwise. The rest of the team was not, didn't have as many bits as those two, but I think it's mostly because those two, obviously they're the funny ones, kind of, was Eradicate and Beedrill. And then we had Destiny, who was the player. Destiny, I accidentally made a trans character, I think, as the player character of this game. Because in Crystal Clear, you can pick, there's, boy models and, there's boy sprites and girl sprites you can pick from. And then you can make your gender whatever you want. So I think I picked he, and then I was like, I wanted to pick the girl character. And I was like, whatever. We don't need to go back for he. So the Destiny was, he identified his pronouns were he, him. But he looked like a girl. So that was really all else I remember about the playthrough. I went woke that day and I never looked back. The game was already woke. And he took on the world. A lot of early Pokemon playthrough is grinding, and I'm sure there was a lot of points where this wasn't that interesting. But I like it. I think I'm gonna put it in A also. It was fun because, again, it's like the only thing we really did like this. Now I want to go back and do a Destiny challenge of the new game. I think that no Pokemon has come out since then that fits the Destiny challenge more than Scarlet and Violet. I think we could even though it wouldn't be exactly the same, I think we could make up some rule set for ourselves to make it work. And random rolling the Pokemon would still be really fun, and we could have fun with that. That's an idea I have in the tank that I would probably just need to sit down and put some rules on. But that's on the table. I would do another one for sure, and I think that would be a fun one to do. So maybe stay tuned for that. Yeah, one of the self-insert guys was super. Yeah, there were some. This has your ROM hack staples. It had some cringe dev inserts. I remember there's one clip where we encountered a dabbing pig. A dabbing pig that you can see on a PC, just like a picture of a dabbing pig, and it almost made me quit the run. and the intro to Pokemon Crystal Clear is the Mega Man 3 intro on NES. With a little Swinub who runs around. That's all. That's literally it. The titles are not good for this one either because they all followed this theme. I think because this was a ROM hack and because we were doing a special thing, I think I didn't want to confuse people with what we were doing. So it was always Pokemon Crystal Clear and then something about Destiny. And none of these are good, but, whatever, man. But yeah, I like the playthrough. Yeah, the Mega Man 3 intro. It was raw. It was raw. That song is on this playlist, too. What I was thinking, when I put those Gen 2 Pokemon songs on here, I was like, what are some other good ones for me to include? Oh, yeah, and then I went and got the Mega Man 3 intro. That's the theme of this game. We definitely had this in S when I tiered these before, and so did we have Chrono Trigger, but I think they absolutely deserve a move down. One of these, again, I could think would go top of B. I feel pretty, let's maybe put that above. I feel pretty similarly about both. Okay. Things have changed for sure. Like, Peak has come out since then. Then I didn't really have like an S tier that really felt great, and now we definitely do. Okay, so Pikmin 3. Let's go back to titles here first. So that's all of the games in the Casino of Dreams arc. It's a pretty long arc, honestly. Again, it spans from, this was like summer 2016, and it goes all the way to Okami's the last one that ended in September 2018. So over a year for sure for the Casino of Dreams. So Pikmin 3 is the first stream of the Dark Winter. Yeah, I know. So I highlighted some of these that are good, these titles. We had a pact. The reason I streamed this game is because like a year or even possibly 2 before we played this game on stream, me and Slim Kirby, neither of whom had played Pikmin 3 yet, made a pact to play Pikmin 3, and he did it like within that year. And I didn't do it until August 2018. This is also there's a funny Seinfeld episode where Jerry and George make a pact to get married, and that's what "we had a pact" came from. Niblin makes me feel good. Obviously Ghostbusters, but also this is a reference to a funny joke Pixel made up about how he thinks Pikmin nibble, which I was super against up until we started doing this stream, and then I thought it would be a funny bit for me to force. So then we started using nibble as like whatever kind of like a verb, an adjective. Like I remember I would like throw some Pikmin out to get a fruit, and I'd be like, "Oh, all right, these guys will go nibble that back to base, then we'll nibble over here." Slim got really mad at me for doing that, as he's wont to do. But yeah, so that's where the nibbling was a big thing from Pikmin. And then yeah, if Pikmin 3 was so great, where's Pikmin 4? This is fall 2018 or late summer 2018. Pikmin 4 came out this summer 2023. So that's where Pikmin 4 was. It was a ways off. Yo, tech. Oh, this is back. What happened? Is it, or did I just put this in here twice? It must just have, maybe when I refreshed, it reshuffled them. We weren't that far in though, it's fine. Plus, I love this song. We'll listen to it again. Do I love it? It's funny. This is a C easily. It was a fun little playthrough. This was first playthrough. Hadn't played this game before. Again, because of the pact. I liked it. I enjoyed it. I don't remember anything about it. I'm gonna put it here. Below Okami, I think, even because I remember we talked about this for a good bit. I remember a lot about this. Oh, another thing that was good about Okami was the digging game with Mr. Cherry or whatever his name is, or that guy where you dig. We've spent a lot of fucking time on that. I remember that session. Sizz was definitely there for that one. Yeah, or maybe it was K-Man. Somebody gave me a really hard time during that. Probably K-Man. Yeah, this is worse than this one for sure. Well, fine though. Again, I don't think there's any D's. I think the worst that it gets is unmemorable. Okay. All right. This is an interesting one. Kingdom Hearts 2. Again, another game I had played some of, but never beat. I say it in this playthrough, and I still say it to this day, and because it's still true. I'm not a huge Kingdom Hearts fan. At the time I played this, I had only played Chain of Memories, which is the first Kingdom Hearts I ever played on the GBA, and the first game, Kingdom Hearts 1, which I played on PS2. But I had played some of Kingdom Hearts 2, but not a lot of it. I definitely got out of Twilight Town, but I didn't get super into the game. So, not my favorite series, and not one I have a ton of experience with, which I think there were some positives with the game because of that, and some negatives for sure. Let's like looking at these. I think this is maybe why Sizz did this. Looking at these definitely helps me get a good idea of like what the points are to talk about. This is so okay. There's something funny about this playthrough though. The first stream is How Did I Live in a Kingdom Hearts 2, and then 0.5 HD remix. This is a joke Will made up, where he did a bit on the line, which I think the line is How can I live in a kingdom of thieves? But Will turned it into How can I live in a Kingdom Hearts 3? That was the song in the trailer for KH3 because it hadn't come out yet, and then it did come out, I think, right around this one, celebrating the launch of Kingdom Hearts 2, which again, this was the joke is that Kingdom Hearts 3 had just come out here, so we made it. We were playing this game still, so we made this. Otherwise, I've highlighted all nobodies get my Snapchat. This is absolutely a joke on back in the day. I used to pretend that I was a big fan of Amaranth, the Twitch streamer that I think a lot of people probably know. And I don't do that joke anymore because, you know, everyone's out there just trying to live their lives. But it was sort of, I was sort of a little tongue-in-cheek that that my joke was that I was a huge fan of Amaranth. But get that Snapchat hustle. So that was this was around that time. This was definitely a reference to that. Why can't I use the LNR buttons to control the anything? I have no idea what this is in context to. Sizz could probably tell you, but I have no idea. But this is like a joke on DK64 criticism. Sephiroth or Notch. Another thing Sizz super went over when he did his tier list of this is that because he ran so far with it, we made up this dialect back in the day where we would go like ch. We would like Snack a Blech is based on that, which would have been an emote that had come out close to this time. But like Blech, we ditched it. Like it was just like a funny thing to like a funny way to talk. So this is the only one I could find in here of me exempling that, which was Sephiroth or Notch. And then also post game and the post turn. So this was my favorite bit, and I think like one of the real few true bits of KH2 is there's an area in Radiant Garden called the post turn. I guess a post turn is like a type of room or a type of place or something. But Slim was Slim was way behind that. A bit came up where like we just loved the post turn. We would always want to go there. Yeah. Kingdom Hearts 2, I think it's a pretty good game. I like it, but I definitely don't, even coming off this playthrough, I didn't love it. I think it's pretty fun. I think the story has Kino moments. The story absolutely has Kino. But again, the way that stories are told in this franchise, it just doesn't. I don't vibe with it. Kind of. I appreciate it. I get the people like the fans that love it. I don't think it's bad. It's just not for me. Kind of. But it has Kino and it has some great boss fights. Especially because we played the 2.5 version, which is the final mix. And Final Mix adds like all of the cool bosses in the game. Like I think the game is like a 5 without the Final Mix. With the Final Mix, it's like an 8, like a solid 8. Because it adds all the best stuff. So the most important bosses of this were Zexion, who is the Organization 13 member with the book. You fight him as an absent silhouette on that like island, that like Destiny Island kind of thing. That was the first one where we really grinded it out. This is the first game for sure on Mount Hardmore. Even though we played it on normal, like I don't know why it was so hard for me. It's just not my, it's not my wheelhouse. First game on Mount Hardmore for sure. We grinded the shit out of that Zexion fight. I beat it without Reflect, or I think I had Reflect, but I didn't use it. And then I yelled out, I don't need Reflect! There's a clip of that. That one is a good one. Marluxia was the best fight of all of this. Which is, if you don't know, is a really cool fight where there is like a timer element. He has a bunch of really crazy attacks. He's this cool guy with like a scythe. Which we that was one where we did it and then we couldn't do it and we had to come back and do it. And it was still hard. But I finally fucking got him. I got Marluxia. It was sick. And then I didn't fight the Lingering Will in this playthrough because I'm sane. But I did fight Sephiroth. And I remember that was like a whole stream as well. That one took a long time. So those are like the 3 big moments. The only other thing that is really noteworthy about this, and again, when Sizz did his tier list of these, which I did peek at, he has this really high. One, because I think he loves the game. But I also think maybe part of it is that Sizz made me this epic spreadsheet for this playthrough so that I could get like the Ultima Keyblade or like I could get all of the best stuff. So I could fight Sephiroth and do all the late game stuff. It was the most Sizz like Sizz Squire, like Sizz kind of thing he had ever done up until this point. And I really, really appreciate it. But that really helped me get all of the... We did... there's a bunch of like synthesizing and stuff you can do in Cage too. And we did a lot of that before we finally finished the project. This one also took a really long time. Because again, I moved back from Nevada to Virginia in February this year, and so I mean we definitely played it, but I think I had to take a couple breaks, and then it definitely ended like I think there was maybe like a month or so where I didn't stream because I was just acclimating to my new move and all that, and then we finally finished it in April. Look, didn't I pick bangers for this list, by the way, you guys? Who hasn't heard a song in here and been like, oh, this one stinks? We picked this playlist I'm really proud of. We picked bangers. I have put it on my I've put it on in the car like on the way to work a couple mornings since I made it, which is like a month ago. Cuz one day I just got really hype on this idea. It was after Sizz did it. But okay. We're still like we got to keep moving here. KH2. I want to give it its fair shake. I think I do like it more than any of these C tier ones. I think it's about a B. What say? I think we put it here because I don't think I like it as much as Mischief Makers, but I easily would say I would just for the accomplishment of it, because I really had to grind some of this shit out. It was not that easy, and seeing the game, and the game is cool, you guys. It is pretty Kino. I'm thinking here. I think that's good so far, at least for right now. Okay. Yoshi. The sounds of Yoshi. Let's look at Yoshi. So, there's a bit that evolved in this Yoshi's Woolly World playthrough that I still do, which is the first stream of this. Well, like this came up again as recently as Wario. The first stream is called Yoshi's Boo Boo Baby Game and Baby World, and then the very next stream is called Yoshi's Impossible Adventure. And that's because I walked into stream 1 and realized this game had more hands than I thought it would have. And even though it is not the hardest game by any means. It's definitely not the hardest game we've played on here. Like if you're gonna 100% it, which we did, Yoshi's Woolly World has hands. Especially the special levels and some of the in-level requirements. And so that sort of began the meme that Yoshi is like a secret contender for Mount Hardmore. Again, we were playing this at the same time as KH2 for, a good, like all of the time this was going. And I'm sure I've made a lot of references between the two about being the hardest games I've ever played. Yeah, the game is great. This was a first playthrough. I remember specifically the day I just went out and bought this game. Just because, I don't know, maybe I didn't think it would get ported to Switch. I think I just wanted to try it. Yo, Raw, I see what's coming up. Who knows? Who knows immediately? Or who needs me to scream in their fucking ear to let you know? Okay, let's look at this though. But also. All right, so. All right, so don't worry. This is not this real song. This is the version from Halo 2. This is the Breaking Benjamin song. Okay. Because I don't want to get fucking content matched. All right, so, and LeBron James is Yoshi. I think this was around the time that this meme was big. Yoshi is going to be in Super Smash Bros, guys. This was pre-Smash Ultimate releasing, which released this winter. It would have been like right around it. I remember we talked a lot about that game in these Yoshi streams. A frog made of yarn. This is reference, obviously, to the long-running bit where I try to get people to argue with me by saying that Yoshi's a frog. And also a bit we did at a MagFest once where I tried to trick everybody into doing a frog match and nobody picked Greninja. This was, I guess 1 week we played this instead of Kingdom Hearts because my PS4 controller was broken and my hair's wet. This is a Pruane. Does anyone out there know Pruane? Like, it's my birthday today. Ow! Do you guys... This is from Pruane. What is it? 02? This is Pruane's Rambo review is what this is a reference to. And it's also a reference to my PS4 controller being broken. I guess this was Thanksgiving. This is Yoshi's Welshi Welsh. I think I highlighted this just because it's such a snack title. Yeah. Oh yeah, and Yoshi. Yeah, people for a minute thought Yoshi wasn't gonna be in Smash 4 because they hadn't shown him yet. I mean, that was way earlier, but you know. All right, so Yoshi. Again, this game challenged us, but it's also just an adorable little game. We had a bit. The big bit of this was doing the sounds of Yoshi, which I remember Sizz really liked. We would just be like, that was it. That was the whole bit. Doing Yoshi noises. I think this is an A2. These are pretty close to me. These are sort of tough to quantify. And maybe here. We definitely remember we had a lot of fun doing it. Yeah, Zebra mentioned this in chat also. This is the first one I can remember Zebra being at. Really. I remember him coming through for sure for Yoshi in the morning. Or, I mean, if he was out of work. Oh, well, because I was 3 hours behind then. So this would have been like towards the end of our stream, which I think was like maybe 11 to 2-ish. Then Zebra would have been there for sure. Yeah. Do I like it more than this? I think for the creativity of this, I'm going to keep it higher. But I think we'll put Yoshi above Chrono Trigger. Yo. Oh, we got some Wario on here. Don't worry, you guys. We got some Wario on here. This was a HouseCon classic. What was? That song? Oh, yes, because of the RuneScape AMV. We'll talk about that maybe when we get to Halo 2, maybe. I don't know. All right. I think this is another A. This is going to be a really easy, quick one to talk about. This is, other than, well, up until Eco, this was the shortest stream we had done on here. Katamari Damacy reroll. This came out around this time. I got this for Christmas, which started on 12/23, but again, this is when my parents live in Virginia. I lived in Nevada at this time. My mom shipped me a couple Christmas presents at that time, and one of them was this. I asked for this for Christmas. So thank you, Mom. You made the Cow family possible. My first Cow family member, one could say. My own mom. She got me this for Christmas, and and we played it because I love the game, and I was really excited it was getting a port. And even though this is a very bare bones port, it's like just in HD, like it's just in a higher resolution. The game is still great. It's a bit of a short one, but if you haven't played Katamari, Or We Love Katamari, which is now also getting a port. I recommend. Welcome to Katamarwen. I had to look up what this was a reference to. I guess it's a reference to Welcome to Marwen, which I think is a movie. I do not think this title came from me. If I had to guess, I would think I didn't have a title for this, and maybe Sizz or somebody else made this up and gave it to me. I want to wad you up into my life. This is a line from one of the songs from the game, which is, I think it's called K Sarasara. And then obviously the last stream, #cow family, which must have been the cow stream, but I don't know why we would have. I guess we knew we were gonna do it, so we just called it that going in. Cow family is huge. This is at least I think I'm just gonna put this one now. I think this is at least here easily. It's funny because definitely at the time don't think I thought that this was the most, like, at the time I don't think I would have told you that I thought this was the best stream that we had done at that point. But looking back, I think it might be. I still have this hashtag on my Twitter to this day. #cow family. The original cow family, which I think is really me, Pixel, and K-Man. I don't know if K-Man's still hanging out, but I really heavily associate K-Man and Pixel as being the ones that made this specific playthrough fun. I know there were other people there, but I think Sizz missed a lot of this, and I'm sure Kingo was around, maybe Zebra was around some, but if Pixel and K-Man felt like my ride or dies for Katamari. Kingo was definitely around. There's not a lot to the playthrough, but I think at this point, the stream where we got the holy cow, which is like the final challenge of Katamari, was probably the funniest, kind of best moment of, like beating your head against a wall that we had to that point. I mean, it's just like a funny game. Like I remember making jokes about the king. You know what? Maybe we'll put it. Maybe this is. I really like this. I'm gonna put it here. Maybe. They're close though. Making jokes about the king. I remember I talked about how much I love the soundtrack, which is one of my top 5 game soundtracks of all time. It was just a lot of fun to revisit the game and play it, and the cow stream was epic. Yeah, I'm sure it was there. I think I remember Illa Weaver being at the cow one too. There was another bit we had about I feel like I hope he doesn't get offended by it, like actually. But there was a joke we did about in this playthrough where K-Man has a big face with pursed lips. I don't think was the face cam for this one was just the square of the face cam, and it was just the king's face filling the entire square. And then at one point in the playthrough, I remember being like, it kind of looks like K-Man. And he was there. I think he thought it was funny, but and it was funny, but it was meant out of love. That we likened K-Man to the King of Cosmos because of his big pursed lips. But again, he was there a lot. Like we had fun. I remember him making a joke to my expense that I thought something he put in the chat was called bear loss, because there's also a mission where you're trying to get bears, or when you get a bear, it ends basically, and you're trying to get the biggest bear, which is what the cow mission is also. So that's it. That's Katamari. I've talked about way too long about this one. It's really short, but fun. Again, that was like the most dire time, was like seasonal depression on real depression, on broken car, on wanting to leave Nevada, kind of. And so some of these, even though it was the dark winter for sure, this was a good bright spot. I remember this is a positive thing from that part of my life. Yo, what's up, Nitrum? Plump rumps? I think it's for cushioning and also, potentially sexual display. Pooping? What's up, Nitrum? Okay. All right, another easy C. Okay. Another game that came out right around this winter, Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu. This is possibly the most forgettable stream we've done ever, maybe? I'm definitely putting it bottom of C. Do I agree with that? It at least had some bits. I'll put it above Pikmin. Even Pikmin isn't that bad. So, yeah. Try to watch the VODs and the videos don't load. I think I went back through 1 or 2 of them when I was doing this. I at least tried to pop into like a 15 minutes or so of each of these VODs when I was kind of preparing to do this, just to get an idea. Okay, yeah, this one's here. These are in the wrong order on the tier list, these two, this and Katamari. But they're in the right order on here, because Pikachu started earlier than this did. These are very bizarre titles. This one's a reference to one of the Pikachu's jukebox songs. Big Pokes, Big Boats. I have no... Oh, this must be the SSN, maybe? Yo, which one's which? Oh, I didn't even talk about this for Zelda. Zelda's in its good place. Pixel made up that joke anyway. That's why I put this on here, though, because of which one's which? Which one's which? Oh, yeah, you're right, Kingo. Pokemon Karaokemon. That's from the Gen 2 era. This, unlike the Destiny Challenge, I don't remember the names of all of our Pokemon from this playthrough. Also, on the titles, yeah, like, these are, like, Pokemon Let's Go Peek at the Christmas Presents, Mom Will Never Know. Pokemon Let's Go, if you want it, you can get it, let me know. That's kind of funny. Obviously a reference to the, the Lil Jon song. And Pokemon Let's Go 2018, Go Away 2018. None of the rest of these, whatever. The most important of the jokes from these titles, and the most important joke is just Chansey, which we recently referenced that, I think, in Trading Card Game, just because it's funny that the Chansey in the Pokemon Center say Chansey with a period. It makes them seem so frank. Yeah, just Chansey. Yeah, first playthrough, it was fine. The game is fine. It's kind of interesting. I think it would be a much better game if it had all the features that the fucking one that came out on the Game Boy Advance 15 years before had, even. The fact that it doesn't have abilities is insane. Does it even have held items? I don't know. I think it does enough to justify itself existing, but I don't know, man. There are bizarre choices made in this game. But the game itself it's kind of fun. I love the gen. I love Kanto. It's still my favorite Pokemon game, is the very first one, or I guess technically yellow version. So for nostalgia's sake, I knew I wouldn't play this game, or at least I wouldn't finish it if I didn't do it on stream. That's why we played it. We had Wendy was our Pikachu. She was a little cute. You can dress Pikachu and Eevee up in this game, and cute. You can make them dance, and like, dude, they sit on your arm, and it's cute. We had the teammates I remember. We had Big Walk, which was an Onix, which I remember only because I love Onix, and I really had always wanted to use one, but never had. So in that game, I was like, well, this is a baby game, and like we can use Onix, and we did. So we had Big Walk. Yeah, it is bizarre art. The like background is so weird looking. Gams was the best team member. That was Mr. Mime. I remember having a lot of woes that Gams was fairy type, but all that really meant is that it was weak to poison, which there's like 1 billion poison types in Gen 1, so Gams was constantly getting bodied. Poison Fairy don't like it as a type. We had Almondine, which was a Jinx. Pixel named that one for sure. And then we did have a Chansey on the team, but the Chansey joke, that was from the Pokemon Center. We had Oats. We had a Parasect, who's one of my favorite Pokemon. who I have used. Parasect called Oats. I remember Oats. But then otherwise, we had like a kind of a rotating team. I remember we used a Alolan Marowak who doesn't get Shadow Bone because what is wrong with this game? We had a Alolan Marowak who didn't get his signature move because it's a bad game. We had I think we had a Gyarados. We used a Charizard because I wanted to see the flying thing. I don't know, man. It's kind of cool. But the playthrough itself, it was really just playing through the game, kind of. I don't remember too much about it other than that. Pokemon playthroughs are always kind of fun, though. In that way. Okay. So, this is... I think we're making pretty okay pace so far, really. We've gotten a good amount done. We're on to, if you go back and look at our arcs, we're done with 2 arcs. But this is a big one. Like, there's a lot of guys in this. And we're about to go into the shortest one for sure, which is the Uncertain Age. Again, really called that because I didn't know what the fuck was going on at this time. Everything was changing in my life. And the first, and really the main playthrough, the marquee playthrough of that era of this stream was absolutely Bloodborne. Which, again, ran for so fucking long. Let's go look at it. March 21st to November 8th, which at the time for this stream was absurd. I guess Kingdom Hearts took a while too, but again, this is 6 months. This one is 8. Well, 7-ish. But again, this is because when I was in training at work, I didn't have a good time to stream for my current job that I still have. The job I work has a very extensive training, which runs about 3 months worth of time. And during that time, my schedule was thrown off. I did not have a very good place to do streams. So there was definitely a big gap of time in Bloodborne. This one, up until P5, this is the one I think that most resembles the P5 playthrough. And the reason why is... Let me take a drink. The reason why is we made up characters in Bloodborne. John Lemon, the shitty guy turned Dark King with his fucking Ludwig's Holy Blade and his Evelyn gun, walked around the city of Yharnam and did bits with random monsters like Kage Jables walked around Tokyo and talked to the sweet potato guy. It really is not even so dissimilar. This has that DNA for sure. It also is absolutely a Mount Hardmore playthrough. I guess just to go over the bits. There was, there wasn't even really that many. The big, the really memorable ones were so right before Father Gascoigne, which is the first really hard boss of the game, there's this stretch where you have to dodge this big wicker fireball thing that these the talent villagers roll down at you, and then you have to fight a bunch of villagers. In the early areas of Bloodborne, there are these troll guys, these really big guys that come attack you. And so there was one of those, and he tries to hit you with a brick. And then there's another guy, a Yharnamite, just like a regular townsperson, who wears this jacket that's a little too snappy for what he looks like. It's like a yellow jacket. So for some reason, and Sizz is a huge part of this, we decided that these two random mob enemies are called the Architect. That was the big guy because he tries to hit you with a brick. He was the Architect, and his buddy was the Aristocrat because he had kind of a nice jacket on. And the reason they were memorable is because we had to fight them so many times going to fight Father Gascoigne. But there was the Architect and the Aristocrat. They were best friends. They like whistled down the streets and clicked their heels together, and they had a lovely friendship. And then the other really memorable one, my favorite for sure, one of my favorite jokes maybe of any of these streams, and I wish Sis was here right now to hear this, but because he'd be laughing with me too. But there's when you're in Old Yarnum, which is the second big area you go to, where the beastly scourge is like the thing that happens in this game to the townsfolk, and they turn into monsters and werewolves and shit. When you go into Old Yarnum, there are these beast villager guys that like you'll encounter them. They'll be like sitting or like they'll be like still, and then when you come to them, they'll jump up and like attack you. And so right at the very beginning of Old Yarnum, as you turn the corner into the area, right before Old Jura starts shooting his fucking Gatling gun at you, there's one of those beast guys just like sitting cross-legged, and for some reason we attributed that to like a zenness, like a piousness almost to him. And so that guy became known as, well, and also they're like furry like kind of guys with like these big flappy mouths. That guy became known as the Repentant Grover. So we called the enemies like Grovers, like they just looked like Grover from Sesame Street. That one specific one became the Repentant Grover, which I don't know, like I just think it's so funny. It still makes me laugh to think about the Repentant Grover. Something that's specifically about just like the precise word chosen of repentant, which is not at all what he was. He was like a mindless monster. Like on the same screen as there's like 5 other guys that look exactly like him that jump out to attack you, but this one guy was the Repentant Grover. And at the end of the game, we went back and let those guys kill me. I let the Architect and the Aristocrat kill me one more time for good time's sake. And then I embraced the Repentant Grover as he like bit into my like jugular vein, like basically is what John Lemon did. Love him, love that. But there's so much more from Bloodborne, kind of. If we look at, so our guy was named John Lemon. He modeled after John Lennon, because around this time, me and Kingo and Will, all 3 huge Beatle maniacs, went back through the entire Beatles catalog and we tiered all of the albums. So I was in a super heavy Beatles mood right around like this early part, like late 2018, early part of 2019. I was listening to a lot of Beatles again, going like back through like another kind of phase. And so we decided that John Lennon was our guy and his name was John Lemon just because of funny. So a lot of these are Beatle references. So we got Blood Me Do, the Ballad of Jong and Bago, which this is in reference to the guys that kidnap you and take you to Yahar'gul, or that's what it is, right? The like jail area in Yahar'gul. Battle of Jong and Bago, this is Love Me Do, Ballad of John and Yoko. All You Need Is Blood, that's like a pretty easy one. And Your Blade Can Swing, that's And Your Bird Can Sing, that's pretty funny. The best 2 are these next 2. Martyr, I think this is so funny still, because it syllabically fits so well. It just, Martyr Logarius Jump the Gun, which is one of the lines in Happiness is a Warm Gun. Martyr Logarius Jump the Gun. And then an even bigger stretch is Ebrietas Mita Maid, so Martyr Logarius and then Ebrietas, Daughter of the Cosmos, are the 2 bosses we most struggled with in this playthrough. They're the most iconic actual challenge enemies. Martyr Logarius himself was a fucking epic. We went to Canehurst, which is an optional area you can go to in Bloodborne, where this guy is the final boss of the area. We went to Canehurst fairly early into this run, and that is a really tough area. Like, all of the monsters there can fuck you up. And then when you get all the way to the top, which also sucks, because the death run all the way back up from the bottom to Martyr Logarius is like a terrible climb. I hated it. But at the top is Martyr Logarius. He's this big, like, undead, scythe-wielding fucking blood wizard guy. And he broke the bat. He beat me. He was... He was no good. Really, really hard fight. We had to come back. I couldn't beat him that day. We had to leave, do 3 more sessions. No, I guess it would have been, like, this whole session is that. Or no, it would have been this one. We probably got to him. And then we did this whole session with him. 2 more sessions where I left, did other stuff in the game, and came back. And then me and Evelyn got a date with the Martyr. This is the one where I beat him. This song will mute the VOD. Okay. Skip by. But also Comb 71 cry. This is gonna make me Comb 71 cry though. Okay. But it wasn't even over because then we got to Ebrietas, who is so fucking hard. Those, I think, again, I really think those are easily the 2 hardest bosses to me, or at least we hit them at the wrong part of the game. This one, again, is like you're more evenly matched. Martyr Logarius is a humanoid guy. Ebrietas is definitely your Dark Souls big flailing hitbox monster thing. And I do love her. I wish she existed in real life and would put slugs in my brain or whatever it is she does. I adore her, but she gave me a big old headache. But we finally did it, and then we got to the blood you take is equal to the blood you make. Obviously, the end of Abbey Road reference. One last Beetle reference for the road. Anything else in here? Abusing charged R2. The weapon we used was the Ludwig's Holy Blade, which has the same exact playstyle we did in Dark Souls. Which is just stand back and hit the enemy with a really strong thrust move as soon as they walk into range to be able to do that. There's some Balloon Shop references in here. This is a Balloon Shop reference. And so is this one. We're called When the Blood Comes Home. This is Beyonce, not a obviously not a Beatles thing, but you know. This is when John Lemon looked like dog shit for so much of this game because I just didn't have like a cool outfit or good gear. But then he got these cool like gauntlet things and this crown, and he wore this like black robe. So he turned into the Dark King. He was leading the battle at the Black Gate like Aragorn. God, there's like this one. There's so much that I can say about it. Kind of. Yo, what's up, Turn of the Drew? Sizz was the lifeblood of this playthrough for sure, but other people were there. Kingo was around. Again, it's like, you know, your regulars. Pixel came in and hit us with one of the funniest jokes of this, which was the ketchup boat. There was one where we were all ordering breakfast, and Pixel wanted us to order him a ketchup boat. And we were all very unsure of what that was. But me and Sizz thought that was really funny. But it was, again, Sizz loves this game, and he loves the Souls games. And so it was like really, a lot of the time it was just us. I think the second session, he wasn't there, and like, that was the worst one because nobody was there. But yeah, my first ever Souls game. This game is really hard, but we powered through it. It was a big undertaking. Finally beating the final boss of the game, which is a super cool fight, was really cool. And it just has a great style. I love the game. Bloodborne's so good. The only problem I have with this is that we also have done Dark Souls, and this was definitely more entertaining moment to moment. The streams of this were definitely overall better, but this one has bigger high moments to me. Bloodborne has more nostalgia. Dark Souls, I think, was a better playthrough. So for that, I think we may still keep S open and put Bloodborne at the very top of A so far. But you know what, actually, well, maybe we'll just put him in S, right? I'm gonna put him in S. This will be one of the very lowest ones in this tier, I think. But it's sort of like how when Sizz did this, he put Hollow Knight in S also. It's really old. I'm sure not a lot of it was super interesting, but it's sentimental to me. And there was funny to be had for sure. Okay, which is more than I can say about some of these next ones coming up here. I need to fucking anchor point maybe to Persona, and we need to start making moves on this. But again, 2 hours. We've got stuff on the board at least for sure. We'll keep moving. Okay. When I did this before, when I made this tier list before, in I don't know, I guess it was 2021, or maybe it was almost the end of 2020. I think it was early 2021, I think, when I did it. When I tiered the stream playthroughs previously, the biggest mistake I made on that entire fucking tier list is that I compared Mario Galaxy 2 and Super Mario 64 DS, and I put this higher. I have no idea what I was thinking. Absolutely no idea what I was thinking with that. This one has cultural relevancy, and this one does not. And for that, I think I'm just gonna pop this one right away into the C tier. Let's put it here. I feel like Doki Doki could even maybe move down. Maybe this is a little higher in the C tier. Maybe here. Because I guess I was thinking back on it, and I remember having fun playing this game, but I just don't remember anything about it. Other than the very end, obviously. Yeah, we got a new emote turn of the Drew. It's flamey, but is it even really? It's for Fatherhood Year. That's why we made it. I don't care that Three Houses is, old. Look, it's playing on right now. Fatherhood Year. Okay. Yeah, Mario 64 DS in hindsight has massive cultural relevancy, and this does not. So I don't know why I ever thought that this was better. Stream titles, there's some good ones in here. There's a lot of space stuff. In space, no one can hear you. Wahoo! That's pretty funny. Let me play among the power stars is a fly me to the moon, obviously. You're green with it. These must have been when we were getting green stars. I highlighted this one just because I think this is a funny title, and also this was the only really memorable stream of these. Making the perfect run in less than 12 parsecs. The big thing I remember about Mario Galaxy 2 is the this is Martyr Logarius' theme also. This is him. This would have been great if this came on during Bloodborne. This is the theme that plays for his boss fight. Yeah, so the last session we did the perfect run. I had never beat it before. When I love this game. I played this right when it came out. I have a really strong memory of playing this the summer it came out. It's a beloved game to me. But I had never finished the perfect run level. So on the last stream, we definitely made bets on how many deaths I would take before I beat the perfect run. And Zebra won. That's the main thing I remember about that. Is Zebra was still fairly new. I think maybe some other people were probably watching Zebra's streams at that point, but Zebra and I we knew each other. I'd pop in and show up at his stream sometimes. He would pop in and show up at mine sometimes. And I remember he was there for the guessing game for the perfect run, and he won. That's all really with that. I think maybe what holds this back kinda. Nitrum, you can retroactively guess, but I don't remember how many it took, so I can't award you points or not. I think the big thing that held this back is I had always been holding on to Mario Galaxy 2 as a Let's Play. Because I Let's Played Mario Galaxy 1, and back when I used to do Let's Plays, I was really proud of that. I still think it's one of the best things we did on the Let's Play channel, and even though that was in 2015 or 16, I think it still holds up. I think it's still a good playthrough. I got deep on that one. I got a little, we got in our feels, a little sentimental. I love that game even more than this one, but I always held on that I was going to do this as a Let's Play. I decided not to do that because I wasn't really, this was right around the time FF8 also ended. So I really wasn't feeling Let's Plays anymore. I've only done one since then. And that was 3 years ago. This was 3 years ago. But I kind of wanted to, I think I was, the whole time we were playing this, I was, in my head, I was sort of struggling with wanting to see, like, wanting maybe to make it feel more like a snack, like, Let's Play project. But the streams just aren't that. They don't have that same kind of vibe. They're just not, like, it's just a different kind of thing. I think better. I think they're more interesting and or more fun to hang out at and be part of, but I think that was the big disconnect with Mario Galaxy 2. I wanted it to be something that it wasn't, kind of. But even then, we still had fun. Oh, another bit from this is when the chimp, who's like a character in this game, when he would clap his hands, we would go, chimp. Which is not a substantial bit, but it's kind of funny. It's cute. I like the chimp. We used to say chimp. Also, what's up, Naf? But yeah, not, other than that, not a ton, like very little I remember about this. Other than that, I think it had good vibes, roughly, generally, and so that's why I put it above Okami. And also why I put it above this one. So I'm gonna give Zack and Wiki its dues. I don't remember I think I may have put Okami or this last. Maybe I put this higher up at the insistence of others. But this one I'm gonna put right here. I'm just gonna go right, because that was a nice page turn into it. Yo, Wario for Hugwa Gods. I'm talking so much, I gotta take another drink of water. Okay. Alright, what was the problem with Zack and Wiki? I don't know. Was there really a problem with it? No. Let's look. There's something funny I noticed when I was looking at the stream titles for this playthrough is I did this first title, Real Pirates Play the Wii, and then I must have realized that I had a way funnier title with Yo-Ho, Yo-Ho, A Pirate's Life on Wii. And I'm happy I went for it. Because it's almost the exact same title, but this is way funnier than this first one. So I think maybe 3 sessions in, I had a better idea. Let's see what else. Well, okay, first. So this blasting Oingo Boingo while you try to solve puzzles, I also think that is a funny puzzle, or a funny title. That is a reference to the level Mad Science, which it was the one we were the most stuck on other than the final level in this playthrough. Which is it was like a puzzle where you had to mix these two test tubes together, and it was actually a pretty cool puzzle, I remember, but there was something critical in it we missed or something. And it took almost an entire stream trying to figure out how, how to even fucking do this puzzle. So we were stuck there for so long that I think, and it's Sizz, I remember, made the joke about it. It was an American Dad thing, but it's a reference to Weird Science, the Oingo Boingo song. And then the last stream of Zack and Wiki was one of the few I've ever forgotten to upload. There was one of these and one Spyro 2, and those are the only two I've ever not exported to YouTube. Fortunately, though, at this point, I was saving just raw video files of all the streams, which I don't do anymore because it takes up so much fucking space. But I had it, and so I eventually... and I feel bad because there was one YouTube commenter who was watching the playthrough and enjoying it, and for a couple months, they were like, "Hey, Snack, just checking in." What a sweet thing also, but they were like, "What? It would be awesome to see the end of Zack and Wiki." So eventually I was like, I gotta put it up for that one guy, and just for, for the sake of the playthrough.
That's right.
Yo, Comb, thanks for the resub. Why did it go now? I don't know. Why does anything happen? But yeah, so I don't remember what the title was for that last session, because it's lost. I had to put it up on YouTube, and I didn't save that. I had to edit it myself, and I think I had to split it into 2 because it was such a big video file. But yeah, so yeah, Zebra's right. Barbaros was raw. He's sick. I don't want to say too much about him, but he's the Barbaros. What has the treasure? All right, what I didn't like about this playthrough. this is not anything personal to anybody in the chat, but I don't like it when I'm like trying to think my way through a puzzle and someone else tells me what to do. I know maybe that's more interesting because it keeps the stream moving. But like the whole point of this game is figuring out how to solve the puzzles. And I was not good at solving them. To me, this kind of game is challenging, even though this is like a game for kids, ostensibly. So I think a lot of the time it just made me feel stupid. And then I wasn't mad because I hadn't played the game either, and a lot of people in the chat hadn't either. So we were kind of figuring them out together, and that's fine. But it made me feel bad when I wouldn't figure it out and somebody else would. It felt like everybody else was flying through this game and I didn't have it. So that's my disconnect with Zack and Wiki. It's one of the few playthroughs on here where the vibes in some nights were off, I think. And to me, the vibes are almost never off. But for something about this one, they were. But otherwise, it is a fun game, and I still like it. So I still will put it above some of these playthroughs. I just wasn't very good at it, is really the thing. Oh my god. Oh, have we... Well, these are not in the same place in the... This is just chance, I think. Look, this is the other song from this... They played back to back, didn't they? Speaking of Wario is a great example of a similar thing, but a much better playthrough. Where sometimes I was pretty stupid on Wario. And people had to help me sometimes, but it was just generally way better than how this went. I don't know what it is about these Wii exclusives, but they hid some shit on that fucking console. But yeah, this... Yo, sis! Hey, hi, sis. Thanks for the resub, sis. Sis, I'm gonna give you a recap. I would just go back and maybe watch the Bloodborne part. The rest of this you don't need to watch. The Bloodborne part was good. We did a good job at explaining this one. Yeah, okay. So that was the problem with Zack and Wiki. Again, no offense to anybody else. Or anyone who was there with me. I know people didn't mean to make it like that. That's how it felt to me. But it also had Johnny Styles, who's like a funny rabbit who killed us. Some of the puzzles were funny. I like when Wiki goes, Zaka. That's cute. And Barbaros was raw. It's still a good game. Yeah, that's all I gotta say about that one. All right, Celeste. Again, it's funny that like some of these at the time felt so huge to me. This one has a case for S, I think. Oh, Celeste. Celeste is interesting. It's an interesting playthrough. Oh yeah, Sis, there will be a part. Do we want to show them? Do we want to? I think you should go back and watch it because we really had to break it down, and I don't think I really want to do that again. But Sis, there are shonen arcs. Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Sis, there are arcs. Story arcs. You should go back and at least, you know, I guess you said you would go back through it or watch the VOD, but you definitely want to watch the breakdown of the arcs. We're currently right in the Gathering Storm arc, about halfway here. Halfway through the timeline, at least. Yeah, so, alright, Celeste is... Celeste is a game about... I think this is a great game. If you haven't played this, I recommend it. It can be very challenging, especially if you're not awesome at 2D platformers, but it controls so fucking well. The level design is great. It's a good story. It's got like a heartfelt message. There's a lot of fun, like little collectibles and things like that. Celeste rules. Hey, thanks, Sis. The thing about Celeste is that the game So this is not something we made up. This is the real game. The game is about like a girl who, by all means should not be able to climb a mountain, climbing a mountain. And it's supposed to sort of be like a metaphor for, overcoming one's own anxiety and, personal hang-ups and, depression and all that kind of stuff, and like triumphing. It's about like, it's about overcoming your own, like working through your own shit, basically, facing yourself, all that good stuff. That's what Celeste is about. I went through that arc as well, which I think is why the game is as challenging as it is. But I went through that arc entirely in the optional Chapter 9 post-game chapter, which took 6 streams to do. The rest of this game, we got through it for sure. Chapter 9 of Celeste took 6 sessions. Like a third of this playthrough. This is one level. It starts here and it ends in For Real this time. And then we made another Yoshi joke finally on the way out. So yeah, Celeste is fucking crazy. The game itself, for most of it, I think is a great, strikes a great balance. Basically, there's the normal levels, then there's B-sides, which are remixes on the levels, and then there are C-sides, which are little short kind of like bites of like the levels that are like a couple rooms, and those are like even harder, but they're more like a Kaizo thing, like a ROM hack, like Mario ROM hack or something, where where like you can just redo it until you get it. I guess the whole game is kind of like that. But yeah, so Celeste was an era. This one is absolutely Mount Hardmore. I think it's the George Washington of Mount Hardmore. And fucking Chapter 9 is the cherry tree. Like, like it can't be understated. This is maybe one of my proudest gamer achievement. It's maybe the thing I've done in a game that was the most difficult of all time. Maybe if you've 100% of the game, you didn't feel that, but I felt it. Other than that, though, also we have this, by the way, Sis, and also we have a playlist of all of our. I love this song. We have a playlist of all of our songs, like a bunch of songs from all the different playthroughs. Yeah, one level took 6 streams. So, yeah, other than that, for titles, here we got another Yoshi reference. Strawberry Short Hop is kind of funny. This game has, like, melee moves. It has wave dashing in it. Mount Celeste, I hardly know Celeste. Everybody has done a stream that's this joke, but I think this one's funny because the mountain is called Mount Celeste. So I highlighted that because I thought that was funny. This is Kingo gave me this one. This is from what's that guy called? Babyface, Baby Cakes. The China Illinois guy, but Kingo he's I think that's in a different show, but Kingo gave me that. We got That's B-Sides the Point, which I think is funny only because we later did That's C-Sides the Point, which doesn't make any sense, but I think this sounds really funny. If you already named a stream, That's B-Sides the Point. The Ballad of the 3-Hour B-Side, I don't remember which B-Side this would have been, but some of them are very hard. And then this was the longest, at the time, I think maybe Bloodborne was a little bit longer, but this felt longer for sure. So at the end, I had run out of jokes to make about mountains. Celeste was one of the worst webcams we ever had either. We have one of the worst webcams we ever had also, which was the Cliff Bar, the guy on the Cliff Bar. But I love Cliff Bars, so that's why, I guess. But okay, so yeah, I think we've said a lot of what I liked about this playthrough already. But yeah, I really like the game. The story didn't make me cry, not like C-tier Okami's story fucking did out of nowhere. But
But I think I kind of went in knowing it was going to be kind of like an emotional thing. I think maybe these days I could have maybe done a better job at sort of speaking to that element of the game. But, you know, whatever. But yeah, so there's a lot from this. That nip the lip, which is something we still say, came from Celeste. It basically means like, in Celeste it sort of meant like, you just almost just make it onto the platform, or like you touch the you like just quite get on the platform, but then you wall jump off. Like that's like you just nip the lip of the platform you're jumping to. That's what it means if you've ever heard me say that. That came from Sizz. Sizz made that up. Like Sizz says there, possibly keep your peepers popped came from this. Though I was thinking about that the other night, and that may have come from the Let's Play. I know I wouldn't have, like, there would have been no one in my chat to pop their peepers with me, but popping your peepers may have come from like one of the Spyro Let's Play projects or something. Just because it's definitely something I came up with because it's just something I would say. But I don't remember where that came from necessarily, but we definitely would have been saying it around here. And then of course there's a bunch of, like, there's, you know, peep them poppers, screel those sconchers, like there's 1,000 different variations on pop your peep. It's because you want to know what pop your peepers is, you guys? It's keep your ears peeled. Is where it came from. Because I would, you know, so the real phrase is keep your eyes peeled. Keep your eyes peeled turn into peel those peepers. Like your eyes, your peepers. Which turned into peel them poppers, which then became like pop those preachers. Like it's just a whole crazy like thing. And then I also will, maybe this is what I was thinking of. I also say keep your ears peeled, just because I think that, like, it doesn't make sense, but I think that sounds funny also. Maybe that was from a Let's Play. I don't know. We've gone off on a tangent. Who can say what truly motivates the diggers? I think I'm ready to place this one. Yes, weird jump. We came up with a lot of weird terms during this one. There's a thing you can do in Celeste where the weird jump is nipping the lip. You have to nip the lip to do a weird jump. But so there's a maneuver you can do in Celeste where if you dash up into the bottom of a platform, you can jump out, like you pop out the other side of that edge of that platform and you can jump higher. It's they use it in the level design for the B-sides. It's in the game. It's an intentional thing left in the game for the game mechanics. And we didn't have a better word for it, so we called it a weird jump. You do a weird jump. I think we have one in here. Maybe that's called that. Yeah, of wave dashes and weird jumps. Because the wave dash is another thing you do where you dash. It's just like, you know, it's like Smash. You dash into the ground and then you jump again and you can move further. It's like this. You go like. It hurts your hand to do if you have to do it 1,000 fucking times. Oh, Rob, we got a banger coming up. I hear it. I see it. We don't hear it yet because of fucking YouTube. All right. Okay, I'm ready to rank Celeste though. I think it's S. I don't know if it's better than Bloodborne. This is the only other one right now, though, that I'm comfortable putting in S. Is it? I think for cultural relevance, Bloodborne is better. Is more memorable to me, at least. But again, Celeste, like these are both the things that came out of these are things that still exist to this day. And I will never forget beating fucking Celeste Chapter 9 ever in my entire life, even when I'm 80 years old and in a home, because no one loves me. I will never forget beating Celeste Chapter 9. It will stick with me always. Okay. Maybe Will come visit me. He'll be 50 when I'm 80. Will be there. We'll be like, Adachi! Remember Adachi! That's so. We will too! We're never gonna stop being friends. Yeah, when we're all ancient and Will looks like his current Will. When Will looks like normal Will. What's up, sis? Sis? How would you tier today's Akane Banashi? I would put today's Akane Banashi squarely in the low A tier. It didn't have Akane in it, other than that she sent a text message and it was funny. But it was some backstory on another character who's cool. It was nice to get some kind of characterization for him. Every Akane Banashi chapter is at least a B. There's not been one yet where I'm like, this chapter was bad. It's always just :3 Nisa. Yeah, he gave Nanako a hard time at Junes. All right. We've already briefly talked about Mario DS. A playthrough that I think I'm gonna put a lot lower than what it has owed. Like, I'm gonna put this a lot lower than what it did. So, all right, if you don't know or don't remember, I'm gonna hit you with something insane. The Super, calling Mario the Super, came from this. Kingo made it up at this. Like, on the original stream tier list, I put this below Galaxy 2. The Super came from this. And another funny thing too that has to do with Zebra. Let's look at the titles first. All right, so we got Mario 64 D Bletch, the most snack fucking title of all time. When your girl invites you over for cake, but you show up with the boys, I think this is a reference to how it's Mario, Luigi, Yoshi, and Wario in this, but I think that's kind of funny. This is the reference to the albino black sheep, but again, a play on how there's 4 of them in this. This is that fucking, you like to play Super Mario games? I had a big range as a big tames, like the worst rap ever, Mario rap. And then the last stream we did, which is the one I highlighted, is because, oh hell, it's the Super. Are you looping? No, this is just another coincidence. Hey, another banger. Thank you, Goyles. I can't wait till you get married in the DLC. Can you believe, just quick aside, I talked about the Nintendo Direct on Friday night, and I didn't even bring up the Side Order DLC. I totally forgot to talk about it. We were talking about what we were excited about with the Nintendo Direct, and I didn't even think to talk about that. I am excited about it, though. We're probably going to play it on here when it comes out. And they're going to get married. That's it. Okay, so. Oh, hell, it's the Super. I think the oh, hell has sort of been lost over time, but I think that is a really funny part of it also. Because no one's, who says, oh, hell? That is also a really funny part of the Super. It was basically Kingo being like, what if when a Goomba saw Mario, they said, oh hell, it's the Super? What if they called him the Super? And we just thought it was funny. We ran with it. Yeah, oh hell, it's the Super. That's where it came from. What was the original question? Just what if he was called the Super, right? What if we referred to Mario as the Super? Yeah. It's funny. It's a funny question. But yeah, I guess it's stuck, and as more people played more Marios since it was said, it just sort of has become a thing everybody knows. Everybody calls him the Super. Yeah. The other thing that I think is culturally relevant of this is that the first time Scoobcast was ever said was on this stream.
I specifically remember, I think this might have been, now correct me if I'm wrong, it might have been 4th of July, and I remember, I think Zebra in the chat was like kind of buzzed. I remember him talking about this. Would that have been right? Oh, it ended on 4th of July, so maybe it was that last day. I think Zebra was drunk in my stream chat talking about us watching Scooby-Doo and he called it Scoobcast. And Scoobcast then went on to be the name of the Persona 4 stream playthrough that Zebra did, which then went on to inspire this, which then went on to completely change all the rest of this, basically. So, that Ripple reaction, all of that lore Ripple shit came from Mario 64 DS. And because of that, I'm going to put it in B. Let's put it... We can't put it above Kingdom Hearts, I don't think. Let's put it here. It's definitely a B. Because the rest of Mario 64 DS was fine. Naf posted a funny clip up there of me fucking up at the game. There's one mission I specifically remember about this where it was the 100 coins on Tall Tall Mountain, and I was having a heart attack because we had so many and I needed like a few more and I couldn't find them. And there's a funny clip where I almost wing cap off the stage, and I'm like, so that was pretty good. There were definitely some funny levels, and yeah, I mean that's just one of the missions from Mario 64. There was definitely some funny levels. Sis brought this up. Kingo kind of gaslit me into playing this game because I wanted to play a game that had crust. And I think at the time what that meant is I really wanted to play TAC. But something about my soul told me it wasn't ready for TAC yet. And so Kingo was like, what about like Mario 64 DS? And I was like, yeah, I guess that has crust. And I really think Kingo was wrong. I don't think the game has crust. It wasn't what I was looking for. But, you know, at that time, Kingo fucking... You know, he didn't know what he did by gaslighting me. He changed the game. Yeah, this also had like the being like, oh, Lugucci, like Langorio, like calling Luigi like a weird name. And I think it had a little bit of like Wario, like it had some like text your eggs. It didn't really have that, but. I remember the Super Beard Brothers did a really funny playthrough of this game, and I think I remember a lot of the jokes from this kind of also just sort of being jokes from that, because I really liked that playthrough they did. But that's fine. Who doesn't have that happen to them sometimes? In my heart, I don't feel right putting it above KH2. Or Mischief Maker. You know, why don't we just move this to the top of B? For Sis. I'll keep this here, and I'll put this here. I think that's forming a better B tier for me. Alright. You guys remember this? We're getting close to this one, actually. Are we? Oh my god, I have to talk about Persona still. Okay, this is a nice short one. We love Katamari. Katamari Damacy I would put in A. This one, I think this could be the top of B, possibly. The thing about We Love Katamari, I expressed this on the first time we tiered these also, is that this was not as... This is the wrong tier list. Was not as good of a playthrough as Damacy, I don't think, up until the Cow Bear stream, which I think was better than the Cow Family. The Cow Family one has cultural significance. Maybe I'll put this bottom of A. Yeah, let's do that, actually. The Cow Family one, like, this is where it began, but there were more people around for the Cow Bear stream on this one, and I remember us having a really fun time. It was even longer. We did a lot of shooting the breeze. We just, like, bullshitted the whole time. I remember Zebra was there at that too. This was similar. It was like a little mini microcosm of like a Bloodborne or something where I remember we made up Shark Melon Bay, which was just like a part of the level where there's sharks and watermelons in the level. And then there were these Pegasus. that were so fucking dangerous. There were little fake cows and fake bears everywhere, and there was that part where the cars pull out of the carport that like could sometimes be a bear, and like kept going there and snagging those. Like, a whole little, you know, meta evolved around just that one last cow bear mission. Yeah, but this was in the day. This is still when we were doing, I think we streamed on Saturdays at some point here. And I think maybe I did a Wednesday in the day. And I think this maybe was on that, like that day one. Yeah, a lot of them were in the day. I mean, a lot of those kind of get debuffed. If you think, like, if you look at it, none of these were daytime streams, except Celeste was, maybe at first. Maybe we moved the time slot for this one. And we did for Bloodborne too, I think. I think the last couple Bloodbornes I played in the evening. That doesn't matter as much. But the rest of the stream was not that good is what I'm trying to say. I remember I recorded off of my PS2, so the video quality wasn't that great. The game is still great. I still really love We Love Katamari. It definitely has more in it than Katamari Damacy. Even though I actually like that game more. I think it's sort of an unpopular opinion. But We Love Katamari is still a really good game. Again, get the remake when it comes out, or the port. It just, again, the stream, really the whole of the stream. Actually, I think that makes it B. The whole of the stream for this one was that last one. There was nothing else in here that I really remember or like that's not just a thing about the game. I'm putting it top of B. But if we look at when you're here, your cow family reference just to Cow Family. The continuing story of Cosmglow King. This is a Beatles reference out of place. Somehow escaped Bloodborne. But that's a stupid title. Currying Favor on a Cosmic Scale. I think this is when we had a whole meta about currying favor. Sizz started this in like Discord calls, where he would really was just being his own sissy little self, you know, but sometimes it'd be like, Sizz, what are you currying favor for? Like, what? So that's probably where this came from. Cowboy Family Values. This may be a reference to the fact that I bet Kingo that if the PS5 launched with Adam's family values, that I would buy him a PS5. Something I have not done, even though the verdict is sort of out, because I think you can watch Adam's Family Values on something that did come out with the PS5. I say the verdict's a little out. Kingo says it's absolutely the case. Oh no, yeah, that's right. It was $2,000 and maybe some additional PS5s. Did I offer to buy you PS5s in it? $2,000. That's what it was. I don't know him anything. And Cowboy Family is Unbreakable. This is such a fucking me. This is such a snack title. I don't even know how to describe really. The ultimate experience in ball rolling action. You could give me 100 stream titles and be like, which is the one you wrote, and it would be this one. I don't know how to even describe that, but that's the emotion I have. Okay. That's done. Let's do the Spyros at the same time. I'm going to break order just this once, because I feel so similarly about both of these. And tell me one bit that came from these that didn't come from the Let's Play of these two games that I also did a couple years before. Can you? Because the only one I remember is the ultimate Chiefy Queefy Gordita Crunch. Yeah, okay, I would consider that maybe as Super Spyro 1, like beyond Spyro 1, extra Spyro. But we'll talk about that. That will be brought up because I am including it in Spyro 1 this time. Okay. So, all right. Spyro. Let's talk about Spyro 1 first, which was definitely the better of the two playthroughs. These are the Reignited Trilogy games, which I put on here separately just to make that the distinction that we played both of them. I hadn't played Spyro 3 yet, and I wanted to do a Let's Play of that still, which I did almost the very, very beginning of this year through last year through then. I finally did it. It might be my last Let's Play I ever do. But we hadn't played that yet. But I had played both of these, and I wanted to play these games. I just thought it would be fun. I think I was still craving tack, and I was trying to find something tack shaped to put in here instead of tack. Are you good, dude? YouTube sucks. Buffer. My internet is bad also. Okay. So, here's the thing about Spyro 1. The best thing about this playthrough and what makes it better than 2 is that the first night of Spyro 1, the game was ready to play but had not finished installing when I went live. I didn't know this, but to my dismay, we beat what's the first world? Artisans. We beat the Artisans world of Spyro 1, and we couldn't play the rest. The game hadn't finished installing yet. So then we decided to play Castlevania, which is part of this also. Okay, that if you've forgotten, we decided then to play Castlevania for the NES off of the Castlevania collection on PS4. But that game crashed because the Castlevania PS4 Classic Collection is a bad collection. It crashed probably because I was kicking so much ass at the game. But that game crashed, so I didn't finish the run of Castlevania either. So, with nothing else, nowhere left to go, I turned to Persona 4 Dancing All Night. Just to do something for the end of the last stream. And during that stream is where we got Wolfscape. Which is, again, if you don't know, Yosuke Hanamura from Persona 4, who has they all have Halloween costumes in that game. There's one where he dresses up like a wolf. It looks so stupid. And we were playing Your Affection, which is where if you've ever seen the raid alert, that's where it came from. He was dancing to Your Affection in his stupid-ass little Wolfscape garb when the game finally popped that it was installed. And the fact that we were so far from Spyro the Dragon, which is what we started the night wanting to play, that it popped, the install notification popped while we were dancing with Wolfscape, was so funny that it threw me into a laughing fit. And so I think what I did when I uploaded this to YouTube is I just put a description of what was going to happen in the video for that. And somehow I didn't save the stream title, so I decided we'll just call it Wolfscape Night. So then you got the next title, really funny, Spyro Reinstalled Trilogy. These two fucking Bungalow Bill references are back to back. The continuing thievery of Mad Draglow Egg. Even stupider, arguably, than this one. But this is a reference to Maddox Dragon Egg, which is again something from my Spyro Let's Plays. It's not from this stream. And then I highlighted this because this is a truly wild title. Thirsting to get tree-topped by hunky dragons. I have no idea what that means, other than that it's a reference to Treetops, the level. But that is a wild one. That is a crazy title. I mean, the dragons are hot in that game. I'm not gonna lie. Those Spyro Reignited trilogy, the first Spyro on that, whoever designed those dragon guys that you know the game, the dragons that you save, they wanted to fuck dragons. They made them hot. It's not like Combs with me on this one. Whoever redesigned those dragons wanted to fuck dragons. All right. Let's look at Spyro 2 also. I highlighted this because I think that the stream title for this one is Spyro violating the Geneva Convention, Spyrogi, Trouble with the Trolley-Poly S. It's supposed to be the Shrek S. This was definitely a group effort. I think that if I had to make sense of this title, I think that I didn't have a stream title and I got like 3 stream titles from different people and I must have put them all together into one title. I think that that's the only way we could have made this, because I have no idea what it means, but I think it must be like a chimera of stream title suggestions from my friends. So this is the last of these like fuck ups. I don't know why there were 2 in Spyro, but this is the only stream that is since we started saving them that is not available to watch anywhere. Is the 4th Spyro session, because I forgot to export it to YouTube and I never saved the stream VODs. Still to this day, I don't know why, but I don't. I just put them on YouTube. Maybe because I haven't so far and I just don't know how to start. But we lost this one. I don't know what happened in it. I don't know what it was called. I don't know anything about it. And then Kingdoms of Avalar Riptoning. I think that's just a funny title. I like that one. Okay, let's place them. For Wolfskay notoriety, maybe we'll put this one like... C is looking weird to me, dude. Is Doki Doki, should it really be that high? This one was a vibe. Like, it wasn't, I think that these are similarly, like, there wasn't a ton that's really memorable in this, but we had a pleasant time, and we did for this too. And then this one also, but I'll put this maybe here, I guess, because this just wasn't as good. Yo, here it is. Sis, do you know what game this is from? Do you know why we put this? Do you know what game this is from, Sis? Maybe I'll put the Spyros near each other. Do we want to put them? I really feel like Wolfskay elevates this at least above. Maybe, well, again, good game, fun playthrough with some bad vibes versus unmemorable playthrough with good vibes. I think that's about equal. Wolfskay bumps this to, I just put it at the top of C. Let's put this above Zelda too. Except that I don't remember anything about it. Zelda had bits. This is good. I like this better for C tier. I think this might be the last ever C we put on this. So if you're thinking like, why does he have so many in the low? Like, does he sucks? Is he bad at streaming? Why does he have so many down here? It's because we're about to hit on something crazy, and I think this is the end of the C tier streams. I think everything else on this list is B and up. Yeah, Zelda had the bomb thing. Okay. Spyro, Wolfskay helps Spyro 1. It was really funny night. Okay, this is massive. Super Paper Mario, this is the first Weird Champ Friday game. Crazy. Here it is in August 7th, 2020. The reason why this arc is called The Gathering Storm is because the pieces were falling into play. We had the super, we had a funny Mount Hardmore, the lingo is being coined, and also the current schedule was molded in this era. This is where Weird Champ Friday started. Super Paper Mario is a weird game. Nav, what do you mean? I think this is one of the weirdest games we've played on here. On Weird Champ, I mean, not in general. Also, I need to, again, I've said this so many times before, but I think there's a true lack of understanding if you think that Weird Champ Friday is supposed to be weird games. This has been something I've maintained from the start. Weird Champ Friday is about the vibe. Weird Champ Friday just means I want to talk about cum. That's what I think I expressed that with this playthrough, and I think I have always maintained that is what Friday night Weird Champ Friday is about. It's about doing a tier list of bodily fluids. Where the fuck is Zelda? It's about, we'll get to Zelda. Zelda has a lot. Zelda is the most Weird Champ playthrough of Weird Champ Friday, and this is like a AAA like blockbuster video game. So that's what that is what the block has always been about, and I've been open about that from the start. And even in this first playthrough of Weird Champ Friday, it was still about that. Okay, let me take a sip of water. Listen to just nice eye. Everybody post vibe gifts right now. Just nice eye for us. Everybody post vibe gifts. Why was the Mega Man song? Oh, because that's the opening to Pokemon Crystal Clear. That's why Mega Man is almost on the list. I counted it as a song from this game. Okay. Whew, man, this is taking a lot out of me. I'm having fun talking about them, though. We could always just talk less about them, and then it wouldn't be so bad. Okay. Super Paper Mario. Let's look at the titles first. The Lurst Bud Paper Mario game. This is because no one can decide whether this is the first bad Paper Mario or the last good Paper Mario. I'd be the latter, in the latter camp, but... Paper Mario and the broken Wiimote. I remember I referenced this recently because that same broken Wiimote is still the Wiimote I play games with, including Wario Land Shake It. But it like unbroke. It came back or something. I don't know. I think it had bad batteries in it or something. Francis did nothing wrong. This Paper Mario project had two face cams. I remember. The first one was Bowser in the tuxedo, in like the wedding outfit, and then Will made me one where it's that meme of the guy clamping down on that girl's neck at like the sporting event, but the guy's face was Francis, and then there was like just a JPEG of Tippy over the girl's face. So then that was the one we used. We ran out till the end. It evolved into that. Make sure you stay till the end for the gacha pulls. It was a big part of this whole playthrough. Because we did a lot of those like there's a collectible card thing in this game where you get cards of the different characters and enemies, and that's just like that's similar to Tycoon or all the other bullshit we did in Persona 5 or something like that, where it's just like a fun extra thing to get obsessed with. So we did a lot of the catch cards. We did a lot of that. Oowunga bunga me baby. I don't know. That's just kind of funny. It's all binary to me. This is a reference to one of the funniest. Back to K-Man again, to one of the funniest things from the playthrough, where there was a puzzle we were trying to solve, where you have to hit these like colored blocks. And it turns out the solution is just like written somewhere. We just like missed the solution. But K-Man was insistent that the solution was it was a binary problem that had a solution that you could understand if you knew binary. So I think that must have been the previous stream, but we named it It's All Binary to Me. Classic K-Man thing. That is so K-Man. Really funny though. Then we got Mama, we all go to hell. This was the haunted one. So the other big thing I remember from Super Paper Mario is the stream where we went to the River Twigs, or the underwear, I think is what it's called. That is a crazy part of that game. Like, that game is Weird Champ. Mario goes to hell and then he ascends to heaven. That's real. That's in the game, which I think is probably what inspired the last stream title, and also that the end game of this game is crazy too. Yeah. So the River Twigs, I can't believe this was as like serendipitous as it was, but we floated down to the bottom of the river, I think, and we were just like, I wanted to show off the scary song that plays when you go down in there. And I think it was when we were down in there, the game froze. So I kind of like seized the moment and like turned it into being like the game was haunted, like. And I think we were talking that whole stream about if anyone had ever seen a ghost. I was trying to get someone to admit that they had seen a ghost before. So there's a good clip of that one. Where anybody ever seen a ghost? And what else? I remember Sizz had me play the song from Before You Fight Necron in FF9 when like the world was being deleted. I remember that for some reason. Francis was funny. We were still doing the huge, massive. All right, I don't know if you know what? I'm going to go out on I'm going to be a little petty here for a moment, and I'm going to say that I think people think Zebra made this up, but I made this up. Sproingliacci is from this. I don't know if I don't know. Again, I don't know. Maybe you guys do remember. Maybe Zebra remembers even. The little springy, like slinky looking guy with the little eyeballs. That's Sproingliacci. Something that I think maybe just Zebra says it, and it sounds like something he would say, because it sounds like just a funny Italian thing, like Scusetti. But Sproingliacci was from this. So if you've ever, again, we still say that sometimes. If you've heard that came from here. It's really not massive. It's so small, but it's just pretty funny though. But yeah, I coined Sproingliacci, and it was that little guy. Anything else? Probably not. I like this one. It's one of the weaker Weird Champ Fridays, I think, but I think most of the Weird Champ Fridays are really good. So I'm feeling like it's maybe a low A, or possibly like the highest heights of B, because not every session of this was that good. It might be top of B. If it's in B, it's definitely at the top of B. Okay. I'm really conflicted on this one. Yeah, we weren't super all in on the super. Hey, Will, I love that for you. Oh, I also remember the... Oh, okay. There was one other really iconic part of this, which was the Kragnon level. Yeah, I think we were calling him that, Zebra. Didn't we I think we called him Super Paper the Super, even. Because where else would we have said Super Paper the Super? I think we did. Again, the Super was still pretty young, because this was pretty close in time to this. We played a lot of Mario back to back. I can't believe Will stuck with us. Yeah, the Kragnon level was funny. The little whichever the hammer pixel, whatever they're called. The one that when we gave it the thing to say, and this was another came in. That must have been the same one. Yeah, because it would have been Uwunga Bunga Me Baby, which would have definitely been that stream. We came in who coined the ah-ha thing we used to do. We made the pixie jump, or the pixel jump up in the air and go ah-ha. That was funny. And then we were stuck in those Kragnon caves for so long, and then an old acquaintance of mine showed up who knew me from YouTube and was like, bro, this stream sucks, dude. And I was like, I don't know where to go. Now, they were pretty nice about it. Good old lying secret. Remember, he showed up with a raid. I felt stupid. I felt stupid that night. Nice. Okay. I'll leave it at the bottom of A for now. Maybe when we play some more A's, we'll move this down. And then, yeah, Stardew, it means a lot to me, too. But enough to get it out of C, I think, and escape most of the rest of this really, really early stuff.
It's not to me like something like Bloodborne, where this was also pretty early, but also is really like sentimental, if I had to say. Okay, here's what I think I'm gonna do real quick. I think I'm gonna go get water and pee really quickly too. We are gonna make a top 5 fodder. That's the wrong word. Top 5 candidates. I think if we're gonna do it like this, I don't want to talk about this one in the middle, kind of. So I'm gonna move that into top 5 candidates. Oh, do we think that that seems right? There's maybe only a couple I would even put in there, because I think Halo is a top 5 candidate, but I kind of want to talk about... Maybe we'll talk about all 3 of the Halos together? We can go out of order. Let's do that. These are so similar and I think consistent that I want to put them... Maybe we'll just knock them, all 3 of them out. And there won't be too many more that will go in here. Maybe I just want to hold Persona back. Should we do? What do you think? Vote in the chat, and by that I just mean like say what you want. I'm gonna go pee really quick, and I'm gonna get some water, and we'll keep working on this. I'll be right back. Yo, I think, you know what? I think it's a sign. And also, I was just thinking about it. Fuck, I gotta put these back in their right place now. Let's just, I think it's a sign. I think we just have to talk about it now. I think it makes the most sense to do it. And it maybe won't even be that long because, like, I don't know, what is there to say? Well, okay, it's definitely at least the, let's just move. The Halo tier is nothing. Oh, that's just confusing, though, if anybody walks in, which I don't think they will, but whatever. I mean, come on. All right. Do you guys want to look at, what would be, okay. let's start with the background. Okay, so Zebra. This is when I like truly started watching Zebra like every week. Zebra did a playthrough of Persona 5 or Persona 4 Golden earlier this year. This is the first game of the video Game Boy Rises arc, Persona 5 Royal. We didn't say it yet. Which ran from October 4th, 2020 to October 31st, 2021. It was a year-long, over a year video game playthrough we did. It was inspired by Zebra, who did a playthrough of Persona 4 Golden through that summer. You can tell here that the only RPGs we had ever played on this channel were ones that were like 20 hours or so, like this, or Pokemon. I think the longest RPG we had played was KH2. Oh yeah, oh buddy bro, you don't, listen, well, if you stick around till the end, you'll see just how many hours it was. Because I've also calculated the length of all of these. Okay, but so I didn't think this was possible. Zebra showed me it could be done and it could be funny. It really, like, it sounds silly because it's just like picking a video game you want to do a stream on, and you're like me, like you're like a guy that has like a couple hundred followers. Like, it's not that big of a deal, but it really like was like a thing where Zebra played P4 and this game had just come out within that year. It came out at the beginning of that year, and it was in the air. A bunch of friends were getting into Persona. I wanted to see what the Royal content was because I played the original version of this game and I loved it when it came out. But I guess I was just like, well, I have seen that Zebra could make this funny. So I guess I'll take a crack at it because I want to see what's in the Royal. You know, and I hadn't done it. I hadn't played the Royal yet. It was my first time playing the Royal. These are all bits. This is all stuff from the playthrough. Oh, yo, this is the first song I put in this list, by the way. Very first one is Penny's theme, the one that sounds like Earth Angel. Because when I made the playlist, I kind of went through chronologically just to help me, and I was like, what's a song from? Oh, remember that funny song from Stardew Valley? The very first song I picked. Yeah, Sis hated Persona, and he had already listened to us all talk about it for almost a year, but you know, the answer eventually warmed him up for it, even though this started before that, right? I think it did. It's hard for me to think of, like, it's hard enough for me to keep the timeline of my own stuff straight, other than, like, not to mention Zebra's and everybody else's stuff. But okay. Yeah, we strapped Sis into the Persona chair because we knew he would like it. Okay, so that's the background on the project. Yeah, so that would have been about halfway through. That's the background. Is Zebra proved it could be funny. I would never have considered playing a game this long until watching him play P4 Golden. And then I was like, you know what? I'm doing it too. And you know what, gamers? Yeah, it was pretty funny. All right. So, the thing that is crazy about the P5R playthrough is that not only is it easily the best one in all aspects of the streams we've done on here, not only is it easily the best one, but it changed the rest of it changed me also. Because like I was saying, there's nothing else from Persona on that is a B tier stream, I think. It literally, like, something clicked. There was a groove that was found while we were playing this that translated to the other games we were playing, I think, at least. Some of these are maybe like lower A, but it, like, I found my groove playing that game, and the groove maintained all through here, which is why this is where the hot streak starts, as it starts the Persona.
Again, like, you know, like I just said, some of these are maybe lesser than, but all of the best ones are here on IMO. Other than good old Bloodborne and Celeste hanging in there. Good job, you guys. Okay, so that happened. It was crazy. I didn't really realize it was happening. I didn't realize it was happening as we were doing it. It was just a thing. I'm really in, like, the last time we ranked this, again, we were about halfway through the playthrough, and I still put it at the top of S, because it was, at that point, it was easily the best. But when we were in the middle of it, you know, when we were in the sauce, it felt like your normal every other stream, I think. A lot of the time still. Like when we were bumming around in Mementos, it wasn't always like at peak. But it would just, I don't know. It had the most peak of anything else that's ever happened here. Just like it was like my microphone in a way, that it was peaking constantly, I think. Okay, so do we want to look at the titles? I can't believe the first stream is called this. I'm new to this series, so let's check it out. Also, the first stream of this is a bit also. Again, I was not new to it. The first stream of this was a half and half night. It was shared with us going back to P4D. We went back and played one more stream of Persona 4 Dancing because of Wolfsgay Night from Spyro. So half of the night was that, and then we played like 2 hours of just the very, very beginning of Persona 5 Royal on that first night. But right away, you got lore forming. So we got, I'm just going to go down all of my favorite ones here, because I highlighted up like a bunch of them, all the like important ones. Kage and Ryuji go to White Castle. It makes me so nostalgic. Oh my god, we're still in the tutorial. Then we got this. I think I wanted this to be Kamoshida Did Nothing Wrong, but I was too afraid to say it yet. Combo Shida Damn Bobbies. This was a stream title that I asked Siri, don't activate please. I asked her to make a note to remind me to call the stream this, which was going to be Kamoshida Dem Bobbies, and she came up with this instead. So we called it that. Kamoshida Dam Bobbies. This is the one where we beat Kamoshida. Becoming a Persona guy. This would have been after we named the group the Persona guys. This is a Yusuke one. Sub to my Ouya fans. The long-running bit of us loving Ouya. There was a bit where not only did we love Ouya, we pressed 1 for Ouya. Ouya, one of the confidants in the game. The only confidant we did not get past rank 1 also. But we would press 1 for Ouya. So, sub to my Ouya fans. That wasn't, some of these are even that I didn't highlight are funny. That wasn't very Madarame based of you, bro. I think we beat Madarame in this one. Accept the gut point into your heart. Shoutouts to Gut Point, who was the main character's little Kage. Okay, first of all, we got to talk about Kage Jables briefly. Also, Kage Jables is the name of our Joker whenever we play P5, and it's a Tenacious D reference. That's what Kage Jables is. Came from Kingo. He wrote Cage Jables. You know, like Kyle Gass, Jack Black. That's what they call each other, Cage and Jables. He wrote that in the chat, and my weeaboo ass brain read Cage and it said, I was like, Kage Jables? It was me not understanding it and looking dumb. But we thought that was funny, and that's why that's his name. Kage Jables. It was from Tenacious D. It feels so small back then. Yeah, except this. So this is where Gut Point was born, or he must have been born here, probably. Sour. This is an early one where it highlights how much time we wasted in Persona 5. Wasted is the wrong term, but how much we would always try to, like, you know, put what was gonna happen in the stream, and then it wouldn't happen. It would happen the next day. So Sour Price. Will we even actually hear Price today? Yeah, this one would have been the iconic spending, yeah, at least close to an hour in that scene at the buffet, just doing bits and trying to figure out what our team was going to be called. LeBlanc James, I just think that's kind of funny. Madolche Freemishima's finest hour. This is Makoto Nijima. This was a title. I remember in the Discord being like asking people to give me your best like made up name for Makoto, and this was the one I settled on. And it was Wolf of Storms. Wolf Kaminari made this up. He gave me Madolche Freemishima. Makoto, who would then go on to have like a bunch of different names. Scotch being the main one. Shout outs to Snack a Scotch, the emote. The Kanish hero we deserve. Sojiro Bean. This is when the Bean Dad thing was going around, where the dad wouldn't help his daughter open a can of beans. This was Akechi and Kawakami, who is your character's teacher, one of the romanceable options in this game, which of course is the one that we went for, just for pure degeneracy. Jable, Kage Jables loves that Jert mama. There was the great bit, funny saga where Akechi, who is like your rival character, but he was in love with Jables. They were vying for my time, and then it turned out that I chose Kawakami over Akechi, which sent him spiraling off into a path of the Killers and insanity. Insanity and the band and the song Mr. Brightside from the Killers. That's just the way the Tycoon tumbles. Something I still say when we lose a game of Tycoon. But also, I probably highlighted that because we played that Tycoon minigame card game at the end of every session after we discovered what it was. At the end of the stream, we ranked how good everybody did in the Tycoon season. We also did that for P5S. We just got done doing that last week. The day when my mommy Milkies were there, I am sorry. That's kind of funny. This one, I highlighted this one just because I think this is a really good title. This is when we did Futaba's dungeon really early, and then after Futaba's dungeon, there's a part where she is passed out, and you have to wait for her to wake up. But if you do the dungeon really early into the month, then she sleeps for fucking ever. She's just like, all she does is sleep for so much in-game time. It's like a weird, like, I don't know what they were thinking about that in the game, but. So we have sleeping for a month in the Secret Lab P5000R ergonomic gamer bed, which I think that's like a great title, because I also stuck, I made it sound like a gamer like chair, which is what Secret Lab is, but I also stuck P5R into the title of the product line, and also because Futaba's a gamer. I'm really proud of that one. I think I remember getting a question on what the fuck it meant during the stream, but. I got it. This is a poem I guess I wrote about Oya. Here we go. Persona Guys Take Hawaii, and then Persona Guys Take Hawaii Part 2. They actually go to Hawaii. This is an iconic moment because I thought we were gonna get to Hawaii on one stream. I was really confident we were gonna get to it. All the stars were aligned that we were gonna get to it, and then we did it. We got to Hawaii on the next stream after. And yeah, I think I will go back and just briefly blast through some of my favorite sessions. We were talking about this the other night in a call actually, but we'll go over that. We'll go back really quickly through and just list off my favorite ones. Yeah, Wet Hot Yongen Jaya Summer, that is funny. It's Wet Hot American Summer. This is the Haru arc here. I have no idea why this one is called How Bad Could It Possibly Be, except that this is a reference to the Onceler. Starting off the Oya arc. Guys, it says buy it. That's funny. This is obviously when the Down Bad Thieves. The Shujin High School Catchtival, this was also a funny stream. This is when when Makoto was in front of the mic, and they finally get with Akechi. I like this one too. This is a Futurama reference. Starting our own casino with blackjack and Sai Nijima. I like that. P5A Makoto combo tutorial, bare hands into glitter gun. This is just some jokes at the expense of Makoto, arguably the funniest character. The Psy was angry that day, my friends. Another reference to the same scene from Seinfeld, which we also had in Okami, I think. Boat Steel. This I highlighted that because at this point we were doing funny tier list nights. We did our first one for a sub emote celebration. And then we were in the second one. In the second one, the second tier list night ever, we ranked Nami's outfits, and in that tier list, we referred to one of Nami's outfits as Boat Steel, which we then took and made the name of this P5 stream title. And I don't, and I didn't remember what it was, so I had to ask the fellows what Boat Steel was when I was going through this. Yeah, Zebra's right. How bad it must be. This must be like about how much we thought that part of the game sucked, kind of. Except that could also be this would have been. I don't know. Maybe. Oh, maybe this is about what happens after the Haru dungeon fight. Oh, that's no, the boss fight. That you're right. That must be it. Because everybody told me the boss fight was going to be so hard. Never forget that I did it in 2 tries. We almost got it on that first one. Okay, but I had played the game before. I mean, I never played that boss fight before, but I knew how to play the game. I didn't think it was that hard. Okay, this is good. This is a Cum Man reference who was also in the playthrough. He was the guy at the bar. This is one of my favorite stretches of the whole game. Is it goes through to probably this one, except the Pope of Cope refers to it. Was the Boat Steel arc. This was a great stretch of the game. Everything that happened in the Shido dungeon is really funny. But that's I guess shipping off to Yongan-Jaya because we were on a ship. The 5 Elder Stars were like Shido's guys. I highlighted this one just because I also think this is really funny. This might have come from Will. One Bad Gloop and Shido Masa Yoinky. I think that's the one where we beat him. I really like that title. That sounds like a Will to me. Prepare to be royally surprised. I highlighted this one again because this is another of my favorite sessions of all time. Let's get ready to ruin our friends' perfect lives. Jabel's 3rd semester, Chihiya's 3rd trimester. Chihiya was another one of the confidants. We made up a bit out of nowhere that she was pregnant with a little baby Adachi in there. This is probably the one where where you guys talked about Toonami. This one's funny. And then I think I mentioned that in Bloodborne we did a The End reference to the Beatles song, the end of Abbey Road, and I like this one more. In the end, the love you feel is equal to the hearts you steal, because it was such an epic saga like this. Like, because this is, I mean, listen, maybe that was Abbey Road, but this was the Sgt. Pepper for sure of these fucking streams. This was the huge accomplishment. So it felt like I don't know. To me, it felt like it meant a lot to me to like make the final session named after this, like, one of the great finales of all time, kind of, in my eyes. Okay. So, I mean, like, we talked about this a lot already. But some of the best sessions ever were the one with the boys, where Kamoshida's boys came and, like, they were just teachers, but Will thought they were his boys that he just invited to the school to fuck up the volleyball team. So that one was great. That was the first one where the bits were, like, really something. Like, I call that the Arlong arc of this. What were some other great streams? The one where this must have been after the Psy dungeon. The one with the hate where they were saying "Hey Jables" on the TV. No, is it? Or is that after? That's after Makoto's dungeon. That's a great one. The one after the one where we beat Kanashiro. That must have been. Where is it here? I think that was the Kanashiro we deserve. That's a great. That was a great session. Because that part is so funny. I don't remember exactly the order here, but the one where they go into Sojiro's house was really, really good. That would be somewhere in here also. Maybe that's a gamer in the crypt. Or maybe that's the way the tycoon tumbles. And then I guess, I think the Akechi Mr. Brightside thing might have been in here too. Or maybe this is just another one that's also called that. But no, that was a great moment. Yeah, Yusuke ate his post-it notes. Why would he? Oh yeah, there was a weird one that was on Friday night. We did one time. I remember that too. And it might have been that one. Though I guess maybe I didn't make the stream title that. Let's see what else. The Hawaii, the whole Hawaii part, this part 2 where they actually go to Hawaii. Really, really funny the whole way through. Everything that happened when they were in Hawaii was super good. Haru, upon appearing into the game, was like immediately a funny character, so like a lot of that stuff was good too. What are some other great ones? Again, I talked about the I think it's this one. This whole stream has the Shido fight. It has the Akechi thing. It has the whole escape from the boat, including how I fucked up the Akechi thing, which is why we named the next stream the Pope of Cope. I'm the Pope of Cope. It was me. I tried to turn it into a bit to save face because I messed it up. Those were great. The bit about the two like elder stars holding the holding the ship back so the thieves could get out. I thought that was really funny. Yeah, this one where Jables went around and he fucked everybody's lives up again, which that wasn't in, like, you do that in the game, but we added to that. We made that also. That was half the game and half of our lore. And of course the last one was awesome too. And there was the royal content of Persona 5 Royal is also really good. I think it's like the best stuff story-wise in the game, arguably. And so it was a lot of fun to go through that too. But man, I don't know. There's so many good bits. It would be impossible to talk about all of it. What I love about the playthrough really more than anything is kind of like I just mentioned. It was a playthrough of Persona 5 Royal on paper, but a whole little world, like, and a whole other story kind of evolved out of it, with characters that looked like the Persona 5 characters, but were also different. And like we were talking about with Bloodborne, a bunch of characters that we made up as well, like Guts Point, Crowy, all the left kid, all that goofy shit. So much so that at the end of the P5R playthrough, we did a tier list of the Persona 5 Royal characters, including all the bits, all the made-up characters we did. Some concepts, songs were on the list, and that was also great. I also loved that, even though that, I mean, I would conclude that as part of the playthrough also. It's a 10. It felt, I can't describe, I didn't go into it wanting to make it that, but through really the effort of everybody who tuned in to watch, which is, everybody who's here, but also other people who aren't here right now. And also one chatter called Yakshimara, who I don't hold anything against. I think they just they were invested in this playthrough and then they went on and, they're probably just doing their own thing now. But one random viewer chatter called Yakshimara, who could hang,
and did contribute to the bits and stuck it out for the whole thing. Wherever you are out there, thank you for watching. Yeah, I don't know. It's one of my favorite games of all time now. I already really loved the game. And going through it again was pretty good. Maybe not as good as Yoshi, though. Let's put it here. Nice. Okay. We got Hat in Time music. We got a Hat in Time coming up. Is this... Oh, this is just a really long song. Some of these Hat in Time ones are, like, way too long. There was something on that. I should not have tabbed back over there. There's something in the playlist that I don't want you guys to see. Yeah, I think there's one that is very close to this one for similar yet different reasons. And there are some things that I do like more about that second place other playthrough that I over this one. But I think just for, you know, it's like when Zebra puts P4 at the top of his list. I think it has too much so much so that we could do a whole sequel, like we could do a whole game like where it felt like not only were the Persona 5 characters back, but that the characters we made were back, you know? Like no other one has something like that. All right. But I'm hyping it up. It's not that big of a deal, really. Okay. So that was going. Somehow the whole entire meta changed. I broke into my groove. I got comfortable with streaming. I finally was doing it my own way, I think, with this, and just saying what I wanted to say, and you know, and the energy was there, which was not there for a lot of these other ones. And yeah, I think the Steinerverse was in a lot of ways sort of, this was the spawning point of whatever it is that like the people who stream in this friend group have going on. It sort of came out of this. Even though again, I would say that the Zebra's P4 playthrough is sort of the starting point of that. Okay. Halo. I'm gonna rank all of these at once, I think. Because, again, I can tab down to the different ones. So, all of these are pretty short. This is me and Sizz playing through Halo 1, 2, and 3 co-op on the Master Chief Collection. We've done all of them that way. Obviously, this is Halo Anniversary, Halo 2 Remastered, and just Halo 3 is also on the collection. Yeah, that could be true also, Sizz. But Left 4 Dead would have happened around... Was Left 4 Dead that October, or was it the October we finished P5? Would it have been the October before? The Left 4 Dead one-off stream would have been, but not the playthrough. The playthrough would have been after P5 started, right? The one-off stream was October 2020. But the Left 4 Dead run must have been somewhere in 2021. Raw. Okay. We are playing Halo. All of these are really good. I think there's not one of them that's not A, but I do think there's one that's clearly A, and then there's one that I know is S, one that I think is clearly A, and then one there where I don't know what tier it goes in. But they're so similar that I think we talk about all of them. This is the first stream since we started streaming again in 2017 where I did a co-op thing. I'm definitely not opposed to doing more stuff like that. I just haven't. It's just not really my thing. I feel like when I go to stream, I like it more not having a co-commentator unless we're doing a game like this. And I think that like people having a co-commentator is like a sort of like, I don't know. It's, in this friend group, it's like a thing of the past kind of. But I would still be down to do like, stuff like this more.
But this is the only thing we've done on here like this. So we started. Me and Sis did Halo 1 was in. This right after Persona started. I remember us talking about like how funny the playthrough already was when we were doing this. We had just started. We were like weeks in. Halo 2 was in February of 22, and then Halo 3 was just this year in May of 23. So there's been one per year since, well, almost. I guess we skipped 2021. But this is almost 2021. It's like right at the, like that's almost a year apart, and then this one is a little bit further. They've all been really funny. There's strengths and weaknesses to each. Halo 1 was I think maybe the first one, so we weren't, I mean, obviously me and Sis are friends, so, also me and Sis. Obviously me and Sis are friends, so it wasn't like, there was no awkwardness. It wasn't like two people not knowing each other, like doing a collab. We already knew how to talk to each other. But I still think Halo 1 maybe was a little less comfortable than, say, like Halo 3, where we totally I feel like we totally got like what the vibe was by this point. There was, in Halo 1, the highlights are the Chief 5 we invented here, which is just us running up and meleeing each other at the same time. Some iconic Chief 5s are when we Chief 5'd with Captain Keyes in the middle and killed him. And then, yeah, there's a whole emote about it. When we Chief 5'd in the Warthogs on the beach level, the Silent Cartographer, that was iconic. Halo 1 is the one of these three games that I have the nostalgia for, because I played this when I was younger. And Halo 2 and 3 I played some, but I never did the campaign, or I didn't really play. The Halo 1 is the one that I like love dearly, as like a nostalgic thing. So I had fun with that, even though there are some dire parts of Halo 1, but we made those fun too. 2 Betrayals, iconic. We were in the sauce of that last mission for so long. There's a combat room like right out at the bottom of the, like when you come out of that thing. In 2 Betrayals, and it took us forever. And then the thing about Halo 1 and also Halo 2 to an even worse degree is that the games crashed. And Halo 1 crashed on that level, and it also crashed on the library, from what I recall, which are like the 2 worst, like the 2 worst levels. No, we played this on Legendary, Sis. The only one we didn't play on Legendary was 2. We played that on Heroic. Oh, yeah, I guess Veteran, you just mean like this, like the top difficulty. Yeah. Yeah, we played all of these on the hardest difficulty except Halo 2, which has a annoying respawn system quirk that the other 2 games don't have, and we didn't want to deal with that. Oh, nice. What else is there from 1? The Sunny. So getting the Warthog stuck in a doorway. We tried to get the Warthog all the way down this little confined like area, and we got it really fucking far one time. Just like the stuff that you like, of course you would do if you're doing a Halo playthrough. We did that. It was the 1000 Sunny. We got it really far and we couldn't get it through a doorway. We had to let it go. There's a funny clip of that. So that's Halo 1. Halo 2 has, again, a lot of the same bits from 1. Obviously, this game has the Arbiter, so there was... the Arbiter became funny, I think, more in this. So what's not as good about Halo 2 is that, again, the game would crash, and there was this one, like, jungle level where it crashed. It must have crashed, like, 5 times or something. So much so that I was worried we weren't going to be able to finish the playthrough. Like, I didn't know how we were going to get past that level. And I think we finally switched who was hosting the session, and then we finally were able to get through it. I think it was maybe a connection thing or possibly an issue with the game. I remember Googling it. I don't remember what we found. So that was a negative for sure about Halo 2.
But Halo 2, I think, has also hands down the funniest session of any of these, which is the last session, which is where Silvers was created. Silvers, the elite who, like, just, I don't know, we just made up a character in the last, like, hour of the game, and we loved him. Yeah, I think, Sizz, that direness was fun in Halo 1 and less fun in Halo 2. In Halo 1, the game crashing, it really felt like we were like, well, we're just gonna have to, you know, focus up and gamer down, pick ourselves up by our bootstraps. There was camaraderie in that. And there was in Halo 2 also, until it got really bad on that one level, I would say. Yo, what's up, monkey? Yeah, 2 betrayals. And then Halo 3, I think, has maybe not the highest highs of some of these, but I think this was a really consistent playthrough. A bit I always think of, which is also from the last session of Halo 3, is when the Master Chief wanted to show Arbiter, like, that he was cool. So he was like, look, Arbiter. He had the SMG and he had the plasma rifle, and he was like, look, Arbiter, the guns represent our unity or something. He was really being so white, but he wanted to show Master Chief that he wanted to show Arbiter that like they were cool now. I always think of that. We had some Silvers came back in Halo 3, so we had some good jokes about that, and we had some funny stuff about Sizz had like a little turret that he loved. Another great element of the Halo streams is that the Master Chief's body count continued to rise higher and higher of his own men. His friendly fire count continued to rise as it went. So like in Halo 2, I specifically remember there's a funny clip where Sizz is like, Steiner, you just ran over our Marine. And then instantly I was like, nah, Sizz, just drop this one, Sizz. He did it to himself or something like that. And then I remember we had our little Marine buddies in Halo 3. I killed Sizz's because he survived and mine didn't. Just like, you know, the funny bits you would do if you were doing a playthrough of Halo. It's always been about the bits first, even though we play on the hardest difficulty every time. And yeah, the Master Chief voice is great. The Chiefs, Master Chiefs. Me and Sizz couldn't stop calling each other Chief. Like, I don't know what it is. Like when Halo boots, Sizz is no longer Sizz to me. I call him Chief. No matter what, when I need to refer to him, I know that that's what's gonna come out of my mouth instead of Sizz. So yeah, I think that's all 3 of those summed pretty well. We can look at the stream titles for these, though. These are usually a collaborative effort. We got 4 betrayals because we didn't know how many betrayals there were. I think Metroid and Doom Guy Take Dallas is actually pretty funny. Chief Trick, I think this feels like Sizz to me. Maximo over Chief, that's Halo 1. 1, 2, 3 o'clock Chief Clock Rock, I think that one's mine. It Takes 2 Chiefs, I think that's maybe a Sizz. We're doing a Master Chiefin. It's like a brother check-in thing. I like that. Halo 3, again, we just did this one. You gotta fight for your right to Chief 5, that's Sizz. Virtual Chief Sanity, I think that's me. Again, I don't know, why would you think that? Master Chief's finished the 5, I think Kingo suggested this one. Oh, because on Halo 3 we were finishing the fight. You know, because that's the tagline of Halo 3, and I'm obsessed with it for some reason. But yeah, so that's Halo, all of them. Futures made of. Oh, guys, this is special. Who knows what it is already? Okay, so I have a hard time with Halo 1 versus 3. Oh yeah, the Blow Me Away night was also really good, and that's in 2. Where I popped off over Blow Me Away. And then that's where Sizz told me about the RuneScape music video that was actually so raw that Will then made a shit post of that, and that was the face cam for Halo 3. And he also made the one for Halo 2 also, which was the Master Chiefs and the Warthog with like the Tims on or whatever, and it was the Sunny. And also they killed Eric Clapton. That didn't even come from the streams. That we made that up on our own. Okay. I think Halo 2 is the worst one. I'm gonna put it. I think it's still top of A so far though, mostly because of silvers. Yeah, I remember in that Discord call, Will, I was playing TAC. I was practicing my throw hovering. I think I ranked them 1, 3, 2, Sis. Again, 3 didn't have maybe the highest heights, but it was the smoothest playthrough. I think it's the best campaign of these games, so it was the most fun for me to go through personally on that degree. I did, like the maps, like the missions themselves, I think are the most fun. And I think we felt very like this was our peak of, like we had it all figured out by that point. But I do think Halo 1 is the best. I think this might actually be perfect. Because this is like a lower S, this is a high A, and this is... Well, I think I rank it better than Bloodborne. It's shorter, obviously. It's much, it's less than Bloodborne, but I think this is it so far for these 3. Okay, so that's, again, we're okay, Steeners. That's 3 down. 3 out of the way. We don't have that many left. If we can finish before midnight, that would be so cool. And if not, that would still be cool. Thanks for coming out. Okay. But the thing about this, about the streams is, so again, this took over a year to finish. We streamed this, I think we missed one Sunday of Persona 5 Royal ever. And I think it's because there was an SGM that weekend. Ever. One Sunday of a whole year. I'm pretty sure we only missed one. So that's a long time to be doing something else. And Halo was only like 2 months. So what else did we do? Well, we did a lot. We did these 4 games in that amount of time. Yeah, all of this one maybe started, Persona 5 I think was over for a lot of Zelda. But if we look at where is it? Oh, here it is. Yeah, so August. So 2 months of Zelda was even P5. Long time. And in there are some little peekies. There are some little cutas. Yeah, this is the credits theme to Eco. Okay, so Hat in Time. Let's get rid of the Halo tier. Of the Weird Champ Friday playthroughs, I think there is a case to be made of this being one of the weaker ones for sure. But again, like I had said previously, I think it's better than Super Paper. Are there any Bs left still? This might be top of B. It's better than Super Paper Mario for sure. Let's look at the titles. I wish hats were real. Which again, I would use this. Oh no, this is. I use this again like later on at some point to a funnier effect. Cooking Cat fan cam. Zebra hated Cooking Cat, remember? I liked Cooking Cat though. Still tote hats strapped with infrared beams. That's a Biggie reference. Okay, fine. It's better than ukulele. This ties into what I was looking for this because I saw Naf's comment. This ties into what Naf said is I think this game is a solid 7. Like this is absolutely in the 7 range. Hat in Time is and I think there was sort of a back and forth the whole time of me being like, is it better than ukulele though? Which I mean, I think it is actually, like all things considered. And then the stream title was genuine. I don't know. It's like a good game, but it absolutely has crowdfunded platformer vibe stank to it. And I also think that the PS4 version of the game not being like the best optimized version, it had a bunch of graphical like weird the lighting looked weird. It looked weird. Naf was trying to tell me that the PC version was better, and I do believe that.
I believe the PS4 version's not a great port. But me thinking the game was like just like pretty good definitely didn't harm the playthrough. I think it might be around here still. It's definitely still an A. I think Hat in Time got better as it went. The early levels of this game, I think, are the worst levels. At least that first Mafia Town level or whatever. I mean, again, that was this. I remember this game when it was early, like alpha, like early. I watched footage of it and stuff. Like I saw streamers play like that alpha build they put out, and that level was the level that they had ready to play at that time. So I'm not surprised that the first level that they kept in the game all those years was the worst one. But then there's the Dead Bird Studios. That level's kind of cool. It's cute on like a aesthetic vibe. I don't like the Subcon Forest level, but a lot of great bits came from there. And then there's, oh no, I haven't yet, Zebra. That one's later on. That one might not make top 5, but it's up there for sure. I don't remember what if there's a third or fifth level. I don't remember which one it is. But then there's also the mountain one, and that was a cool level. I liked that one. There must be one more in there, right? Mafia Town, Dead Bird, Subcon Forest, the mountain level. What the fuck is the other level? I don't know. Yeah, well, I didn't do the DLC though, because the game was mid, so I didn't do the Seal. Even though the Seal DLC seems like it would have been fun. I think it's just because it wasn't included with the version of the game I had. Yeah, but that's the Dead Bird Studio. I guess maybe there's 4 levels, and there's just a bunch of like different missions in them. Yeah, Kingo. There's a DLC about little seals. It does look pretty cute. You can play the game on your own. I still recommend it. I still think it's a solid game. It's just not. I don't think it's an amazing game. Okay, but the thing about Hat in Time, funny. There was. Oh, yo, Zebra. All right, bet. I don't have the clip ready, otherwise I would absolutely play it, but I think one of the funniest stream moments ever, like retroactively, was Sizz being, so we started calling Hat Kid Baby just because she was like a little cute little baby. She's just a cutie. I just like her. And so we started calling Hat Kid Baby. The little like doot da dee da doot dee da, that's from this. Like saying doot dot deet, that came from this. And so like that was it. Hat Kid was a little baby. So Sizz so one time we were scootering around in the Subcon Forest level. One of at my like lowest points in the game. Like I had no idea where we were going. It really felt like Yooka-Laylee in that moment because the level didn't even feel like it was finished. I was jumping around in that swamp. I had no fucking idea there was no conveyance where I was supposed to go. And one of the little NPCs, as we were scootering by, went, maybe some random. Like they were saying something and they said, maybe some random. And Sizz halts the whole stream and goes, guys, I swear I just heard someone say, baby so random. So I was like, no way, Sizz. There's no fucking way you heard baby so random. You're fucking with us. But then he went back and he clipped it. And sure enough, as we were going by, it was just, baby so random. It's like the perfect like sliver of that text box that made it sound like the game was alive, and it said baby so random. And that's an all-timer great moment. And otherwise I think it did have comfy vibes. I liked the stream. Again, one of the weaker Weird Champ Fridays for sure. So much so that I still think I might want to move this to top of B. I think I'm going to. Just again, looking at what's left. And make it more like more of an even spread. But Paper Mario and Hat in Time are really close. And so is another one of these early Weird Champ ones, but it's not Tack. We looked at this stuff, right? All right. Tack and the Power of Juju, a better game than Hat in Time. Not actually, but actually. We got Tack-a-Whack on the wild side. Taco Juju Noha versus the Yorble Army. This was absolutely a big Think Dimension bit. Tackthony Juge Tano reviews Real Wild Child by Wakefield. I'm proud of that one. The Tack That Smiles Back, and then the important one, the greatest video game ever made. Tack and the Power of Juju, a game I had as a kid. Always thought it would be funny to move back, to go back to it. Because it just seemed funny. Well, yeah, that was the thing, K-Man. Sis misheard it, but, like, the fact that it really did, he really almost did say baby so random. Like, and that we were all so tired that we heard what we needed to hear. And we had been calling her baby already the whole playthrough. Baby didn't come because he said that. We thought the game came to life and said baby. That's what I think was so funny about it. This was in Persona. We were worried the game was alive. We were worried that video games were real. Okay. But back to Tack. Also, hi K-Man. And yeah, that other clip Sis posted is a good one too. When Baby was, that was like at the very end of the playthrough when Baby was playing with toys. She's cutie. Okay, Tack. This was big. This feels like you tried to do a so bad it's good and ended up with a 42 out of 10. I think is sort of what happened. Sort of what happened to Tack. I played this as a kid and I liked it then, but I wanted to play a game that was like not like a well-loved, like a beloved game, and I just Sis wanted me to play this and Zebra too because they also had it as kids, I think, or they played it as kids at least. So we decided to bite the bullet and play Tack. Again, I had been kind of wanting to play it, kicking around the idea of doing it since Mario 64. And it finally manifested here. And even the regular playthrough, I think we were just kind of all in on it. Like there was some great bullshitting. There's one stream session of Tack that I think must have been maybe the Tack That Smiles Back, or maybe this one. One of these later sessions was one of the best stream sessions ever. It was one night I already had to wake up early in the morning from something I had to do, so I was exhausted. It was around the time that the Biden stimulus check came out, and I remember specifically that I was still reeling from that day where I spent $200 on Dragon Quest V on DS. And I was feeling myself because of that. We got some good raids. I think we definitely did. We had a Bobo raid come through, and Bobo's like viewers like latched onto and loved Tack also. They were like into it. We got stuck in the Sun Temple, and we couldn't end it. I wanted the stream to be over, but it wasn't. But that just made it even funnier. That night was great. The night where we were stuck in Numa Dunes, in fucking Numa Dune Purgatory, was great. I think Big String was a different night, but Big String was a hilarious thing K-Man made up about the floss industry and why like floss is a scam. Oh, I see what Secret says they're talking about. No, is it Mega Man? Maybe you'll have to wait. Just really funny playthrough. I think I put it at the top of A when we ranked these before. But I think that I think it's higher than that. And I think I specifically feel, because we also played this game a lot like a year later when I learned the speed run for it. And even though I feel like it's maybe a little wrong to count that, I'm gonna include it to some degree. The main thing I'm ranking here is still the original tag playthrough, but if we're including Wolfsky Night as part of Spyro, I think we can call this like the tack we played on this channel. Because I really don't do one-off stuff like that. It's just playthroughs. And that had some good bits too. One, it was a lot of fun to learn how to speedrun the game. We also we got like, if it's weird, it works out of that. Loving Flora, who's your like Navi like NPC guide in the game, was even more boosted by the tack streams, or the tack speedrun practice. And so because of all that, it's definitely an S. I think it's here right now. What's your idea, Kingo? Yo, raw. We'll get the next one ready. Oh, he has a good idea of what he thinks the game is. I see what you mean now. I got you. Yeah. So, yeah. Doing good. Okay. Tack. That's tack. But I don't know if I think tack is a top 5 though, is the thing. Yo, Retro Gamer Dad, welcome. We're doing something dumb. Don't perceive me. It's just something very self-indulgent and dumb. We're tiering the stream playthroughs we've done, which I know you were there for, a good part of a lot of. What's up? Okay. All right, Splatoon 2. This is the Octo expansion. We did not play the story mode of Splatoon 2, but that's not a category on Twitch, so I had to pick this. But that's what this is representing. Yeah, that's true, Sis. Yeah, again, it's top 5 right now, but I don't think any of these 4 will end up being top 5. All right, Splatoon 2. Let's look at these. There's one of these that I think is funny. Maybe? No, not really. This is a funny thing that Will said once that we latched onto. I like the octopus. Seeking the Promised Land of Amogus. This is pretty... Among Us was definitely, had come out before this and was popular before this, but... You gotta remember, Splatoon is a game that allows you to share community posts in the lobby of the game. And it's also a game regularly played by people who are young. And so we made up a mini game where every time we would boot up Octo Expansion to play, we would first go look at all the posts in the lobby and count how many of them were Among Us. And I think there was an Amogus on every stream. I don't think there was one that wasn't... There was not one that even had that didn't have an Amogus. Splat my Subway squid sandwich. This I think this is a funny title. But this was the most memorable Splatoon 2 stream, I think. And then call that a cephalopog, I also kind of like. All right. So I think this one is good, but one of the weaker Weird Champ ones. It's definitely an A somewhere. The thing I remember most... you know what? Actually, I'm going to talk about this too. Because I missed it before. And I just remembered it when we were just talking about it. And now I remember it again. I talked about Bobo raiding through. Bobo is definitely the most iconic raider. Other than Zebra now. When Zebra started on Fridays, he now is sort of the most iconic raider. But I still gotta hand it to Bobo because she's produced 3 really funny raids. The first was Kingdom Hearts 2, where it was the reverse raid, where I used to raid her I think it was Tuesday night when we used to play those. Tuesday evenings, I used to raid Bobo and she would raid me, whoever was finished first.
And there was one time when we were coming up with typing the raid message as they raided in. Then we called it the reverse raid. That was really funny. I mentioned the TAC one. And then the last one was this. And the reason I remember it is Bobo and her gang raided in, and I think they were feeling a little generous that night because we had a sub goal still to hit. We had one more, and I think we got like 10 or 15 subs in that night. And it really all started because somebody made a donation to me, and I don't even remember who it was that donated it. Someone did a money donation, and I remember saying like, oh no, you don't need to donate. Like if you want to monetarily do something to support this channel, you can just sub instead. And then I was like, well, no, but actually I take that back though. Like you don't have to sub. And then everybody just started subbing. It was like, I really was just like speaking absent-mindedly, and we got like a ton of fucking subs. And then I think we then in Persona made a push to like, I think I put the little bar back. We made a push to try to get this sub emotes slots done. And that's when we finally did it. But Splatoon 2 really helped. That was also just a really funny, like that, I went back and I rewatched just that one part of this to prepare for this. Because I couldn't remember exactly how it went. And it was funny, and it was how I remembered it. But also, this is a cool DLC. The levels are really interesting. They have this cool 80s retro vibe. There were some challenges that were pretty tough that I remember taking a long time on. There's one where you have to roll this 8-ball using I think it's the heavy splatling through this level. I remember being on that one a lot. The grind rail levels were particularly tough. And there's one where you have to fight a bunch of octolings that was also difficult. I remember I did that with the Brella. I fell in love in this playthrough for the first time in my life with a little bobbly head. Can we show her? Alright, watch this. Splatoon 2 Octo Expansion. What would we call her? Bobbly head girl. Oh, please don't find porn on here. Bobblehead. Let's try Denizens of the Deep. Here she is. I fell in love for the first time in my life with this thing. Can I get it better? Here we go. with this thing. I was truly booed up for her a little bit. Like I was a little down bad for her. Look how nice she looks. Sure, her head is a little bizarre, but she's just cute. And then I would fall in love again one more time in Skyward Sword. But yeah, so that was funny. I fell in love with that weird girl off of Splatoon. The Denizens of the Deep are awesome. The Octo expansion visually just has and aesthetically has such a cool design to it. You remember what the hell is his name? The big Iso Padre, the big bug-looking guy who's like a gangster also. We changed up our Agent 8 every week. That was fun. The ending of the Octo expansion is awesome. It's peak. Pearl and Marina like sing you out of this big climb. You're like climbing more and more to like get free of the deep sea and get your freedom and everything. And like the song, that's when all like the vocal themes, which a lot of we've heard of tonight, those all start playing, and it's so cool. And also the final boss took us a long time too. But I think the vibes were good. I had a good time playing it. It's not the most standout Weird Champ game, but I think it's maybe like, oh, I really love Chrono Trigger though. I think it's maybe here. Towards the back of A again is like about as low as they get. Okay. Well, that's good for that one. This one I think is much better. Of the time other than Halo, this is the best Weird Champ we had done. Resident Evil 5 or Resident Evil 7 Biohazard. Let's look at it. We got one malicious occupant. Excuse me, Steiner, can you fucking load? What? Yes. Okay. Ornstein and Smough. Yeah, Resident Evil 7. I loved this playthrough. I thought this was really fun. Extremely getting chainsawed in the stomach voice. My wife. I think that's funny. Chilling with Jack at the Zoe Shag Shack. That was just an iconic like area of the game. This was after I got jump scared by Marguerite. This is the one where we did, what's the brother's name? Leon? No, that's another Resident Evil character. Lucas. Brother Steiner. He also the brother. He's their son. He's not my brother. But Jack was my dad and Marguerite was my mom. Lucas. That was his like weird escape room area. And then a brand new Chevy tanker or ocean liner for you, Ethan. This is a play on a bit Sis made up, which is, it's a brand new car or truck for you. A Chevy car or truck for you, Snag. That was the worst session. The thing about Resident Evil 7, I think at least, is that this game falls off. This game falls off by the end. I think it cuts short and its last act is pretty weak. And I also think the same is true of the playthrough. Because the best streams were definitely these early ones, and the worst stream was at least definitely this last one. The Lucas is like, crazy fucking saw thing is like an interesting segment for sure. But I think the early part of Resident Evil 7 was definitely better. That first stream, I remember being like, my cells were alive for sure in that first session. It's really funny. Jack hunting us around the house. Obviously, the first area, the shed or whatever, is a great single piece of horror segment. We spent a long time fighting Jack in the garage because we just kept dying. Ethan Steiner, Steiner was in full swing at this time. I remember calling him Ethan Steiner a lot. Everybody was in the game. Like this was like Rise was there. Tamal was in the mansion. We didn't have Flaney yet, but she definitely would have been in there. That was a funny bit. What else was good? Yeah, the people were just popping in, running in and out of the mansion, all this crazy stuff. Marguerite scared me really bad. I think that is a cool section of the game too. That's also the guest house is that part, and that's where the centipedes bit came from, which I also thought I had a lot of fun with that. The centipedes loved Ethan, and they wanted to sing him a song, but they also wanted to kill him. Just because that part is so stupid, you're crawling through a crack in the walls, and and then suddenly they're like, I don't know, what would scare him? What if a bunch of fucking centipedes came down? Hilarious, so goofy. There must be, there's one other thing. Marguerite really scared me. Oh, I also got really scared. There's a really tense, great little bit of horror. Yeah, they did sing songs, sis. There's a great little bit of horror the first time you find out about Evie, I think, or Evie, however they say it, where you go, is this in the guest house or is this when you go back to the main house? You go up the stairs into this kind of just really quiet, empty part of the house that you haven't been in before, and there's a piano playing sometimes, but no one's at the piano, and then you crawl through this thing. And when you're all the way at the back of the thing, then you realize, oh fuck, this is scary. There's a ghost in here. And then you have to crawl out. But I think the crawl in there is really tense. I remember being on the edge of my seat for that part. I like that part more than I like Lucas's thing. But that's still an entertaining part of the game too. I remember Zebra and Comb telling me that they had a really funny time with the Lucas event when they played the game, so maybe that was probably part of it. Yeah, and then when you get on the boat, it stinks kinda. It's all right. I mean, it's fine. I like the game, and the playthrough is definitely at least high A. It could be S. I don't know. We may revisit that
I don't know. Again, I don't know if I value it more than me hanging out with Sis. But I think this one is really funny. It had some great laughs. I remember Isaac was around by this point because they started watching in Persona. And I remember Isaac being like, I don't know what I expected, but I didn't expect that this would be funny. I think after the first stream. I specifically remember being like, Isaac being like, yeah, I guess I just didn't expect that you would make it funny. Which was really touched me as a compliment, actually, even though I don't even think they meant it that way. But it was funny. It was really good. I feel like it's maybe a little bit of a bummer or a missed opportunity that we didn't play 8 on here, Village, because I like that game more than this one by a lot. And it was fun to watch Zebra play it, but like he still could have played it too. Maybe, for me to have left the RE7, left that as the one we did. But I don't know, maybe it wouldn't have been the same. Except I would have shit my pants in House Beneviento for sure. Okay, I'm so excited to get to this one. I think one of the people that either Sis or Zebra tiered this maybe lower than I thought. But I think this is an easy S. I absolutely love this. Wait, what did you say, Z? What did you ask? You asked what? Did I miss something? I don't know. Oh, about RE8. I had already played it, I think. I think I had already played that. I definitely had played it before you played it. I think no. I was set that I wanted to play this so I could catch up and play that, because I thought it looked more like RE4, and I just thought it was already gonna come out. And so we streamed this so that I could like catch up on it. It was to knock it out, kind of. And also I thought it would be funny. I'm just thinking, like, in hindsight, maybe it would have been cool to play that, but at the time, I think when you were considering doing it, I had already played it. Okay. Look, we're getting there now. We're down to 1 row. I think we're doing good. Even though we have some big ones left. Okay, so, Telemore. All right, so again, reiterating that the virtual insanity arc is very particular. Zelda could have potentially gone in the video Game Boy Rises arc, but I felt it needed to go in this one, even though this really pertains mostly to Fire Emblem. I felt it had to go in here because of how much language broke down during Zelda. We were absolutely doing the like dialect by this point. It started like really late Persona. We started kind of doing that a lot. But I mean, like he love it like a human, like a bird would, like like that. Or there's one part where I was trying to describe to you guys about how the Goron doot.deet, like there's like it got so dumb in Zelda. That's why I felt it had to be the first one of the virtual insanity arc, which is even though it's a Jamiroquai reference, it also means that the games were virtual, but I went insane. And this one has that energy as much, maybe not as much as Fire Emblem, but it definitely carries that stank to it. So, let's see, what do we got here? We got me wondering what the Groosey like. The first session of this playthrough is a lot of me having to defend how cute Skyward Sword Zelda is from the rest of the chat. But we named Link Telemore. Zebra had just finished Zero Time Dilemma. and I was pretty into Fi at that point. I may have said some truly strange things in that first session. Not even just about that. I remember we made a joke about like trying to ingest the skin flakes that Zelda left in her like sailcloth that she made for us. That first session was crazy. What else? We got Fee Fi Fo Fum Cheese to meet you. The Laneru Air facility areas. This is definitely early into us having the our chicken life emotes, which again I'm sure did not help the breakdown of language that I talked about. The ancient postern. There's a reference to the Kingdom Hearts playthrough. Poop Scoop and Boogie, or no, it would have been this playthrough. This is the one where where I posed the idea of the bodily fluid tier list. It's also the one where the only instance ever of me telling one of my favorite stories of all time, which is when the girl threw the shit out the window and it landed on the skylight, which I completely believe is real. That's a real thing that happened. If you think it's fake, you're wrong. Oh no, yeah. Well, I upload these to YouTube, Retro Gamer Dad. So at least these titles, I grabbed from that. I would never have remembered all this stuff, but the streams themselves I do remember, just because I don't know. It's just the thing I do. They're memorable to me. There's no pirates in Zelda. There's pirates in like half the Zeldas. This is not when it came out, but one of the best bits from this playthrough is the Elden Ring. the Chocolate Rain, Elden Volcano, Elden Ring joke, which I think is one of the hardest I've ever laughed on a stream. What else do we got here? This is a Balloon Shop reference. This is a reference to the skit that's called When the Blood Comes Home, which was also the name of one of the Bloodborne streams. This is a Telemore reference. This is a reference to how, not only was I in love with Zelda in this game, but I was also in love with Beatrice, or as King O might call her, like Owlinda, you know, like like bird shell, like. But we were also in love with the Sky Knight, the Lady Sky Knight, who saves you when you fall off of Skyloft. Only at nighttime, though. Who was eventually who Telemore did pick, and then remember we couldn't get her to come get us at the end, so then Telemore he went on like a soul searching quest. And yeah, I mean, you probably could guess so far. I already also said this was an S. I deeply love this one because I feel like the vibes were, at their worst, the vibes were disgusting, which was hilarious. And at their best, the vibes were just so goofy. I feel like we did something funny was said or happened every stream. I did not talk about the Telemore dream, which is a highlight that I made, one of the few highlights of like the last couple of years. The dream I had where Telemore came into my house. I think I told that story really well, so I'm really proud of that moment. I think I made it really funny. It's peak. It's really good. I think it's fuck. Well, it's definitely an S. I like it more than Bloodborne. Tack means a lot. I think it's maybe in here. Well, it's hard. It's tough compared to Bloodborne. I think it's right. These are very close to me. I think it's, again, Bloodborne is this was still pretty early. For it to be up here with these S tiers is a strong notch in its belt. But I think Zelda beats it out just barely. I really liked this playthrough. I thought it was really funny. Even though the game was sometimes dire. Even the game being dire was funny a lot of the time. Remember how many times we fought the imprisoned? Oh, and also, the continuing bit for the whole playthrough that Sizz was the new guy. Which, I mean, he really only did that one night. But the first night, Sizz ran this bit that he had never watched the stream before. And we were like,
Oh well, hello, Sis. We like to call this character Makoto Scotch. Actually, like we play a game called Persona 2, and like it was so dumb. It was really really stupid. But then it continued on in that Sis, who's not like a Zelda like fan really, or at least at that point wasn't. He's played some now and liked them, but you know, it's not like a series that he like is super in on. The whole thing was me quizzing Sis about Zelda. We did that the whole playthrough. At the end of the playthrough, I was supposed to make a test that I could still make, but no, I can't. I never made it. I feel really bad about that. That keeps it below TAC. If I had made the test, I would have put it above TAC. Yeah, we did Katamari Gamer Dad. We got Katamari Damacy in A, and Katamari. We love Katamari at the top of B. But even the B's are good. Yeah, that was funny too. That's it. That's really all I think I have from Zelda. It was great. I loved it. Okay. Hey, what's up, Sis? Oh, yeah. And also, see, there's so many good bits from this one. The little moblin like trumpet noise that the moblins would, or the bokoblins would do to call each other. It's always funny to do. And then we did it King of the Hill one time. So dumb. Yeah, I opened talking about it with Delamore. Oh, we did a lot of voices in this also, which would later come into. I mean, Persona 5 definitely had voices, but there's two of these remaining playthroughs that I really think about doing some voice acting on. One of them I think is probably obvious, but the other one maybe not as much. Okay. Let's just put this one here. All right, baby. This is the last big hurdle for me to jump over. The fucking dub. Yeah. Zelda may have started the virtual insanity arc, but Fire Emblem Three Houses is the face of things going too far. Fire Emblem Three Houses is the first time we took it too far. In a beautiful, things exploded into a beautiful wave of madness. Steiner madness. It could never be done again. The whole reason that we even had to make the flop era is because I couldn't. This was not something I needed to intervene myself. The flop era was like Andy putting the card into it. Ross. The flop era was Andy putting the card into his head and turning from Victor into Andy. So dumb. Unpilled. Oh my god. All right. I'll take a drink of water and then we'll start talking about this one. Yeah, it's the new era, Catch the Fever. Okay. So this is easily the second longest playthrough. It's still about 100 hours shorter than Persona 5 Royal. But that doesn't mean it was short. It was very long. Kingo was talking to me the other night about how in the beginning of this, I was thinking we would go back to 3.5 hours because these were usually 4.5 to 5. And he was like, Snack, you're never going to be able to do that. It's going to take, like, time-wise, it's going to take longer than P5R. And at the time, I was like, nah, no way. And it didn't, but the streams did not stay that short. A lot of the earlier ones were shorter. I did try. I gave it a good try. You said about as long as. And I think you were right. I think it would have been if we hadn't, continued as we did. You also raw song. Okay, so there's a lot of funny titles in this one, I think.
Let's look through them. Dr. Snumpo Cringerson's The Art of War. That was the first one. Cartoon Alligator. Rest in peace to that voice actor who did the voice of Costas. D-Doot is a pretty based homie. There was sort of a little bit we did where I was literally the something of Fodlan. So this was the Ted Lasso of Fodlan. We got literally the Sherlock Holmes of Fodlan, Fine Flaney. The Sun Tzu of Fodlan. This one, I'm literally not the Snack Attack 8 of Fodlan. This is because this is the day where I bet Zebra the channel. Which sounds so crazy. I bet Zebra the channel for a day. I don't remember what we bet it on. What did we bet it over? I have no idea. But we did it. And Zebra won the bet, whatever it was. And so he was me, and so he did the homework. And so that was why I was not the Snack Attack 8 of Fodlan. But going back up, a peepo a day keeps the Death Knight at bay. This is part of the Fine Flaney arc. I just think the title on that one's funny. Great Teacher Peepo Zuka, that one's pretty good. Peepo Snumpo wins the 6th annual Choose Your Legends voting contest. I think that's funny also. We got Google Show Me the School's Ball. 16 signs you're a Coomgnots. Extremely rare. Is it better than Big Knots? This is this is when we were in the sealed forest, I think. There are seals in the forest. How do they get around? I just think that's really funny. And then a sequel similar to that is, how can time skip? Time doesn't have legs. I think those are funny in like a dumb way. This one is supposed to be a play on like, of course you have blue hair and pronouns, but it's of course you have green hair and progenitor god powers. That's when Byleth awoke the Sothis power. I think that's a really funny title. I like that one. And then I also like started this very next one with Of Course You, but this is not meant to be like together. It just so happened. Like this is a Looney Tunes like Daffy Duck thing. Alamau Valley, birthplace of Horse of the Hellmont. I wrote this lore into the title. This is the one where they balled. The one where they took the game to the Golden Deer's court. Blood of the Eagle and Chicken. Like, can you believe, like, okay, so this is how long the playthrough is, and Blood of the Eagle and Lion is here. Isn't that wild? I mean, I guess it's in the time skip already, but, like, so much of the game is part 1. Old Deet, New Deet, Gold Deet, Slew Deet, that one's pretty good. The KOF Money Match heard around the world. Hey Arnold is the left kid of Three Houses. We'll show that to a fucking pilgrim, and their head will explode. And then Sothis is how it ends. I also think is a pretty good one. Really, I really like the titles for this. Yeah, there is so much that needs context, and the streams were the same way, because the single most defining trait of Fire Emblem Three Houses is that it was a stream playthrough that had an element beyond the stream. I guess maybe like subconsciously, I didn't know what I could do to one-up P5R. So P5R had moments where the game threatened that it would become real life, and I think for Three Houses, I decided to make the game real life. There was a Discord ARG where it wasn't every week, but it was a lot of weeks. It was every week for part 1, and then when we got into the war, I was running out of ideas, so it was like every other week, or every couple weeks. But I think the assignments were better and more involved after part 2. They were funnier homeworks for sure. It's just they weren't every week. Yeah, in the Blue Lion, in the Fire Emblem Three Houses channel we have in the Discord, I don't have any pins left for this because I pinned all the homework assignments. So all of the people who watched the stream were also my students in real life on Discord and also in the game.
including Makoto Nijima from Persona 5 Royal, who was my teacher's aide. She was in Fodlan, in Fire Emblem Three Houses. She was as real a part of the playthrough as any of the actual characters in the game. Yeah, we would assign homework for everybody to do, which was usually just stupid. But yeah, but some of the best things that came out of it were the seating chart, where we showed not only where the characters in the game sat, but where my friends in the stream chat sat in the classroom with them. Some of the best homeworks were the Deep Dude is a pretty based homie. That came from Pixel. Distant Dreamer by Duffy was another good one. That was like a running meme because JoJo's Part 6 was happening at that time. Yo, also, guys, text your ex. Don't forget. That was crazy. We did a horse race in this playthrough with marbles on stream, where the mounted unit characters' mounts raced each other, and we took bets on that. Me and Miss Nijima got addicted to gambling that week. We tiered how good the Blue Lions were at basketball. I had everybody write like epilogues for themselves on the final stream, and then I did my own ending, which was inspired by Zebra's, again, Zebra. We were kind of going back and forth at that point. Was inspired by Zebra's Dragon Quest playthrough where he made an ending. So I made my own epilogue, because Fire Emblem already has that. I made my own epilogue for all the characters, and then I took the epilogues other people wrote, and I made that part of the epilogue too. Outside of all the meta stuff, which I think is in hindsight, the best part of this. Outside of all the meta stuff, the playthrough itself was also really funny. It had that same energy P5R did, where the characters all sort of had their own bits. I don't think of the characters in this game, other than Flaney, as much of their own characters as I do for P5. I don't think that element was as strong in this one, but it was still there and it was still funny, and there was a lot of really good bits. Like Kingo said, the one where they did the dance was good. There were some other really funny ones. Dimitri was a really funny character. Some of my favorites from the stream were Dimitri, Ash. I fell in love with. I love that kid. I would adopt him in real life. Flane, Sedith. We married Petra, but she wasn't as funny. Who else? Raphael wasn't on the team. Hilarious. Same with Ignatz. Annette, I'm obsessed with her still. I adore her. That's why she got the emote. The first emote, at least. So cute, so funny. It was, I don't know. It like, I'm actually really proud of the way we played this game. It took me, like, I haven't really talked about that much with most of these, other than maybe Celeste. I spent a long time doing like prep and like doing things, but I put a lot of thought into how we were going to build our characters. We didn't play on the hardest difficulty, but we did play on hard. And we didn't have to use very many divine pulses, too much. I think we played pretty well, all things considered. We did some cool stuff. We used some cool units. Yeah, Gustav was insane. He was so funny. Marianne, I'm in love with her. Same with Constance. We used them both. Ingrad was always funny, even though she always fucking gave me such stress. I don't know. It wasn't like it didn't have the moments where like the bits were funny I don't think were as funny as P5R, and they weren't as endearing to me. But they were still really solid enough that I think even without the meta elements, you can make a case for this being part 2. But with all the I don't know, I felt like of these, this is absolutely the most creative stream I've done. Oh man, this song also kind of gets me now. If it had played for this one, I would have been in it. What was I trying to say? The meta elements of it though almost make a case for it to be like this to me. Because I'm prouder of, even though like again a lot of it was contributed from you guys,
I think the thing I'm most proud of out of any of these streams is kind of just like curating the madness on Three Houses. That's I think that's my crowning achievement of everything we've done so far, is orchestrating being the conductor of the chaos that this playthrough was. So I'm really proud of it. I love it dearly. Persona 5 though, I think has just more, like even more of like kind of a sentimental element. This is, well, that doesn't. I was gonna say this is the Sgt. Pepper and this is the the White Album, but this is way longer, so I think this is this one really does feel like a. This is like the OK Computer Radiohead, and this is the Kid A. So up my own ass about this one, because this is more accessible, and like I do like that album more. This is more, but this one is so weird and bizarre that I think that there's an element to that I really like also. That's why they're number 1 and 2. And yeah, Danganronpa can be Let It Be. This is Dark Side of the Moon, and no, I'm just kidding. But it kind of is. And this is, I don't know, Animals. All right. Dark Souls of the Moon, I think I said everything. Oh, and also Flaney came from this. The weed that can never be plucked. The character I will never get tired of. Oh yeah, no, well, no. I was gonna say this is my Good Kid, Mad City, and this is my T-Bab or T-Pab, but that one's more commercially accepted than this one necessarily. Yeah, Flaney's the best. Flaney, I don't even know who she is anymore. Flaney. Okay. All right, man. I feel like we've done good. I think we're doing good so far. Don't worry. I'm sorry. It takes a long time. I just like going down memory lane. Really, I wanted to make this so that if I ever do it again, I can just add like the next 10 or something on, and I never have to like go this hard on it again, you know? I wanted to get it out there. Just get it down. So if I ever want to reminisce, I can just go back and look at it. Okay, so Dark Souls. This, I'm gonna go ahead and start this off. Oh, this is really high, obviously, but this should have been a Sunday playthrough. Even though Dark Souls the vibe of Dark Souls, I think, was good for Weird Champ. I think Dark Souls was a mismatch. I think it was in the wrong place. This is the digging minigame song I was talking about. It was really funny, but this was also the time where, instead of taking a Sunday off each month, I would regularly take Fridays off. Not always, but usually. And so it lasted almost 6 months for a playthrough that like is pretty long, but could have wrapped up a lot sooner. So it really felt like for most of 2022, we were going Three Houses, Dark Souls, Three Houses, Dark Souls, the whole way through. Because Three Houses ended in August, and Dark Souls ended in September. It was like almost that whole year. But the fact that I think it's maybe a little bit of a mismatch for the block does not hinder me thinking this is a great playthrough. My favorite stream title out of any of these titles is in this, and it's this one. I think the favorite one I ever made, cause it has like it's three-dimensional, I think. Not only is it a Metallica reference, but like, cause it should be darkness, but it's Dark Souls imprisoning me, will in backseat, absolute horror. Like, will in backseat I'm so proud of that.
as a stream title. I think it's my favorite of any of these. Because the whole first stream was, I was I would say maybe like 80% jokingly and 20% actually calling Will out for backseating me. But I wasn't actually mad about it. We had fun with it too. Remember Will was the guy at the bonfire, whatever that guy's name is. Yeah, you're right about that, Zebra. What else we got here? Yeah, Gucci Ascalando, Flenny and Armando. That is a truly degenerate title. Flaney arguably became more of the character that she is today in Dark Souls than she was in Three Houses. Not that she wasn't like funny and beloved in Three Houses, but in Dark Souls she took on her own weird life, where this is when she became a teleporter, like a universe traveler. Was the Flaney doors, which was just because we saw this little door. I know exactly where the Flaney door is. It's in what's Undead Parish, right after you run through from the dragon, and there's that little courtyard thing on the right and that door. That's the Flaney door. So Flaney was in Dark Souls. She was there. She was playing tricks on our character Paul McMartney, who was the next beetle in line. And yeah, she was sort of just like a little nuisance to him, but in a cute way. What else do we got here though? We got Scooby Grunge. I didn't highlight this, but Zebra pitched me this title randomly because sometimes I'll go into his stream on Friday and be like, "Hey, give me a title." And I think whatever he was playing this night was a funny night for him too. But Scooby Grunge was also, I think this is the one where we did Sen's Fortress. This was a funny stream. No Guts, No Glory. This refers to me finding the, what is the sword even called? The Great Sword, I guess. Is it just the Great Sword? I finally found my Guts sword. I was reading Berserk for the first time during this playthrough, and I was very Guts pilled. I was super into it. And that bled into the playthrough, which is perfect because Dark Souls, it was inspired by Berserk. So, yeah, here's a Bushma. I think Naf was saying like he was surprised there was no Bushma in P5. It showed up here. Let's see. Here we go. I'm not Negative Boss. He was Negative Boss. This is maybe even better known these days as something from Wario, but this is where Positive Boss came from, which basically was just me beating one boss per stream. That would make me Positive Boss, and if I didn't beat a boss, I would be Negative Boss. And I think I was only Negative Boss one time, because I think we then fought two bosses, and we were back to Positive Boss. What else? Is there anything else that's good here? Who you gonna Paul? McMartney. I think that's a joke we made in the playthrough. Only a Seath deals in absolutes, and also Seath the skill issue. Those are pretty good. Those are referring to Seath the Scaleless, who's like one of the later game bosses in the game. He's a big dragon. Yeah, so I think a lot of what was good about Dark Souls is what was good about Bloodborne too. I think, did I already talk about this? This was consistently better, but this, I think, has the level of nostalgia to me that even though this is a much lower quality stream in general, I think I'm putting them right next to each other, and Bloodborne is higher. Because we had already done, like, this was already knowing what Souls was going to be like, and this was learning for the first time. And I think I value that a little more. And I also, like, this didn't have the, like, it was just a dumb bit, but the Architect and the Aristocrat and the Repentant Grover. Again, I talked about how funny I think that is. Dark Souls did not have that stuff. It did have some, like, again, it had funny stuff. It had good joke, like, it had, you know, it was entertaining, I think. I remember I loved the Daughter of Chaos, the little
the one who was dying. Yeah, Soul of a Paperboy. That was all that same night, I think, when we were going down into Izalith. That was funny. Even the beginning was pretty funny when I couldn't figure out where to go. I kept fighting those skeletons. There was a Crowy. What else was there? Yeah, Spider Bay. Soul of a Little Paperboy was good. I don't know how much else I really remember off of Dark Souls. We did the DLC. The DLC is so raw on that game. I don't remember much about oh, no, I do. Well, okay, so the ending of the game is great. Excuse me. Yes. Fucking YouTube. The ending of Dark Souls is really cool. It's very raw. And however, though, we were left with like an hour before the end of our normal stream time after Dark Souls. And I remember I chose to fill it by painting a target on myself and declaring a bunch of dibs, which began the dibs meta. That should debuff Dark Souls, honestly, I think. But that's where dibsing came from. Dibsing was from the first time dibs was... I mean, I'm like, you know, dibs is just a thing everybody says, but dibsing in reference to like how we call it that, like declaring we're gonna do a stream game. That was first brought up here. So for better or worse, no, it didn't happen yet, Naf. It may not happen again. There's 170 songs on this on this playlist. I'll play it for you guys at the end. There's one I really think would be funny if we got to. But I would have definitely recognized that it had played. But yeah, so that's Dark Souls. These are really close to me. I really like both of them, but I'm sentimental for this one, and this one I just think is funny. Okay. I should have taken the day off tomorrow after this. My voice is gonna be fucking... Oh, it's already kind of shot. Okay. Enter the flop era. I think that's the name of the first stream. Yes, it is. Danganronpa. This is the first game in a series that we're about to continue playing. And this is where, again, I decided Fire Emblem Three Houses could never happen again. We needed to do a hard shutdown. I needed to put the card in my forehead, become Andy, and flop my dick out with a big old floppy sensor bar for the flop era, which started with Danganronpa. It was also kind of the flop era, because not because like I think there's anything wrong with this, because I also did it, but just the fact that like everybody has fucking streamed these or will stream them at some point. It's like an inevitability that if you do video game content on the internet, and especially if you do like first playthrough stuff, you will just go through Danganronpa eventually. It happens to everyone. And for a while I was like kind of a hipster about it until I decided I did want to do it. So the flop era was me being like, yeah, whatever, we'll finally fucking play this. But like not, you know, again, I don't mean it in a negative way. I know, you know, Zebra and Sizz and Will plans to, and a bunch of other people have played these. And there's a reason why they're really good to play, like they just lend themselves to that. They're like this, kind of, but better games. Okay. So we got the next Among Us? I think K-Man gave me this one. The battle for peak mid at Mid-Peak Academy. This was between two characters who had a mid-off. They were both mid, and they were like battling each other within the playthrough to find out who was the most mid. And then Hope's Peak Academy is the name of the school, so it was Mid-Peak, like peak mid, mid-peak. I think it's kind of funny. What if this happened to you in real life? This is something I actually said unironically. When I was just trying to make stream conversation, and Kingo especially, but everybody fucking called me out on it. But then it was funny, so we kept doing it. Sheer Heart Attack, Resolve of a Hopeless Romantic. This was when we made Zebra did this. I did like a sort of like a like a post-run homework, one last hurrah for a homework, and I asked people to come up with a Toei episode title for the part we were doing there, because we made up battles, like shonen battles that some of the characters had with a bunch of robots that weren't actually real. So this, and Zebra came up with this. This was one of the characters' battle against the robot. I don't think there's. I mean, again, I would say from here on, if you're not looking at the stream, you could maybe briefly mute, or maybe not. I mean, maybe I just won't say it. Because there's some characters that are referenced that are like you would be able to know if they were still alive at this point in the game. So I don't know, maybe just don't pay attention if you do want to play them still. But Schlorping the us bullet to use on my remaining friends. Schlorping was a funny element of Danganronpa. And then there's one truth bullet that was just us. So we had to, no, there was, like the text was just us, so we had to schlorp that. This ends with a so in the end, which I cannot do at max volume right now because my voice is already teetering. But yeah, so I mean, no spoilers, just... Yeah, I won't say too much about the spoilers, but it was fun to go through the game. The thing, this is, I think this is the one that I went the hardest on doing voices, like voice acting kind of for the characters, which going in I did not think was going to be the case, but I just had so much fun doing them. Oh, yo, we're back. Look, we're back after all. Thank you, Jose. We kept doing the voices because I just had so much fun doing them. Celeste's voice was so funny to do. Monokuma's voice was a blast to do. Sakura, even though it hurt my voice. Hero, even though that also kind of hurt my voice. That's a harder voice for me to do, is the make it really deep. Who else was good? We had fun guessing the ultimates. I mean, never forget that Kyoko's ultimate was being the ultimate origami maker. What else is? I mean, yeah, a lot of the what's good about this, I think, is just like what's good about any playthrough like of this game, which is just like watching the person go through and figure it out. But there were some funny bits. A character who died, had their spirit sort of carried on in the form of a knife, which we called the blank knife, and like the characters would like reference it and like talk to it and stuff. Makoto, the main character, jerked off with his lint roller. That was a joke. Fuck you, it was funny. I thought it was funny at least. He used his lint roller to jerk off. Yeah, still my Discord profile picture is that lint roller. One of the characters died and we renamed the dining hall to IHOP in honor of them loving Denny's. They loved Denny's, so we renamed... No, it was they loved Denny's, but the dining hall was an IHOP. So then we changed the last letter of the P of IHOP to be the letter of their name. And so in memoriam of them. We got Snackazani out of it. Obviously, that character I love. I love Celeste. I loved Monokuma. Hina is funny. It was just a good play. It was a good time. Good bits, funny voices, and it was fun going through the game as a first timer. I'm gonna put it in S. I don't know if it's above TAC, but it's above Zelda. Yeah. Man, the top 5 is gonna be hard though. I don't really want to... There's nothing here that I really want to move out of S, though. Unless I move Halo 3 out? This, maybe? We'll look at that later. Yeah. It's... Of the ones that are on here, it's the closest to TAC. It's the closest to dethroning TAC. There are definitely other S's, though, that will go up. And other A's also. Okay. But that's it for Danganronpa. It's definitely an S. I think it's really good. Okay. Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga. Okay, this is the one that I was talking about. Yeah, Kingo's got it. This is the one that Sis and Zebra both had. And they didn't have it low. They had it in the A tier. And I think this is an easy S. Let's look at... This was the best super, and also the one that Will malded the most over. It's also the most recent super, but like the supers. So when I was talking about voice acting, this is the hardest one we went in on voice acting, but I gotta give a runner-up to this. Like, we really went in on the voices for the supers. I really, like, I put my all into that. Well, then I think what I like more about that, maybe as sort of similar to that, is this is a cartoon. I mean, this is too, you know, this is like anime voice acting, and for this, I got to do funny voices. Not to me, you know, again, not to say that the voices in this aren't funny either, but the type of voice acting that I like really love and cherish. And again, like, you know, voice acting, it was just doing funny voices. It's not like, you know, it really wasn't that big of a deal. But the kind of voices that I love are those wacky, like, cartoony voices. And that's what this had. So I think it was maybe more fun to even do in this one. Okay. Let's look at the playthroughs. We got 2 supers. The mimics don't stand a chance. This one is important. I don't know why I didn't highlight this. Probably just because I knew I would talk about it. One of the biggest running bits of Superstar Saga was that that the game is like 20 hours long. Hey, Retro Gamer Dad, thanks for coming out. I appreciate you sticking around. And thanks for being at all the other streams that you've been at too. We're celebrating the streams. Yeah. The game is like 15 to 20 hours long, and as a kid, I remember being like, it just felt so much longer. It was a bit based on like a real emotion that everybody has felt towards something, where you remember it differently as a kid than you did as an adult, and this is so that for me. I didn't even know if I thought it would be going in, but it totally was. I wasn't like ready to have that feeling, but we did. Studied comedy at Woohoo University. Please laugh. That's kind of funny. I tried to make a Gintama episode title with this one. This was the jokes end one. The prologue ends tonight. That's also supposed to be like a reference, like tied into this. And then I think Zebra maybe gave me this one. Super Mario Bros. Z, not clickbait. It's kind of funny too. Yeah, so the thing about this, as I think one of my favorite Weird Champ Friday playthroughs, it was a game that I really loved getting to go back to. A game I never beat, so that felt very validating, even though I had played the whole game up to the final boss. But I feel like the vibes on this stream were some of the best vibes, except for when they were off. And when they were off, they were hilarious. And by that, what I mean is specifically the night where the most mad I've really been, and again, I wasn't really mad, but the most mad that I ever was on stream was the zip code debacle. The great zip code debate, I think is one of the best streams of this whole playthrough, and it's the only one where the vibes were stinky, but in a really funny way. And none of the other playthroughs really have that, other than like Zach and Wiki possibly arguably, but it's not the same really, because I was having fun still, even with the vibes being off. Oh my god, we just missed it too. Everybody post Shishinga. Hey, do we... Fuck off. Cannot believe you would do this to me. Do we think this would be a good stream outro? Like if I did one of these things that like Will and Sizz and everybody have, do we think this would be a good song for it? Just throwing it out there. Little Game Awards-esque reveal. I don't know what it would be yet, but maybe like a little Childo head like like doing like a little like, maybe he animates or he like does like a weird little, I don't know, workshop it. Yeah, that's not what this is about though. Okay, so yeah, the voices, I just felt, every week I felt on for this. The energy was really high, even when the vibes were off. I was always down to like go like just be crazy, be goofy, and I think the game is perfect for that. And it's also a game that I loved as a kid, and is still, you know, a fun one for me. It was a really fun one to go back through, and I had a great time doing it. And Will Maulding was funny too. The Mario versus Luigi debate that we did, where it then became me hoping that Luigi, my only other party member, would be worse, so that Team Mario could win. Like that was that the Team Mario Team Luigi thing going back and forth was really funny. Even though the vibes were a little off with that too. There's I was rewatching this the other day. When we were talking about the Doctor based in the Chocola Woods, that was good. The brothers go Gucci 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 up and down the pipe, I thought was really funny. I'm not gonna go over every bit, but I loved it. Every week was fun for this. I always looked forward to it, and I'm gonna put it right now. I think it's top 5. But I don't know if I think I might, like, this might seem crazy to some of you guys, but I think it's maybe it's here. Maybe Tack. I think something might push Tack out too, actually. Or maybe Tack is the bottom of the top 5. Maybe it's perfect. But it's if that then it's way up here for me. Right up here with my other favorite Weird Champs, which is like this, so far at least, this, and this. And this, obviously, but this is sort of a different energy. Okay. So this was the one I feel that my opinion differed the most from the people that I saw do tier lists. Other than I think Pixel had it in S. But again, that's just how fun it was for me to do. All right, so we're still in the flop era. Before we finish, I'm gonna run and get some more water really, really quick here, because my throat is hurting. My throat's killing me. I mean, I'm good, but you know, I need to. Steiner, what the fuck happened here? Next. Oh, nice. Can you play? Well, while it's buffering, I'm gonna go. There it is. I'm gonna go get food. What am I, Will? I'm gonna go get water, and I'll be right back. It'll take 1 second.
Hey, I'm Batch. 3 a.m. DoorDash. Did ya miss me? I also think of this as the Chrono Trigger song. Yeah, that other first one is good too. What do we got next? Let's find out, and then we'll do Mega Man. Oh, Ra. Okay. We're getting into stuff that we did this year. Mega Man Legends finished at the beginning of this year. So the light at the end of the tunnel is here, Steeners. Even though we've got 9 months to go. Some of these are short. That does not necessarily correlate to what I think about them, though. Did you fuck up again? Damn it. I don't like to spoil it, but why is it like this? Okay. Sis, were you here when that played? That played. Not the lyrics version, but I put Blow Me Away, the one from in the game, in this. Yeah, I put that in the list. That was one of the knives. That was one of the knives. The crystal clear one was one of the knives. There's a couple more knives. A couple grenades I threw into the playlist. Okay, Mega Man Legends. This is a game I was always interested in playing because it has a wonderful art style that has always been super appealing to me. It's like a PS1 anime, but it's 3D. I like Mega Man, but again, I never touched this series. And so in between these big, long games on Sunday, like, you know, Persona 5, Fire Emblem, Danganronpa, and P5S, I guess, was the next one. All the rest of these are Friday. I want to do something quick, just something I could, like, do in a couple sessions that I wanted to play, but that was still, I think the Sunday playthrough is, like, if it's not a first, or if it's not like an RPG, it's like a first playthrough. And this was that. Yeah, King O was the nav for this one. Oh, I also wanted to say, too, I think it was when we were talking about this on call, Zebra mentioned there was one that he felt Sizz was the lifeline for. Which playthrough was that? Was it just like Dark Souls? Do you remember? Which one was Sizz the lifeline for? Celeste? That was kind of the case. Sizz was there with me for a lot of Celeste. Yeah, that's fair. He made up Nip the Lip. He was trying to show, like, suggest me something to do, and it was nipping the lip is what he meant. Okay, this is such foreboding music for a little Cuta. But here, the funny thing that I think about Mega Man Legends is that this had a similar energy to this, where so much of the playthrough, at least, was walking around the town and talking to townspeople and, like, just, like, having fun in a little, like, environment. Looking at all the little shops in the apple market and all the little the little Cuta. And it was Cuta. Let's look at, there was not a lot, yeah, here it is in the title. There's not a lot of sessions of this. Even though we had this is when I started working on Sundays, so we had, I think, maybe 2 months. This should have wrapped up faster than it did. Also, an SGM, I think, happened in here, or the mini-thon, maybe? Mega Man took longer than it needed to. A little bit of Shuta, a little bit of Cuta. That one's funny. Data, obviously, Data dance. Data's adorable, and I love him. The wacky, mind-boggling Catalogs Island interconnected death tunnels. This is the stream after I found out that the whole dungeon crawl of this game is interconnected, which is a pretty cool element to the game. It definitely gives more interest to the, like, action, action game part of half of Mega Man Legends that's not, like, running around in the town. And then this one, a delightful desynced farewell. That's because the cutscenes on the... Oh, this is the first and only game so far we've played on the Cope machine. Though that will change
within next year, I think. Within the next year, that will definitely change. This is the first game I played on the PS TV, which I think is the reason why we played it, is because I had just got it. Tag 2 Home Depot. Did this already play? I swear that was said earlier. YouTube Shuffle sucks. There's another game we're gonna play on the PS TV after Danganronpa 2. Should I say what it is? I think I've said it already before in some places. It's a good game. Okay, it's FF4 complete. I think I said it. You can. Well, can you play that elsewhere? We're doing that after Danganronpa 2 on Sunday. So that's the next thing we'll do on the cope machine. This cope, FF4 you can, but not the complete version. This was the first cope. This one is an A, I think. But it's high A to me. I might put it below Resident Evil and below Halo 2. I think it's, since Persona 5, it's the weakest of the Sunday games. But, like, what does that mean, you know? Like, right? Like, how can you be stronger than some of these Sunday games we've done? That's really not a fair race for Mega Man Legends, you know? And I thought the playthrough was good. Again, the vibes were very pleasant on this. I liked the little cute. This game's adorable. Every character is cute. Mega Man's cute. Roll's adorable. We got Snack a Gab off this playthrough. Data. Our little NPC friends, like the lady at the girl at the museum, the little girl in the hospital who I love. Her name is Ira or something, right? The one who goes, "Come back and see me again." Ira. Mega Man was in love with the baddie mare. That was a funny bit. You have obviously Tronbon, the serve bots. It's a very cozy little game. Even though some of it is like kind of an existential dread not nightmare, but like a sort of a dread-filled, or a mysterious kind of dungeon crawl thing. But I just don't think it hit the heights of some of these other like S tier ones. Not to say it wasn't bad. It was fun. The vibes were good. I think because it was just like so like smila, like I don't think I really have anything else to say about it. We will definitely play Mega Man Legends 2 on here as well at some point. Maybe we'll do that after FF4. And I think we may play Misadventures of Tronbon, though I know Kingo didn't finish that one. So maybe we shouldn't play that one. I don't know what his thoughts on that were. Hey, Pixie, thanks for... these are... We definitely heard this, right? The loop is fucked up. The loop! Well, let's just fuck it up even more. Who cares, man? I swear we heard that one. We haven't heard this one, though, and this song is Vibegis. This is so nice. Yeah, that could be funny, Kingo. I'm down to... It's on the list. He in those videos, he's at I Guess Christmas Special. I think I put that one in here, too. But you know, we may not get to it. Okay, all right, we've got Titans coming up though. Eco. This one's peak. All right, 3 streams. This is the shortest stream playthrough we have ever done. It's like 9 hours long. This was the start of the Team Eco 3 or the Team Eco 3-peat. The theme month, even though it was like a couple months, it was still a pretty quick span of time we ran through. I decide I really love this game. Or I mean, I like this game. I really love this game, and I always wanted to play this game. So I just decided none of them are particularly long. This had a remake that I didn't get to play, or that had never played, and I was like, that would be perfect. Revisit Eco for fun. Let's put all of these up here. Revisit Eco for fun. Play the remake of this. Finally play this. It was the Steiner triple threat, and I thought it was a really fun idea. So, I had no idea it would turn out how it did as far as how these place. So back to Eco first. Eco, it's 3 streams long. It was the shortest playthrough. We thought we could beat it in 2. Another Beatles. Beating the bench cell allegations, I think, is a really funny title. Never forget, I did, regrettably, I said bench when I meant couch. I opened with bench, switched to couch, and then tried to deny that I said bench. And I was wrong. But they are couches, though. Fuck off. And then the croissant to Eco's hot mom to third session pipeline. Which really, this is the whole playthrough. This stream title spells it all out. This is where fatherhood year began here. Eco is, I have to place it. Eco is here, I think. Right now. Even though we played Tak 2 on this stream, this is the sequel to Tak. Which I never would have thought that was how it was gonna go. And I think maybe that's why it's so, I think it's valued so highly to me, is that I could have never predicted that it would have been like what it was. That if you had told me Eco will be the sequel to Tak, that I would have been like, yeah, never. So yeah, it's a story arc, this one. This one tells a story, much like this dumb shit. Eco tells a story of a man who just liked horns and liked benches, learning what it meant to be a father. To a stupid little boy who went, croissant! Along the way. Oh, this is Halo 2's. This was, remember the level where we got 2 different songs on that Arbiter mission? This is the one I got from the old soundtrack. Just like it was just that the bench cell allegations. This is one of the all-time best streams we've ever done. It might be my #1 all-time favorite. Where somehow the question was just posed: if you were dating Eco's hot mom, would you, and you broke up, would you stick around for Eco and be there for him? That was the conceit of the night. And what I think is so interesting and funny about it, and this is something that you could only get through a stream like this. What was so funny about it is everybody had their own thing. Like, Kingo was a hard no. Zebra also sort of awoke to fatherhood. Sizz got really invested in Eco's mom. Like, would they get back together? And then it all came down to, would you stay in his life? Like, that was the it was all said while we were trying to figure out that one fucking puzzle where you actually had to jump up really high, and we were doing it right, but we weren't doing it right. That whole thing was that back end of that stream. Yeah, I mean, I know. Okay, also none of it was real. It was fucking Eco from the game. So then we put "Would you stay in his life" over the face cam, for the last one. But even the last stream was really, it had the the ending of Eco, I think, is maybe the most interesting part. Eco and Yorda getting separated, and then Eco climbs back up out of the pit, and then they get back. They had the whole ending part. I think that's the most interesting part of the game. But I don't know. I think it was a really great time. It was just fun. Like, I'll see. We have already heard this. I'll let this one play again though, because it's so raw. Yeah, it's so short. Like but I think it's short in the way that when Kramer gets the meat slicer, and he slices the meat so thin that the flavor has nowhere to hide. That's what Eco is to me. It's if tack was even more tack. I think that was the best of these. But these other ones I don't think are to be discounted. Moving on to Shadow of the Colossus. This one is the one I think is an A. Which again is funny because easily this is my favorite game of these three. It's one of my favorite games. Yeah, Eco and Yorda, nice, cute time. Remember when Yorda was also really funny? Remember they would give each other snacks? Remember you would like give her like melted Reese's cup? And he had snacks. The personality we put on Eco is one of my favorite like characters we've made. There wasn't a lot to him, but he was just like a cute little guy. Yeah, Shadow of the Colossus is probably the game we've played on here that I know the most about for this stream. Mario Galaxy 2 possibly arguable. But so I had fun being the nav on this, telling all the lore about the Colossi, because this game has a huge fan community, a bunch of really passionate people that like really love the game. The Team Eco games all do, but this one at least is the one I think about with that. We told a lot of stories on this one, I remember, because a lot of the game is running around in the field on aggro, kind of. Like, it's really that and the Colossi fights. So in the fights, I was trying to, explain and show you guys how the fights went. Other than the fact that I forgot how to beat the 15th Colossus, and then I also had a really hard time on Pelagia, who is the 13th, I think. So, yeah. Should I let this one play again too? No, fuck you. We haven't heard this. Have we? Bloodborne. If you had to go through the game front to back, which one could you do it most easily for? Of these? This, I think. Well, I've played Spyro 1 a number of times now too, so that one I think I could easily just blast through again. What's King saying? Oh, which game do you, the viewer, know most about? I see. I got you. Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think Scissors would probably be maybe one of these, or no, KH2. I'm not answering. You guys can answer that though. I'm not answering it for you. It's 12:30. Okay, so this is an A. I think I perhaps like it. It's in here somewhere. I'm thinking maybe here. That's tough though. Halo 2. I don't know. The for me personally, and I guess the people who did the tier list felt this way too. Eco was completely unforeseen. This was a total. I couldn't have foreseen it because I didn't know the game. So this was a totally fresh thing. And this one being the game I knew pretty well. Like, loved the game, knew some trivia and stuff about it, and was just excited to kind of play a remake. I think it just didn't have that same kind of, it didn't have, like, the same hook factor of the other two. But again, I still love the game, dearly beloved to me, and
I think it was still a fun playthrough. We had some funny bits with aggro. Exploring with aggro out in the plains, I think, was fun, and it was very relaxing as well. The third Colossadacci was one of the best face cams we've had. Yeah, most of the clips are like aggro doing something funny. Jumping off a cliff when I didn't want her to, or running in the way of my arrow. It was a pacifist run. Yeah, let's look at the stream titles, because there's one that's sort of tongue-in-cheek about that. I wish horses were real. I think this is funnier than the other time. Oh, yo! This is funnier than the other time I made a title of this. I don't remember which one it was now, but it was earlier in the stream. The pacifist run continues. It was a pacifist run for the lizards, which we stopped. We started trying to just get the tails and stop killing them. But of course, the game is about killing. You have to kill them to win. And then a horse is a horse, of course. How could it be anything else? Classic. Fun. Okay, and then the last of the eco games is Last Guardian. And I loved this. I think of the first, well, not counting the Royal. The Royal doesn't count. Of the first playthroughs that are on this stream, well, no. This one is in the S tier, but it's somewhere towards the bottom for me. I think this one is also S. This game I was so afraid of sometimes. I was so, like, enraptured by at other times. I was frustrated by sometimes. Okay, Wario, thank you. But on the whole, I feel like it really was like a magical time. Sometimes we would get stuck, but when YouTube, it's over. Sometimes we would get stuck, but when we did, it was okay. Like I think it was a great playthrough. I love this. Let's look at the stream. So we got the biggest scrimblow I've ever seen. Me and my 15-foot tall feathered sentient knife. Because that's what Trico was. He existed to stab me. And he did. Oh, he did. The Misadventures of Childo and the Cuidado Creechy. So we sort of refer to like any little guy as like a Childo now. And Eco is he's the face of that from the Snack a Croissant emote. But Childo is the little boy from Eco, or from Last Guardian, because he didn't have a name, and he's just called the boy, I think. So he's Childo, and then Trico was the Cuidado Creechy, because Childo goes, Cuidado Creechy. He like says little things. He goes, Toriko! And he says some other funny things too. And then, yeah, croissants for giant dogs. That was the croissant, like that was the face cam. Trico wanted the big croissant. Yo, brah. There is a Last Guardian song on here that was really nice, and I wish I'd played, but it didn't. Did we have like a ton more bits? It was mostly just like, this was a very straightforward kind of playthrough, where it was really just about like my relationship to the creature, which is what the game is about, just through the vehicle of Childo. But it was a great first experience. I think this game is great. I think the people that didn't get it did not get it. I truly believe this is a quality video game, and I'm glad I went in hoping that would be the case, and being pretty confident it would be, and I'm glad I was right. It's wonderful. I'm gonna put this, I think, I hate to do it to Sizz, but I think it beats Halo 3, and I think it beats Celeste. And maybe it doesn't beat, so these are also first playthroughs, but these are, I think I maybe like these a little more. I think that's good. Do we have too many S's, do you think, you guys? You want to know something funny? I think there's one more S. Which one do you guys think it is?
That might not be true. I think I might move some down to A, actually. If we only have one more S, I'm gonna move some down, I think. Okay. But how do we want to do it? Because, I mean, again, this just wrapped. It's going to be hard to talk about this because we just did it. I'm going to move that back. Maybe we'll talk about these two first instead. I think that's better. I feel like I already gave my thoughts on this playthrough because we played it. We finished it last week. Oh, I didn't put Pokemon Trading Card on here, by the way, because it's not finished yet. But as it's shaping up now, I'm thinking that's somewhere in the A tier, just to let you guys know. Yeah, so Tag 2. Where's Tag 2? These are in start order, is how they are ordered on this list. That's why those are earlier. Or why Persona is earlier than those. Yeah, Tag 2 was a month. But I definitely moved in here. Though I think I streamed TAC the first Friday I was here. Oh, this is I love this. This is one of my favorite songs that's on this whole playthrough. I don't know what it is, but I have totally since playing this game, I didn't even remember this theme from the game. And I think it's so lovely. This what instrument is this? Trombone? I think. This song is wonderful. I think it's my favorite song from this Zelda game. Okay, but enough about that shit. It sounds like trombone to me. Okay. Now I'm fucking trying to think about that. Isaac? I guess it could be trumpet. I don't know. Stop thinking about that. Tag 2. All right, an equally beautiful game. Tag 2, the cracked and based. So this is, we've been doing this bit a lot lately. This is the playthrough with the Woodies. Tag. Even though that was not a bit in this playthrough. The Woodies. Jabulba. We can't count that as part of the meta though, because that doing that Jabulba voice in the last couple weeks is not part of Tag 2. That does not count. I think Tag 2 is a sequel playthrough that is a little harmed by the fact that Tag had a sequel more fitting with this game. Something that has never been said before. But I still really liked this playthrough. I thought it was a lot of fun. The game, even though I don't know, I came to love a lot about TAC doing the speed run. So I think if I had to say, oh, here we go. Is it playing yet? It's about to. Is this the song I was thinking of? No, there's two. I was thinking of more of this one. I guess there were two Last Guardian songs I put in here. This is a really nice song, though. Okay. Okay, so I'm getting so distracted by music and not TAC 2. Yeah. We got TAC 2, the Cracked Based. Tonight, Jack Black makes his move, which was one of the running bits of the playthrough. I tried to see who would take me up on a Steiner's Gambit on whether or not JB, the character, Jabulba's brother, was also voiced by Jack Black. For the people that didn't know whether or not he was actually in the game. He wasn't, spoilers. But it was a funny bit. We started hashtagging it because of Flora, because of she. I remember Sis, iconically to me at least, saying, "If you ain't we, or if you ain't she, we ain't we," which is
truly strange thing to say. Oh, I forgot to talk about Danganronpa. There was another funny bit in this that I liked where the word us was sort of deconstructed, and like Makoto kept saying, like, he would be like, me? But that's us. Like us, like, like us became, like, lost meaning in that. And I sort of think we for she has that similar, like we, you, if you ain't she, we ain't we. None of us know how to use words anymore. Two she's, this is the one where Flora and Fauna were on it. And then the perfect sequel does not exist. Because Tag 2 is the perfect sequel. Yeah, a lot of the stuff that was funny in this is what was funny about Tag 1, kind of. Some of the good, we got the animal powers. Tag 2 is pretty raw, actually. It's definitely rawer than Tag 1. But, like, getting the animal powers was fun. I really liked going, eagle, which is a Scrubs thing, and then the eagle would delete one of the enemies from the game. Alright, we've definitely heard this one. Have we? What else we got on here? Oh, this is nice, okay. Yeah, Tag 2 was raw, in a way that Tag 1 wasn't. But it also didn't have the fun of Tag 1 to some degree. I remember the one where we were in Jabulba's brother's, like, observatory thing was a funny stream. I don't remember what we were talking about there, but I remember that being good. Obviously, the pop-off over Flora when she threw the Kamehameha, which I swear we made a joke about in that same stream, and then it turned out it was real. It was in the ad for Tag from E3. That ending of Tag 2, of the Tag 2 stream, was fun. I remember we got stuck in that dark cave level. That was pretty dire because the game glitched. I still believe that game glitched. I was not doing something wrong. I think the game fucked up. Tag 1 crashed on me once. I don't think Tag 2 ever did. But, you know, the crash just made it even funnier. This is in the A tier. Currently trying to decide where. It might be, like, here. I know this A tier is not super interesting because it's, like, mostly, like, in order. Do I want to give the Destiny challenge over Tag 2? Yeah, let's do that. Katamari, again, it's a really good playthrough, but you know, it's just harder for me to rank, like, my older content compared to this. It's in here. It's, you know, this is the right place for it, though. Somewhere in the higher half of A tier. It is so funny that, like, the sequels to Tag 2 and P5R, even though, like, obviously this is on a grander scale than these, it's funny to me that they sort of, I wouldn't say they turned out the same way, but they turned out in slightly similar ways. But you know, cause you can't do a sequel. Okay. Wario, I've talked for too long to do the Wario voice. All right, we got Wario Land, Shake It. This is the most recently completed Weird Champ Friday game. The reason why it's the most recently completed Weird Champ Friday game is because it took for fucking ever. There are some funny titles in here. A lot of these I got from Zebra or Sizz or someone at Zebra's stream. I would come in and be like, "Yo, title for Wario." Like, that was like a bit I was doing to him for me. But we got, oh my wah, it's Weird Champ Wide Day. We got subscribe to my wadcast. For Hugwagod's Wario Night. This one's crazy. Yo, we haven't heard this yet. We didn't fart the wire. That was I didn't come up with that one. That was a recommend, or that was someone gave me that one. The Metamorphosis approaches its final wage. This was where the main game ended.
And then this is all the post game. That's why the next one is the post with the worst. But the best title in here easily. Like, again, this is not, we don't need to reminisce because this just happened. Wario bought me a 75-inch LG OLED, and all I had to do was text my ex, the Wario Challenge. That one is a truly absurd title, but also exactly what happened on that stream. This is about Positive Boss, which came back here after being invented in the Dark Souls playthrough. I guess Christmas special, another, like, similarly to this, just another goofy thing we wound up, our brains kind of wound up on. And then gaze into the Wedbridge Wooth. This is when the metamorphosis was complete. So Wario, like, in the future, going forward, the flop era may end with Wario and P5S, I think. Because I put a lot of work into this Wario stream. And the flop era is about not doing work. I just don't know what to call the new arc, you know? It's like the final saga on One Piece. Like, we don't know what it is yet. But I think if there's a line to be drawn, we would maybe start at P5S, or keep P5S in the flop era. But it feels like it was sort of its own thing too. But then I'd have to put TAC 2 into this. But again, I played all of those in my new apartment, so that's part of it. I think we may be in a new arc. I think the flop era may end with the eco run, which I'd be perfectly happy with. I just don't know what to call it yet. It hasn't given shape. Stupid. The post-move arc. It's the slop era, possibly. But this one has all the trappings of, like, your weird champ playthrough. Wario Friday might be the most Weird Champ Friday we ever Weird Champed, other than potentially Eco. It really kind of had it all. This demanded a lot of energy from me. The chopped era. There were one or two nights where the something would have happened that would be so funny that we would go in so much on like a funny joke that I would I would then go into a state of zen where I was all business. That happened on the first stream, and then it also happened again on the Texture X one, I think. Like, it would be so funny, something that would happen to me, that it would knock me out of being funny, and then I would go into, like, focus mode. It was a weird phenomenon. But maybe it was just because I was EP. But the Wario voice, of course. Was it even a good Wario impression? Probably not. Arguably, maybe, but it didn't matter if it was a good Wario impression or not, because it was funny to say things in. Wario sang a lot. He sang the greats. The Texture X thing, obviously, but there were some other funny ones too. The Fuhogo Gods Wario Night I also thought was really good. Like I was saying sort of about Zach and Wiki, we weren't always great at this game. Sometimes I was being dumb and people had to be like, Snack, just the whole game is about shaking. Just shake it. Like, that's what you have to do here. Just shake. And I'd be like, oh yeah. Like, I forgot that. I constantly forgot shaking was the mechanic, even though the game is called Wario Land Shake It. But that never hindered it to me, I don't think. And it's still an S. I think this will be looked back on for me very fondly. So much so that it could potentially even rise beyond where it is. And I think where it is in here with these, like, really good time boys. Do I like it more than Zelda? I think I may give it... I don't know, I really like the Zelda playthrough. I loved this one. This was longer also. There more varied things happening in the game gave a little more to this, I think. This was me, Wario, and the corruption of my world. Which did we 100% say? I changed the stream layout for like really the first time ever for this Wario one. And it was really fun each week for me to find what my new Wario was gonna be, and people sent me Warios sometimes. We were all yellow, all Wario, all garlic for like months. Yeah, everything evolved. I transformed into Wario. It sort of was meant to mirror the journey of Jim Haggerty from Porkin' Across America, which we would have watched earlier that year. We put some fake Warios on the list too. There was definitely a flavor. And the flavor was garlic. In fact, I think because of that, I am gonna put it above Zelda. It had an aesthetic, I think, whereas this one just had funny. All right, we got some Persona music here to play us off for the last one. Which again, I feel sick of, but it's just because we just did it. Where's Persona? Here we go. First time playing the Strikers. We got, oh man, I just thought about Sophia though. This is, hear that, Sophia? In jazz, that's what's known as the lick. This would obviously have been the second session, because the lick was a stream, one of the fastest bits we've ever done. What's funny actually is that Persona 5 Royal has a similar bit where the Dunkajiro, I'm pretty sure, I think the Dunkajiro was said before the game started, and the same is true of the lick. We had not even started playing the game yet when I accidentally misidentified the lick, and then we thought it was funny, so we ran with it. And that ran through the whole stream and still runs today, and I think will continue to run. Is that lick bit. There's some other good. I think this is a funny title. Take that glass slipper off, Alice. Your prince ain't coming. That was maybe a more forgotten bit because Alice was only in the story for that early part, but they couldn't decide on none of them knew what fairy tale she was. She was Alice in Wonderland. Road Trip Simulator, Japanese Countryside Edition, obviously. Here, Striking Across Japan with Kage Jables. That's going to be your Jim Haggerty reference. Lord, I'm Over This Overlord. This is the one where we beat Natsume. I just like the way that one sounds. These are good. The Adventures of Beauty Thief, The Castle of the Spooky Witch. And then I really like this one. I think it's so funny. It gives me such an image of little Haru and her dressed like Dorothy and up against the spooky witch. I'll get you, my pretty, and your little ponies too. I love that. Father's Day for Zenkichi, because it was actually Father's Day. This playthrough almost synced up with where we were in the real time. Even though the game starts in summer, we caught up, obviously. Phantom Up and Father Down, this was the Zenkichi arc, the big Zenkichi moment one. This is when we couldn't figure out if they ran out of budget or not. Verdict's still out. Maybe, probably it was. Probably they did. Stopping Konoe before he changes Emma to X or something stupid. This is the night before Elon changed Twitter to X. This is one of the stream titles that will the most mark a point in time, I think, going forward. At least for the people that regularly use Twitter. It was about to happen. I tried to call his bluff, I think, at one point. I was like, there's no fucking way he's actually going to do that. Sure enough, he did. It's still happening. But yeah, so this was that very night. It changed that, overnight that night. Will Wario finish first? This was a thing I tried to force that was never going to happen. This is where we got Crowy, but also this is the weekend I saw Oppenheimer. I made this one to purposefully date the playthrough.
I was proud of this one too. Sophie become real, Scotchy become arboreal. I think that one's pretty clever. That reference is obviously one of the big bits from this playthrough that Makoto was worried she was transforming into a tree, which sounds insane to say. And then she made peace with it sort of by the end. And then this is the one we did last week. So, yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is I don't want to put all the Halos in A's is the thing though. I think what my heart wants me to do is scoop Celeste and Halo and put them in A, and then put P5S at the top of A. Because I think I like it more than these, but maybe not as much as some of these. Let's put it top of A for now. I mean, we will talk about it more. Again, for me, I went into this not wanting to, I mean, obviously it was going to be the exact same characters and bits and all of the stuff that was good in this. I wanted this to be like a fun, return to kind of, but I didn't want it to, I never thought it would live up to what, we knew this was the best one ever. I didn't ever think it would live up to it, and I, didn't care if it did or not. So I think that let me enjoy what it was, for what it was, kind of. And I think what it was still really funny. I don't think Yusuke became a different... I think that's part of the nature of the Yusuke character we made, is that he is always reinventing his thing. I think that was completely in line with his character. He started from being a guy who thought paintings were real, and he went through eating paint, eating office supplies, becoming a comedian, running away to Cuba, coming back, and then developing a complex that the whole game was about him. I don't think he ever once stayed the same character through any of the two playthroughs. And throughout the whole thing, the one constant in his life is that he talked to Madarame. So Yusuke I think was really funny in this one. Makoto I thought was, even though Makoto's tree bit came really, really late into the playthrough, I thought that was really funny. Haru was obviously good. She definitely got the best character arc in the game. The early arcs with the arc villains were good. Again, the Alice joke was funny. The Ed, Edd n Eddy book was really good with Natsume, even though he sucked. That was a really funny bit. Jables cooked a lot. Jables didn't do as much in this playthrough for sure, but there was, the Jables thrives in being able to go around and talk to his friends and his confidants and stuff, and those aren't in P5S, so he didn't have as much to do, but he got into cooking, which there were some good bits from. Futaba and An made a cute bit about where they made a song where they hated spiders at the end. That was, again, very close to the end of the game, but everybody got a little something, I think. And then the two new characters, even though I don't, Zenkichi didn't really, he wasn't very bitted out, but it was really fun to watch his story, and I really liked him. And Sophia, I love Sophia. I came away loving her. Whatever the next time there's an emote, that's still a heavy contender. I haven't decided yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get a Sophia emote eventually. The funniest part is that I went in instantly being like, I'm kind of sus of this character. I don't think I'm gonna like her, and I liked her within 10 minutes. And I love her. She's funny. I like when she says "radical dude." But yeah, I think that
It didn't hit the highs of P5R, but like Zebra said, I think it didn't feel forced either. And that's what keeps it in like very high for me still. That even though the game wasn't always as fun and sometimes the plot was stupid, and the plot is stupid in this sometimes too. And you know, there was a little less to work with, I think is a big part of it. It definitely didn't feel forced ever, which I think is the worst thing that it could have been. If we do P5 Tactica, that might be forced, but that'll depend. We'll have to put along, like, again, another big gap of time. Oh, and the Tycoon stuff, which, again, we just wrapped up, but I love doing that. Sizz totally helped me revamp the Tycoon. He helped me put the original Tycoon figures together somewhat for P5R, but he made the whole spreadsheet for P5S. It was really fun to go play Tycoon. The Jose bit, I think, was even more of a bit in this than it was in this one. Flaney was a big character in this, and Flaney wasn't in this one. So there are good things to P5S that P5R doesn't have also, but I could just put it in S. S is so big, though. What I might do, I may switch it for Celeste. Again, these are even though these are a tier apart, these are very close. That to me, or maybe put it maybe here. This feels righter to me, actually. And this way the tiers stay more even. Because I do really love this Celeste playthrough, but again, it is, like, objectively, it is one of the older playthroughs. Yoo-hoo. I think that's better. Because I want Halo 3 and S still. I really liked this one. This is definitely S. These are 2. And then everything from Zelda up, I think, is in probably the perfect spot. For me. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are Bloodborne and Dark Souls are really close. Hard for me to describe, but maybe Bloodborne is a good one for the top 10. I think this is a really accurate top 10 to me. Other than that, I might put Eco above Halo. But keep Halo above TAC. Steener. And then this is also really close to TAC for me. This makes a strong push for top 5, but I think TAC maybe TAC is important. TAC has a history. Oh my god. Hey everybody. I'm back with the end of the P5 end of the stream tier list video. The only kind of tier list I make anymore. Dumb. Yeah, hell yeah. I think it's really solid, actually. There might be some stuff I haven't looked at in a minute. Like, you know, one or two of these might be B, but I don't know. I think the streams are fun. I always have fun playing them. And I have fun because everybody comes and watches them too. If nobody watched, they would all be down here. They would all be down here. Until I swapped Eco and Halo, we had the same top 5. All my SNS. Let's look at some other stuff. I only have one other thing to look at. Don't worry. Don't panic. We got some streams by length to look at here, Steeners. Can I get this all on one page? There we go. Let me... Oh my god, my eyes are fucking broken. I can't even see my scroll bar. There we go. So, I clocked these all recently. I'm probably gonna post these in the Discord. but this is the stats. I think it's interesting for this just to look at maybe the top 10 longest, which is P5R easily 252 hours for the whole playthrough. Absurd. You got a respectable 3 houses, which is 144 hours. Again, like I said, this is over 100 hours shorter than this, but still crazy long. I think this is still longer than Zebra's. P5S, which almost hit 100, which feels longer than this is longer than it feels like it was to me. Dark Souls and Bloodborne are within 5 hours of each other, which is crazy. But I don't think that tracks too. We spent more time fucking around in this, and also we played more of the game. And this one we had struggled with the bosses more, but we did less. How do we get the time for P5S? I just recently calculated it. When I finished the playthrough, I just popped it into like a playlist calculator. Unless it's off. I think that's right though. The actual in-game playthrough was shorter, but again, you gotta factor talking in the beginning, you gotta factor Google Maps, you gotta factor Tycoon into the equation there. Like that ad, hours and hours ad from that for sure. You know, the first and last 20 minutes or so of every stream. But that's part of it. That's still part of the playthrough. Oh my god, it's back. I'm letting it play. But then, you know, these were the original longest ones. For a long time, Bloodborne and Celeste were the two titans, and they're only a couple hours apart. But then you got Danganronpa snuck into 6th here, and the reason why it snuck in is because even though this is like, I think it's like 8 streams long or something. Let's look at it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I guess it is fairly long. It's less streams than some of these other long ones, but there were like death streams almost every night, or like almost every other night for Danganronpa. So that was a big part of why that one wound up so high. So that's 6. Then Celeste, KH2, Zelda, and Okami. And P5S knocked Wario Land right out of the top 10. This is I should have numbered these, but this is number 11 now. Then you got a bunch of stuff, random stuff in the middle here. A lot of these like 20-ish, 20 to 30 hours ones. I can't believe that when it comes to Halo, and I'm pretty sure I calculated this right, Halo 1 was way longer than the other ones. By almost 5 hours more than this, and 6 more than this one. And I guess it's just because we had to replay like multiple levels multiple times. And I guess Halo 1 is longer. Yeah, I guess the campaign is a little bit longer. But yeah, then we got the really, really shorty boys. Again, here's Eco, barely cracking 10 hours, like not cracking 10 hours, barely cracking 9, and it's up here in 3rd. Attack, Katamari, you know, the Halos, these were the shorter ones. Other than that, there's not a ton of interesting stuff in the stats here. Mario and Luigi hitting like exactly 26 hours, that's interesting. But yeah, that's about it for that. Yeah, you want to look at the grenades on the playlist? I hate you, YouTube player. Let me show you guys some funny ones. Oh, cool. At least we can still play it while we're looking. So I think we heard most of the Mischief Makers songs, but I had a fun time picking these. There's not a ton of them I put in. I included this, and I did include what's the song called? The ending theme? I put that in too. I originally didn't have it in here because I thought it might be too distracting. But then I decided, no, it wasn't. Yeah, Your Reality. What else did we have? Zelda, great soundtrack, obviously. You got a bunch of Chrono Trigger, because I love that. This was the song that played during the part that made me tear up in Eco, or in Okami. Oh yeah, the other one where it made me tear up was when remember when like told Jables at the very end that like a little girl like came up to her and saw her in a magazine. That got me. Besties forever. Just a bunch of good Pokemon. We put a bunch of KH2 in here. I think I maybe got, well, we did Twilight Town and I got this, but I had the Absent Silhouette in here. Zebra told me not to play this one because I would get content matched, but so I left that one out. What else we got? Katamari, some Bloodborne, some this. Oh, I put, so this Barbarossa's Castle, this is the song that plays in the Mad Science level. I didn't think anybody would recognize that one, but I thought that it would be funny to put it in there. I'm so mad this one didn't play, because it's one of the best songs on the whole list, but the Mellow Mirror, let's just play this. No, I'll go back. Did this play or not? Maybe I was talking over it. This is my favorite song from Celeste, and this is such a fucking vibe. Some Mario 64 here. Oh, this didn't play. I included. This is like, this is so stupid. As I was putting the Spyro songs into the playlist, I was like, yeah, this was a Spyro song. Your Affection from P4D. Yeah, why not? Well, let's play it. You can go listen to Mellow Mirror from Celeste. It's a great song. Back down. What are some of the other good grenades? Magma Cone is just a funny one to put in. So I put the River Twigs bed, even though this is just like, again, a creepy like ambient thing. And I was gonna say, anybody ever seen a ghost? If this one popped up, we talked about that. There's a bunch of Halo in here, just some songs I like from Halo. Another one. This is a 11-minute song, but this is the Subcon Forest theme from Baby So Random. So I wasn't gonna play this whole song, but I was gonna like let it play out a little bit. Here's the grenade. Well, let's get to the chorus first. Did anybody see it? Here's the big grenade. We gotta get at least to the, hold on, ready? This is where the alert starts. And then I usually say like, whoa, big zebra raid, thank you. It's not supposed to keep going. This was the grenade. I was so hoping this would play, especially when Sis was here. We're closing it out with this, baby. This song rules. By that I mean rules sucks. This is as raw as when I made that reference to Andy. The Splatoon just has a bunch of bangers. We got a lot of these. This one is that weird little song that's like beep, bop, bop, beep, bop, bop, bop. The like Dead Fish one, the one that this is this weird one that plays in the test chambers, and I like that, so I put it in. We didn't get it though. We did get Suck My Fucking Pussy though. That was this one. P5. There's a bunch in here. I'm really glad we got this. Alley Cat I put in for the meme. Same with the where is it? I think it's this one. This is the that's this one. We got Price. We got the nice Zelda didn't have a ton. There's Three Houses. I really was hoping we would get Life at Garrick Mach Monastery, which is the first song I put in this tier list, or in this playlist for Three Houses, because I was like, there's no song that is more the Three Houses playthrough than this fucking
running around on the map song. Oh, did we get it? Maybe we did. Nothing is more this playthrough than Life at Garrigmach Monastery. Some Dark Souls. I thought I had one more Dark Soul in here, but I guess not. Jokes end. This was another grenade. Yeah, I guess that's right. I guess I do remember that, Zebra and King O. I put this in here. It's just such a short loop, but I was really hoping it would pop up because I think it would be funny. Is there anything else? Shadow of the Colossus, this, Tack. Some good songs from P5S. We got like all the Wario. I guess I didn't put Christmas Special, unless that's at the back. I put a couple more on. Yeah, here we go. Here's where I think maybe the Mega Man 3 version, the one that I had of this was not good. The same with this. I like went back into them and it was like a bad rip, so I went and got different ones. I put this in just because I like this song. I was like, I think I was thinking like about some of these like last minute ones, and so I put some other ones in. I guess I didn't put Christmas Special. Yeah, Numa Dunes was on here. Where is it? Yeah, there it is. I wouldn't forget that. Do we end with Tack? What do we end it off with? Oh, I know what we ended off with. So yeah, I don't think I have anything else to say. This was a lot of fun to do. This fucking took a lot out of me. It's gonna be hard to wake up tomorrow for work. Cause again, it's this, we started about 7, we started doing it about 7:30-ish. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 6 hours of just straight talking is more talking than playing a game. But I had a blast doing this. It was a lot of fun. I feel glad. Again, I've been wanting to do it for like months since Sizz did his, which I think was like back in like June or July. I was here, so I got here in March. I don't remember. Yeah. Was I gonna say something else? So I've had a lot of thoughts about this kicking around in my head. So I wanted to make it good. I wanted to finally do it good, and I think we did a good job. Hey guys, thanks to everybody for being here, for all the streams. It's been a crazy 6 years, and here's to another crazy 6 more when I'm almost 40, baby. How much longer are we gonna be doing it, huh? How much do we think, eh? I got a couple more in me at least. Great times. Good vibes. Fun. Funny. Honey. Cute. All right. Slime you out, Drake? I have never searched this before. Slime. What is slime you out, Drake? Title, screen, theme. You guys are gonna see me search it. Here we go. I'll just clear this from my YouTube history in a minute. Steener. I'd play it off my PS5, but it's I play it off my PS5, but it's in the living room. It's on my OLED. You guys want to watch Good Burger? Free with ads. Did you like this when you were a kid, or are you too young? Or were you 1 when it came out? Isaac or Will? Or were you even born yet when Good Burger came out? Hey, I'm calling you out from Good Burger. Big times ahead. Danganronpa 2, I've had a lot of people talk about how they really like the game and have been excited to have us do it. I'm really excited to do it and get back to Danganronpa. We're going to be on the good schedule for sure. Oh, if Funny Tier List Night was on the tier list, where would it go? It'd probably be like low S, I think. We'll do a real funny tier list, I think, after Danganronpa. I think that feels good. I have a bunch of tier lists I want to do
that I even like we were supposed to tier the Colossi after this stream, and I never did it. I think it just time-wise didn't work out. So I still want to do that one, and I want to do there's some other ones that I've got kicking around, obviously other than Pokemon. But I mean, after Danganronpa is the perfect time to do a tier list because we can tier the characters at that too. So, all right, that'll be a good time to do it. But that playthrough should be a lot of fun. Again, we got the first one up here, at least in the top 10. Maybe the new one will be a top 5 or it's a new era, unnamed arc. What are we gonna call it, gamers? Hey, that's it. Thank you guys for watching. Get some sleep. Have a good week. I'll see you on Friday for more Pokemon. We'll be off next Sunday and back the Sunday prior. Will we do soda? Hey guys, it's been such a good time. Big love. Thank you for coming over. I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye.